When you have two teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our two Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas and Pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this is an invitation we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, He gets a huge kill. We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro. Shot out by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double Apex semis.
I remember I looked like this to Cancel and go. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fanatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, 2 big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just gonna have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, like, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will glitch it! Fanatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Disgod from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away.
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I mean, I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was like mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew, like, if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon. And the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure. Like, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, you know, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking, oh my God, they did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that, they can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. Like, the crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, like, is this real? And then to have like all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans like chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
Welcome to Hit for 6. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, Eminem from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
To you, bro. I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have Eminem, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so, just
think
about.
so? Reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and Eminem, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So Fultz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzu's about 10 seconds. Forrest about to jump in. You think he's going to do better or worse? 'Cause he's doing okay right now.
I think he's doing worse than Fultz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me. Think so? Oh, he's gonna get to 40. Got 2 seconds. 1, time.
Ooh. Time out.
Thanks to Fultz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds, you guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping, all right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. Eminem, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top. Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Fultz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go koi phase. Let's go koi phase.
Let's go phase.
Eminem have pulled off a heist, so let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea as well.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. If we can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time. Welcome to Hit for 6. We've got the Sonics, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a full EU team, on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today.
How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Sonics, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best-of-3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the feed strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça,
Scott.
Oh.
He's so slow, bro.
All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose.
Yeah.
He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Sonics, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go on, Gunner. Go, top right. Bottom left. Top left. Bottom right.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Sonics, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for 6. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more. Welcome to Hit for 6. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Sonics. Well, the Sonics have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunner.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6, how many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major.
Majors.
Majors.
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might
Feeling?
be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer.
Coastline.
It's not sunrise on coastline. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Hey, a little bit of grass. Little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh! Incorrect, Bibu.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in French.
Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen.
No.
Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess what it's at.
What is the number?
Give us Courtyard.
Is it Courtyard?
That's a steal. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay. In my heart, we won.
Well, and you know what? As long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching Hit for 6. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again? Or...
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive with the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion tiles fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Well, 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 the time is here, the time is now for the final day of Phase 2 here at the Blast R6 Major Copenhagen. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jasmine, but you can go ahead and call me Veracity. And I'm joined by the fabulous Jessie and also Alfama. New round these parts on the desk. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm feeling super good. Yeah? Finally out of my hotel room, finally here. I'm happy. I've watched all the games. I'm super, super hyped to be here.
Well, we're going to be picking your brains a little bit further as our dear analyst. But how about you, Jessie, you NA shill?
All right. We're going to get right into it.
it was a tough day for NA yesterday. But I feel like today's gonna be a better day. You know, we finally got Leo on the desk. Very excited to work with you.
Might be the lucky charm for NA.
Yeah,
Who knows?
maybe.
Oh, okay, well, so far we have had 5 of our teams being eliminated. And today marks a little bit of a momentous occasion. As we take a look at our Swiss bracket, you can see we are only left with our 5 teams that have qualified through to finals spread across 3 regions in the form of Brazil, EU and NA. Today's games, however, will be having 3 best of 3s and 3 spots remaining for that sweep position there in the forum at Copenhagen. Now, the point I really want to drive home and highlight for today is that Scarz, the last Japanese team standing here at the major, they've got an awful lot to prove, the weight of a region on their shoulders.
Yeah, the weight of the underdogs too, right? I mean, the only team not from one of the big 3 regions, EU, NA, Brazil. Yeah. They've got a lot of pressure on them certainly today. I think they've got a tough opponent in Space Station, but you know, this is a good squad. We've seen them play well before, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
Now yourself in particular, Alfama, this is why I'm so excited to have you here on the desk with us. You have previously played in the APAC region, so talk to me a little bit about what we should be expecting here from APAC.
Well, in general, I've seen a lot of people talk about APAC's performance at this major, right? A lot of people have been saying, you know, like, Scarz is the last remaining team from APAC right now, and I think it's mainly due to the path that they've had, right? The only wins they've got are against minor regions, LATAM being Reven, and D+ being Korea. And I think in general, what APAC has been lacking, it all sums up in one thing, I think it's stream conditions. They have to play against different regions in the world, right? If you're a Japanese team, you can only practice Japan teams and Korean teams. I don't know anything. So I think they're getting hype.
Yeah,
this is the energy I'm missing from Japanese team. Yeah. But yeah, no, in general, the problem has been that they're so spread in terms of regions. They have different play styles, but it's really hard for them to mesh together, right? To really get and test their limits at the highest level. And that's why, in general, they lack the fundamentals of a European, Brazilian, or American team.
Now, how about from the other regions? I know you've highlighted APAC. The journey for some of the regions, Jesse, hasn't necessarily been the smoothest. I know. Are you disappointed with the performance of NA so far? Or are you like...
Listen, I think NA is in a position where there's a lot of roster moves between the Six Invitational ending and Stage 1 starting. The only team not to make any moves from North America were the Sonics. They've gotten through already, proven themselves to be the best North American team. But yeah, I mean, NA is doing okay. Europe, I think, is doing all right as well. We saw a really big win from Eminem yesterday, massive match from them. We've also got G2 doing very well, and Virtus.Pro playing today. And then it's been Brazil really dominating the entirety of the tournament so far. The first 3 teams to qualify, of course, 2 on day 3 and then 1 on day 4. Brazil's looking very scary.
Yeah, they're looking super strong. And going back to that M80 Eminem matchup, I want to ask you guys, what were the expectations for M80 like heading into the tournament?
I mean, I think that M80 is a squad that have consistently done well in North America, and then in the offseason, they bring in Iconic, they bring in Spoit, 2 huge names who completely take over the team, right? They really turn the squad into their baby. They really show up as the star fraggers for that squad. They work really well together as well. They come in against Eminem. They do fall in that match. Crazy close. I think that that's not a statement on their skill level as a team, right? I think they definitely could have made it farther in this event, but sometimes those close games, they just fall the other way.
Now, was there anyone you were really expecting a better performance out of in this major journey so far?
I think in general, like all the teams that have made such shake-up, like M80, right? They bring in incredible players like Spoit, like Iconic. You expect them to play better. But also one thing that I've noticed is for most of these teams that made incredible roster changes, even Liquid that brought in Volps, there is a consistent lack of team chemistry in the hesitations, in crucial moments on how you play a certain way in a round, the crucial decision you're taking, and well coordinating together. That's one thing that I've seen missing from the team that have recent shakeups, and it's normal. They need time to build that chemistry.
All right, well, we're going to be diving into our next matchup of SSG taking on Scarz after the break. SSG taking on Scarz in this best-of-3 matchup. SSG having come off the back of a victory. Scarz having come out off the back of a loss 2-7 versus the side of NIP. Now, talk to me, how much of a difference / impact is there between that SSG best-of-3 matchup versus D+, and the Scarz best-of-1 versus NIP?
I think the main difference point for a team like Scarz, that's an up-and-comer and that's an underdog in a matchup like this, usually you want to capitalize on those BO1s because it's easier to upset a team. You have 7 rounds that you need to win, and you might be able to do so if you throw off a curveball in a map veto. Now you're on a BO3, way more maps to play, and it really lowers the skill ceiling to play BO1, but it's the exact opposite in the BO3. It's the depth of your map pool, of your strategies. If you upset one team in one map, you need to do the same miracle in another one.
And we've seen Space Station Gaming, I think, coming into these last couple of matches with really good prep, right? They knew exactly how to take down D+ Kia yesterday. That was a big best-of-3 against another APAC team. They did really well on that, making sure that they could slow their opponents down, win that on time. You know, they've come into some games, I think, through this tournament and struggled with that. They came into that Wolves game, didn't really have the best result. But they're here on the final day because they've won 2 games, they've lost 2 games, and with the most recent result looking so successful, I think they've got to be feeling good.
Now, Alfama, once again, you give us a world of wisdom here. You are actually former teammates with some of the boys on the side of Space Station Gamers, Call Out and Forest, I believe. So what can you tell me about what they really bring to a team?
Yeah, absolutely. I was playing with them, and I think we struggled to make it work back in the day in United. I don't think it was up to them or up to us. It just didn't work out together. But one thing that for sure they will bring to a team, especially Call Out as the head coach, and Forest to apply that in the game, is vision, direction, and discipline. These guys, out of the game, they create bonds together. They have book sessions together that they read on personal development. They go to the gym together. They've got breakfast together. It's like a traditional sports team, and I love to see that. And if you look at the way they play the game, it's really fun. Every time they have a game direction, and they play a certain play style. Check the difference in play style between the G2 game and the D+ game.
Yep.
It's the exact opposite. The first one was Chaos, Amaru, Blitz, Bounty, all of this stuff. Against Damwon, clean, methodical. Feels like Spartans right now.
Yeah, I know, it really does. But talking a little bit more about the side of Scarz, talk to me about some of their players, people we should be keeping an eye on heading into this.
The one guy that we can't stop talking about on Scarz has to be Rek. He's been their star fragger, and he's been very consistently good for this team. He's been positive in every single match that they've played so far, even their 2 losses. But he really does need some help. He's currently CGG's highest rated player. His EPS is through the roof, but he's got a few teammates who just haven't really been stepping up. Fishlike and Taiyu both have been negative every single game so far in the KD, and it's not always about fragging out, right? It's not always about getting those numbers up, but I think you do see those mistakes coming in. I think you look at Rek, his entry game, it's incredible. He likes to get aggressive, he likes to push on in, make those moves for his team, open up space. He's currently 10-3 on the entry. But if players like Fishlike, players like Taiyu aren't there supporting him, the team's not going to be able to find success.
No, absolutely. And it comes back to one thing I was saying in the lack of fundamentals. I think in terms of situational awareness, he needs his other teammates to stop dying to some of the stuff that they weren't dying to in Japan. The rotations, the flanks, the utility. Some of the time, I just don't feel like they were aware of this stuff. And this is a problem for them because consistently, it feels like Rek and sometimes Pion are carrying the team together. Yeah. And they need more support. It's a team. It's a team match.
I'm a little bit confused because I wasn't aware that warming up the eyes was a method. Is that a method? Is that a thing?
Anything that gets you relaxed and have fun during the game. I think especially a team like Scarz, it's a team that plays off momentum. You want to relax, you want to have fun. Come on, it all started in your bedroom, and now you're in Copenhagen.
That's the thing, right? I mean, this is their first major as a team. We can't forget that. They've been the best team in Japan for a while, but not being in APAC North last year, them now finally getting to compete internationally against all these other top teams. I mean, regardless of how today goes, I do think Scarz should walk away feeling proud of themselves, feeling like they had a good show, because they really did. I mean, they've played fantastic so far through some of their matches, and it's been great to see them here on the international level.
Now, Alfama, I know you had also mentioned the difficulties when it comes to scrimming, in particular cross-regional scrims. How much of an impact do you think that's going to end up having in them understanding the play style of a team like SSG?
I think it comes back to limit testing again.
Yeah.
They test their limits in Japan, but the limits won't be set up the same way against a team like SSG or the highest level opponent they will face at this major. Everything they could get away with in Japan, they won't be able to get away with here.
Yeah.
So they need to find the right balance between aggression and between playing disciplined. They get them an advantage, they fall back, and they play crossfires. This is what I need to see from them.
All right, well, Jesse, it is veto time, baby. Let's do it. Best of 3. What do we want to see?
Well, we're gonna see Oregon starting off from Space Station Gaming. It's a pretty strong pick for them. They were undefeated through 4 matches earlier in the stage, beating Mirage, Parabellum, M80, and Elevate, but they had that one big stumble, 7-0 against Wolves a couple of days ago here in the Swiss stage. So a bit of a maybe rocky recent performance from them. But assuming they get past that, we then go to Chalet, which is a very weird pick for Scarz.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I felt like Chalet was one of the least preference map. I think they've got like a 3-loss streak on Chalet right now.
3-game losing streak.
And they've consistently banned it at this major. So they just pulled it off here in their elimination match. It's the curveball I was waiting to see, but didn't expect this one, to be honest. And if I'm speaking of Space Station, I feel like the right game direction for them is to be really slow and methodical against a team like this to punish the one-man army, to punish Wreck.
Yes.
And Chalet is exactly the kind of map where you can do that because of the so many cutout angles you have from the windows.
Okay, so what are we thinking? Is it going to go all 3 maps once again? Because I'm judging every match from this point onwards based off of that Eminem matchup we had the other day, by the way, just so you know.
Well, listen, I would love to see a 3-game match, but that curveball map, I'm not so confident in it. I think Space Station Gaming, they've shown that they can beat these lower level teams. They need that dominant performance going into the finals. I'm thinking Space Station 2-0.
I think the exact same, and it's not against them, against Scarz, but the 2 wins they have, again, are against Raven or against D+, not against tougher opponents.
Yeah.
The teams they've played, W7M and the Brazilian teams in general, was 7-1, 7-2. Not even close.
Okay, well, I think it would have made for a beautiful storyline. Obviously, we mentioned it before, the weight of the region on their shoulders. Dev and Mandy, how do we think this match... Oh, nice jacket, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, I brought
Repping
out
it.
just for what could be the final match with the Japanese team here at the Major. And I think, yeah, I totally agree with you guys. It does feel like this is a very Space Station favored game.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that one. I think this is going to be a pretty tall order for Scarz coming out of Japan, having never seen Space Station as their opponent before. And honestly, a pretty fast-paced, quite challenging team to play against who has a very adaptable playstyle. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, but the thing that people have been talking about for Space Station is that this is still a very new roster. And while it's full of talented players, they have had their struggles. Like, that's why they're here in an elimination match. They've already lost to Wolves and to FaZe Clan. And that Wolves game in particular was a serious embarrassment, not even getting a single round out of the match. For me, though, this is new territory. While we haven't seen Scarz yet at a major before this time around, before this Copenhagen major, they've now played teams from Latin America and Brazil. And technically, I mean, if you count Revan as a European, they kind of are. But guess what, Mandy? Scarz have never played a team from North America. And SSG, it's been over a year since they last played a team from Japan. So this battle for elimination and for qualification, it begins now. Scarz and SSG.
This is a really exciting matchup for me. I think that for SSG, Scarz is going to be a great team to test their philosophy. I think Alfama put a great point where SSG have just such a great vision going into every game. And I think for Scarz, they're such a well-rounded team where they know what the right method to approach the map is. They know what to do, but they also know how to dial up the tempo and bring it back again. I think that, yeah, Scarz are such a rounded team in their play style that for SSG, it should be a good test of just how strong their fundamentals are and how much they can master their vision going into a game.
That's right, it's going to come down to fundamentals. It's going to come down to everything that you've got in the bag. There's no point saving strats when you're on the verge of elimination. And for Scarz, they're being taken to a map where the last time they played it, they were destroyed 7-1. Last time Space Station played it, they were destroyed 7-0. So it's a chance at redemption for both of these teams here on Oregon. As we see the SSG boys getting ready, we've gone through that ban phase. Let's see, is it going to be Japan or USA to take it?
The ban phase is pretty interesting, actually. SSG decided to take away the Capital away from Scarz, and I think it's a good option. Scarz on their attack half, I notably like Tayu, your flex players, whatever. They like to bring out that Capital to try and crack open some of the defenses, especially down in the basement. Last time we watched Scarz play with the Capital in hand, the one attack round that they got, we casted it. It was the one round that they managed to land against W7M.
Yeah.
It was because off the back of the Capital, they're able to flush out the anchor positions, right? So they rely really heavily upon these sort of zoning utility operators. And so I think for SSG to comfortably play that defending half, taking away an operator like that, and the Ying on top of that, good bans.
Yeah.
SSG.
Yeah, well, in general, you've got a lot of these execute operators banned out in the Ying and the Capitao. A couple of heavy execute ops left in, but also seeing that Azami banned out by Scarz does make things a little bit more challenging on the defensive side. However, the Mirror has managed to slip on through the ban phase, very similar to that W7M game that Scarz lost quite dominantly. And now the Japanese team starts on the defensive side, and the onus is on SSG. A very well-rounded lineup they have brought. A lot of options. They haven't really pigeonholed themselves into one specific kind of attack.
I think that's exactly right. Bringing the 2 hard breach and the Floras on top of the Thatcher EMPs being there does mean that the entire bottom floor is going to be very open and clear of utility. Now, the one thing that might be challenging to get done is putting those X-Kairos on the mirror windows, but they have so much redundancy in hard breach that I think as the time ticks away, they should be able to do it.
Well, good roam clear so far from SSG, taking that west side control of the map. And Scarz aren't looking to contest too much. We had Rek there at the back of the main stairs. The best player in the tournament so far, if you go by CGG rating, as Jesse had said on the desk. And he has really been the one-man army for Scarz. The rest of the team has massive potential, but Rek has been the only one consistently able to realize it here at the Major.
It worries me a little bit, the defense that Scarz are playing, because SSG, like you've pointed out, have made really quick work of the building so far. Merc, off the back of pre-placed drones, was able to get into Small Tower very quickly. Now they can start to work the hatches and get those drones down into the basement pretty early on with a whole minute and 40 left to go. That's plenty of time for SSG to make the decision.
Yeah, wow, this has just been so efficient, hasn't it? I love this from SSG, and now even the wall into Shaiko from Electrical has been open, so Forrest can cut off this player, but it's Rek, and he just does not lose gunfights. He's found one, he almost gets a second before the trade comes through, but Hot and Cold steals his nerve. Highly experienced player, and he takes down the top fragger from Scarz with over a minute left for the Americans to work with.
It's one set of nades down, but it's also the Warden gone. With 2 sets of flashbangs for SSG, they can now utilize them to full reliability as they try to go for this pillar clear. The first one to go out into elbow, but the smoke to block them off.
Here comes some stuns. Janano still has 2 Roteros in pocket. Fish-like, he's playing this crucial position here at the pillar, and he finds, no, it's Washoy, who jumps out, finds one, is traded back. Fish-like falls for a double. J90 caught in blue, looking to cut off one of just the 2 remaining players from the Japanese side as Tayo and Pyeon try to do their darndest on this anchor.
Really nice shotgun in hand, playing close to the bomb, trying to go down.
Oh, but Forrest is there. Massive ask now for Pyeon. He has a C4, but he is cut off from 2 great crossfires, and J90 in blue has his position on lockdown. A great opening round there for Space Station Gaming.
Good job there from Space Station. They were given a lot of respect from Scarz as they were able to take full map control within about 40 seconds of the round had passed in. They were able to get open all of the hatches, and putting that hard breach down in the ground floor ultimately opened up the bomb site for them as they were able to cut off Rek. They were able to make the entries work, coming down inside of Pillar. The trades went in their favor, and they closed out the round nice and easy.
Yeah, very good signs for Space Station here. They started things with massive momentum, and they seem very well synced as well. Very clean, as Hot and Cold himself said. Couldn't have put it better.
Coolot's always such a classy coach, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's always well dressed for the cause. Scarz have decided that they're not going to repeat the basement. They're going to go back up to the top floor instead. I think fair enough, that basement attack was very clean for SSG, so Scarz want to test their problem solving on something else instead. But once again, SSG changing their formula slightly. They're taking away one of the hard breach of Hot and Cold and decided to put him on the Nook instead, so it's giving Scarz something to worry about early on in the round.
I like that. I mean, Hot and Cold has been typically just such a phenomenal player throughout his career. He's actually the most experienced guy in the server right now. He's been to 10 international LAN events, 4 majors, 3 SIs, and 3 Pro League finals. And the fact that he's been to 3 Pro League finals just tells you how long that this guy has been in the scene, a true veteran. And while he's not necessarily the leader on SSG, he's certainly helping them figure out their way of playing the game and leading them on through it. Fishlike is actually going to retreat now away from the tower as Hot and Cold managed to lurk on inside from dining.
Yep, he broke his angles in the process, but able to reinforce off that rotation means that Big Tower is now forfeited to SSG's control. Merc and Forest will be happy as they're able to enter through with the hard breach charge on Forest and open up the back of the attic. Meanwhile, we've got a lurk from Hot and Cold, who's just rounding the corner inside of Kitchen now. All of security has been reinforced off, and so there is still a roamer left in that ground floor that he will have to clear off later. But for now, he can use the vertical grenades in his hand to try and flush out some of these anchors.
All right, well, quite an off-meta hold here for Scarz. Open wall on Generator. Oh, here comes Washoy. Is he aware of the position of Hot and Cold? He spots him, but loses the fight. Great job from Hot, and despite taking the initial damage, he recomposed, and a good pre-fire locks in that gunfight. I mean, Scarz not having much presence below, going for a roam instead of a hard hold. It leaves them vulnerable to this from Hot and Cold, the vertical nades.
Going dark. Yeah, the Anchor's going to have to be very careful now. And we can see in the pip, just in the corner, full attic control for the sides of the attack. And it means that the player inside of that pit area is going to be in a bit of trouble now, as Merc using that long line of sight to try and stave off the remaining defender there.
SSG is just so good with their time, aren't they, Mandy? Just look at it. Over a minute left. So many avenues already open up. Opening kill. What more could you want?
They're doing really well, aren't they? Even this cutoff angle here that Jonono has got. Diffuser in hand, he's going to have to be a little bit careful of a peek from Attic, but of course with the Attic control in hands, he's pretty safe here on this rappel. Fishlike has just been flushed into a corner, into the nade of Merc, and he's been taken down but not out. The second nade shall surely sink onto Fishlike, and it does in fact. 3-on-5 now as the executes come through for SSG.
Yeah, wow, but it's not going to need to be a massive execute. It's a slow demise here for Scarz. One player down, but it's going to need to be an ace for Tayo, and Forrest is there to secure the flawless round for Space Station. That was just pure excellence. Phenomenal attack.
Really good there from SSG. Slow and methodical. Respect the setup that Scarz have got, but take it step by step, I think was the mindset going into that one. Yes, there was a setup inside of Closet and inside of Trophy to try and stop the entry from playing through from SSG, but they took their time to take it down. They used the Selmans that they needed. Whatever utility they had to burn, they had the hard breach on Forest to cut their way into Attic. It was just a full redundancy in utility in the sides of SSG to be 100% certain that they could make it into the building, take minimal map control, and as the Scarz players started to dwindle down with the grenades coming through, really nice entry here from Forest, a double to his name, a triple to close it out. It was a really nice execute from SSG.
To me here, it feels like the onus is on Scarz to change something. You look at that round, as we're talking about, it was a reasonably off-meta hold. There was no one hard-holding kitchen or security as we see in most regions these days. And Scarz is starting to forfeit that map control, ended up giving the attack 2 kills, essentially, right? The vertical nades were so powerful. Previous time attacking this side, SSG took the whole map for free. We need to see some change from Scarz.
Well, I think change is exactly what has been called for from Scarz. They've completely changed their philosophy. They're no longer going for that mirror setup down in the basement and hunkering down, making something anchor-centric. They've gone for this full roam. Now, what they may have misread here is that SSG have decided to change the pace. And rather than methodically clearing the map, they're going to go for something fast-paced into the back of blue.
Yeah, I adore this from SSG. Pyon has been droned out, I do believe. His shield and elbow is still intact, but he is trapped in this corner. And Merc has a shotgun just on the other side. In he comes as soon as that Rotero detonates. Merc will surely swing. They don't see the player. Pyon does find one before being traded by Merc, who is now in the site with diffuser in hand. Shotgun ran in the corner, but he doesn't clear the right angle. And he gets a taste of his own medicine from Taya's own supernova. It's all up to Hot and Cold now to pick up the pieces after this failed rush from SSG.
I think Pyon had it called there. As soon as he saw the Rotero come through, he rallied the troops back onto the bomb site as they played the retake. Entry unsuccessful for SSG. Now Hot and Cold in a 1 versus 3. They don't seem to know where he is just yet. So if he could isolate these gunfights, it's possible. This clutch is still winnable for Hot and Cold.
And if you're an SSG fan, you wouldn't be huffing copium to say that this is very winnable. Isolating 1 or 2 fights here, and Hot and Cold could make it work, but he's going to be patient because there's so much time on that clock. Now, the thing is for Scarz, if they play it smart, they should absolutely lock this in. I mean, Washoy even hasn't placed one of his deployable shields. You've got Yokai still available for Tayo, and 2 dead players to watch out for cameras.
Well, I think the thing here for SSG is they're probably thinking, yeah, look, you could give this a go if you wanted to, but also we have an entire minute and we could just chat about what's going on in the next round. Now for Scarz, this is their only successful defense thus far. Wow, this is so static. This is this is a surreal experience to watch, isn't it?
It feels like the server's frozen, but it's actually just that everyone is being so restrained.
Discipline.
I mean, Tayo is so tempted to peek here, but if he does, he opens up a window for Hot and Cold. And there's so many avenues onto the site, and here you go. You hear the sound of the stun. Hot and Cold finds the one, but is traded on back by Washoy on the Warden. Lovely work there from Scarz to repel against the rush and win their first round.
Yeah, look, good try for Houghton. I think it was just composure there for SSG. They just wanted to take the time to talk about what they needed to talk about for the next round. And then they're like, okay, next round, you can go for it now. And so Houghton goes for a last-ditch effort to try and clutch it. But yeah, really nice composure there from Scarz right at the end. It was the 2 anchors on the bomb site that made this crossfire work inside of blue. The Rotero drone, I think, just maybe giving away a little bit too much info for that rush that was coming through for SSG as they funneled it into Pyeon, who was inside of that corner. Missed drone, it seems like. Just unfortunate there for SSGs. They tried to change the tempo. It's not a bad concept, but unfortunately, Scarz were ready for that one.
Yeah, honestly, I think the great teams will play like SSG did just then. They'll change their strategy once they identify that their previous attack strat isn't going to work, right? Like Scarz, credit to them, they changed. Instead of going for that heavy turtle, they went for a big roam. SSG, credit to them, instead of going for a roam clear, they went for a rush. But then you got to say, for Scarz, the fact that they were both roaming and ready for a rush, that's not as easy as it looks. So credit to them, and let's see if they can also make the necessary reparations on their Dorms defense.
So I was just thinking about that as you were saying it, right? I think for this Dorms defense, I like that they've decided to change up the ground floor roam and bring along the Solus in tandem with the Oryx instead, right? That's going to make the roam on the ground floor a lot more mobile. There's no one that's just trapped inside of security with 4 reinforcements and they can't move anywhere, right? This is very mobile down here on the ground floor, and that means that wherever SSG go, they're going to be met by resistance that comes to them, probably, in the form of this roam game, right? So I like this adaptation from Scarz to try and take the fight directly to SSG rather than giving them free real estate in the map.
On the subject of the Solus, already 4 drones down. And Rek is getting very aggressive. You can see how cautious SSG are playing. As the first logic bomb rings out for Forest, that will enable an entry from Merc here. Moving towards Dining. The vertical nades last time from Merc and Hot and Cold were massive on this bomb site.
Yeah, self-drone ahead as well. Really self-sustained push here from Small Tower. They're going to spot out the roam game that is happening in the ground floor like we spoke of earlier. But just as the attack knows that where the defenders are, the Solus has probably also spotted this info that has come out for them too, right? So it's a two-way thing. They know, the defense knows that they know that they are there now. So they're going to fall back a little bit, play a little bit more reserved here inside of security and play the crossfire onto the Zulu hallway.
Oh, but this is a nice pivot here from Forest, and he's found the opener onto Pyeon. From down below inside of Freezer Stairs, now Washoy needs this refrag. So desperately does he need it, but he can't win with the P90 against a DMR. And that whiff could cost Scarz the round.
Yeah, and just like that, the entire roam game of Scarz dwindled in half as Forest can claim a double to his name. Now 6-1 on the scoreline, leading the grid in kills. Thankfully, Fishlike is there to claim one back onto J90, but the man advantage still in favor of SSG.
Hard breacher down, however. Still one available in Faults. Good redundancy in the SSG operator lineup, and we can see Faults already has an opening onto the site. But he's right around the corner from Tayo.
Great off position here from Tayo. On drone is able to get the swing onto Faults, evening up the man advantage. Forest down on the bottom of Armory Stairs is going to be met by some resistance right at the top there, taking damage to his own. Now a slither of HP. Merc as well. A well-timed swing from the shotgun player of Scarz to claim the down, but not out.
The second one, surely it gets him. No, not able to yet. Now Fishlike, he could try and go for a vertical push to try and secure this kill onto Merc, but it's very dangerous as he himself is also very low HP. So this is massive that SSG are able to pick that Yana back up, but look at the health.
Pivot though from SSGs. They're going to go for this big tower push instead. It seems like they actually don't know. Rek is going to hold the top of the stairs, but is there anyone to hold the double?
It's desperate now for SSG. You got to go big or you're going to go home. 3 players left up to find for the Japanese, and they can just hold their positions. Fights ring on out. Hot and Cold finds one, but it's an easy cleanup for Scarz. And they've evened up the scoreline. Might have started slow, but they are red hot and ready to go in this game.
The three remaining defenders of Scarz, even in the man disadvantage, just played that to perfection. All of them sat in these off positions, these off meta positions, to try and catch SSG as they came to the choke points of the site. We saw Tayo sit in a really unusual corner inside of Master. Fishlike went for an excellent timed peek onto the white stairs as Merc and one of his teammates tried to go for that push. Whoever was inside of Attic made sure they couldn't go for the backstab. Just all the Scarz players realized, right, if we just sit in a corner, we're about to get flooded with many people going onto the bomb site. So they need to get proactive and be in a position that's unpredictable, go for a timing that's unpredictable, and able to bring the round back for Scarz.
Yeah, in what world is Scarz, Japanese team, meant to beat one of the best teams from North America in a 3 versus 5 when there's like a minute and a half left remaining? And it's because they trusted themselves, as you said, to play those oppositions, but to
so smart.
Take opportunities. You know, we've had people peeking windows, people peeking while flashed. They've got the guts to stand up to SSG, and that's what we lacked from Scarz against the Brazilian teams that they faced, right? Like against W7M, they themselves said it, like we just feared them so much, and that's why they got 7-1'd on this map. SSG, I think, are realizing now this is not going to be an easy game.
I think that's exactly right. Scarz are just such a good team at knowing when to dial things up and dial things back. I think that they're just so masterful at playing the timing game, especially coming out of Japan, where it's a region with such unpredictable timing, such a personalized playstyle, that they really know how to do that. It's really drilled into their identity as a team. Now we can see SSG trying to mount a very different style attack here onto the defense of Scarz. They decided to aid along with the Lion, the Dokkaebi, to double down on that roam clear potential. Not only that, but they've got the pacing of the Amaro with the Gara hook and also some hard breach charge as well to open up this map.
Yeah, SSG love their Amaro, don't they? Once again, really good timing here. Lots of good map control early on from SSG, and not a single drone destroyed as of yet. Here comes the Impact EMP to enable some X-Kairos. And the Logic Bomb and the Lion scan. Logic Bomb actually not detonated as of yet. I really like this lineup, very oppressive from SSG.
I like it too. I think they're taking their time, right? They're not putting their boots in the building because they don't actually know what the point of least resistance is. There is a back tower stairs hold going on for Tayo, and they're trying to pinch this one out, right? There's a player entering in from big tower. There's also someone trying to come in from T1 as well. So these two are going to try and link up and take down this power position. Meanwhile, we have other SSG players trying to work other parts of the map. Forrest is going to get in on the action as he comes up the white stairs.
Oh, and he finds the first big pick. He goes for the double, and Washoy goes down, not out, but he has very much dropped down as he gets back onto side. But vertical control here is massive for SSG. Oh, J90 sees him, secures the kill. And another 3v5 is called upon for Scarz. This one's not looking too good though, Mandy.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. That vertical pressure on the site is going to have to force them off it completely, so not going to be able to play safe in those power positions as they could previously. Tayo's going to try and get aggressive in this big tower, but decides better of it and decides to go full back instead to safety. Merc now has the cutoff on the player in the bottom of the freezer stairs, and that will tell SSG that really the site is quite vacant at the moment. Fishlike, the only player inside of Zulu that could be nearby resistance.
Yeah, he is. He's very close. How are SSG going to play this? Is it going to be a hash drop? It must be, surely, but the diffuser is with hot and cold. He was watching flank far earlier. Now he's rotated back outside and back inside. It's going to be a kitchen push, and Pion has snaked his way back inside. Fishlike, he's on for the flank. Up the stairs, Pion's position revealed. He can't find the critical kill. Now Tayo, oh, he's completely shut out, all up to Fishlike in the 1v5, but time is on his side. J90 certainly is not. SSG stem the bleeding, and they once again take this lead as we go into the final round of the half.
Really nice attack there from SSG. They discovered that the top floor was pretty clearable in the way that it was with the map control that they had. It was Forrest coming up the white stairs, managing to slip past the defender in Zulu to get up there and disrupt the roam that was happening in the top floor. That really won the round there for SSG for me. That early game was played to such perfection. From there, all they needed to do was make sure that the site was completely vacant and go for that execute, which they did super well. It was Pion that was the only point of resistance right in the corner of the bomb site that might have caused them some trouble, but the gunfight went their way, and SSG claim another round.
SSG are always so decisive. The way that they are clearly led by Merc, doing the majority of the calling for this team, like they always have a very clear idea of, okay, what is the win condition? What are we pivoting to this round? And one thing that's been awesome to see is how much they just, I'll find is, okay guys, just chill for 10, 15 seconds. Let's have a chat. Let's just watch flanks. That was critical in that 3v5 moment there, because that's when Scarz are looking to get aggressive. We saw it just 2 rounds ago, and I really like the composure from SSG that we're seeing so far. And they're on track to win this half on their attacking side, which would be massive, Mandy. But Scarz, going back to the basement, there's a real shot that they could even up this half, and we'll go in to the second with a lot more questions and answers.
I just want to double back on your point. I feel like the current meta leans into the identity of SSG so well. The way I see it is this is the meta of mini executes, okay? You have to do big explosive things onto segments of the map at the time. And SSG, time and time again, have been so good at doing that. Like you said, in that last round, the first thing they had to do was go onto the top floor, and all 5 of them got in on that. Then they dial it back completely. It's as if the round just started all over again, and then go for a second execute onto the ground floor, right? It's just SSG are so good at informing their timings and doing things together as a team.
And they have actually scared Scarz off. So remember the first round that SSG attacked this bomb site? They went for this full map clear. They had like, what, 2 minutes, 15 seconds with the whole map available. They had a really great execute. The second time, Scarz went for a big roam and SSG went for a failed rush. This time it looks like Scarz are going back to the full anchor, which does concern me, Mandy. Like they had much more success when they did the full roam and countered that rush.
It does scare me a little bit, but I think what they've keyed into is that they don't quite have enough info to see when SSG is going to try and backstab them or hit like a little point of weakness in the setup. I think Scarz haven't quite backed themselves in to know exactly how they're going to telegraph that or how they're going to figure out that's going to happen. This drone is about to get a lot of value. Fultz has just made some excellent, oh, there we go, some excellent drone parkour work in the site. Thankfully, they identify it before taking down the second laundry mirror.
Yeah, wow. So much value there out of that Twitch drone from SSG. And the drones continue to come on out, and you have a look at the top right-hand corner, you'll see SSG still have so many left available. How are they going to counter these hard positions, though? That's my question, is a lot of players are shaping up around this electrical hatch for another mini execute, and they drop. Rek to try and hold on with the warden. He needs his kill. He finds it, the double for Rek! He continues his reign of terror that Scarz have been relying on throughout the tournament. You blink and you would miss it. It's a 1v5 for poor Fultz.
Yeah, unfortunately, the flashbangs aiding the push were not successful onto Rek, who was the perfect counter to it. Activating the glasses, going warden mode and deciding to find the 3K to his name, closing out the attack of SSG. Really well played there and composed from Scarz to claim 3 on the defending half.
Is it fair for me to say I was really lost then, Mandy? Like, everyone is just dying all at once.
Well, I think the thing is, it's not a bad idea for SSG, right? You want to go for a back take. So to go for the back take, it's mission critical that you're able to drop the E-box hatch and clear out the position of killer, right? The problem is, if there's a warden there, that all of your utility suddenly is super unreliable, right? So you can't really make that execute work onto the ground floor. Rek is just a demon with that 1.5x scope. He claims 3 to his name, and yeah, poor SSG just got a bit slaughtered here in the end.
Yeah. Great composure from the Japanese. Fish-like playing the pillars position, like you said, Rek in Harry Potter. Just always ready. And hey, I love that SSG, with tons of time on the clock, try to be unpredictable and go for that execute. But unpredictability is not something exclusive to the Americans. And Scarz, I don't know if they're going to stick it, but they are teasing it, and there's less than 10 seconds on the pick timer. But Tayo on this blitz, Mandy. W7M banned blitz against Scarz when they played, but now it's available, and Tayo will not hesitate.
Oh, here we go. It seems like a front-sided rush will be the play for Scarz as they all spawn out on the street side of the map. Hopping over all the way onto the top floor, it seems like a roam clear will be on the cards, aided by the Dokibi of Pion as well. They're going to be able to clear through the map pretty quickly, as SSG has given them a lot of real estate in the map. The only person left is J9O inside of Big Tower.
I love this. What's scarier than getting hunted on the roam with Yana Geminis, flashbangs, drones? Well, it's the blitz. And while most people associate it with rushing, Scarz are demonstrating how it can be used to clear this roam game incredibly efficiently. And I mean, we can see the outlines. There's no one left from SSG on the ground floor.
Look at this, it's up, down, Funky Town again. At the bottom, freezer stairs, it's my favorite one. Double shotguns, 1 slug, and 1 irregular one. Oop, almost being naded out, but thankfully there's a mine nade there to catch it, protecting the 2 defenders at the bottom. Whoever sees the bottom of this freezer stairs is probably going to get the fight of their absolute life, aren't they?
Here comes Rek. The slug shotty does take down the Gemini, but Fultz is there with the buck shotty. And Tayo makes his way down. Now, those weapons are no match for a blitz, but a C4 might be, as Foltz pre-tears it, but he does end up slinking his way back down the freezer hallway.
This is such a cool attrition game of utility, isn't it? They push out the nades to make sure that the attack can actually get down to the bottom of freezer stairs. Right now, Rek has got this position. But like you said, the C4 is teased out, which means that Tayo doesn't feel safe down there anymore, right? He decides to back out, just leave Rek there instead to his own devices. He sees the shield going on here as well, so that's the next problem for Scarz. It's just SSG are putting the challenge to Scarz throughout the entire round, through this mid to late round, and it's forcing Scarz to take a step back and make this problem-solving work.
Yeah, not a lot has happened in the last minute, to be honest. I mean, it's been really challenging for Fishlike to open up these hatches. I don't think he ended up opening up the hatch inside of freezer, and now he's going for meeting. So yeah, he's just made a line of sight in the freezer one, but it's not fully open. Now Pion is trying to drone up. They're trying to see if they can find this Electroclaw, but time is ticking away, Mandy. And Scarz don't really have any basement control.
So they have to be really careful where they put splits, right? Because Merc has the Warden in hand, just like Rek did when he was on the defense. So if you put the blitz into the Warden, you're probably not going to have a great time when you go for this execute. It's going to have to be very well advised, but apparently it isn't. Tayo to try and look straight into the eyes of Merc, and he can take down 2.
He's so hungry for more. And SSG dominates Scarz. Washoy can't do a damn thing. Fishlike drops to his demise. Utter domination on the space station basement. And that's one way to kick off your defensive half for sure.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Scarz. They just really ran out of time towards the late round. Even though they'd been given so much real estate through the map, they couldn't get their drones into the bomb site and actually pick apart the defense, the anchor setup that SSG had going. And as a result, they put the blitz straight between the eyes of the Warden's glasses, and he can see him very clearly in 4K through the flash and took him straight down past his shield. Just really unfortunate read there from Scarz as SSG hold on.
Scarz, after a pretty impressive first half, is this where things get extra challenging? Against W7M, Scarz only won 1 out of 6 attempted attacks on Oregon. Well, they've lost their first, and they have really 3 more chances, that's all. They need to keep pace with SSG, who are now going, this is Dorms, right? I don't see the bomb in meeting. Yeah, so it's Dorms with quite an ambitious extension downstairs with the mirror.
This is cool. I like this from SSG, using the mirror to hold on to as much of the map control as they possibly can. It means that playing inside of dining is really unsafe. Wow, not only that, Tef, but I imagine that this setup aids into even making showers a part of their defense here on the ground floor as well. That rotation hole and a single reinforcement as well going into dining will enable whoever wants to play inside a shower to also play in dining and then fall the way back into kitchen too. So this defense is really quite far extended through the ground floor.
Yeah, wow. And it's going to be very difficult now for Scarz to take free map control. We saw that consistently from SSG on their defense. They would just get in small tower, go into dining, and immediately be pressuring kitchen. But just have a look at how many roamers and how much of an extension there is down here. Rotation holes, mirror windows, reinforcements. Everything you could possibly want here, the SSG have, and Scarz have to do it.
So I like this from Rek. He's just tried to enter small town, realizes, okay, that's the danger zone. I don't want to go in there. So he's going to rotate off towards these windows instead and try and play a much safer game. He doesn't really want to enter until there's so much info inside the building that he's 100% sure that there's no defenders left there, right? So he's just sending his own Gemini clone. That Rotero has made sure that there's no one inside showers, so therefore Rek can get into showers away. Really cautious entry game being played here by Scarz.
Yeah, but SSG are just falling on back. Oh, here comes the backstab from Washoy. Can he sneak around the Prisma? He can, but he doesn't sneak around the vertical line of sight. Now he's not going to check his corners, and Forrest finds the free kill. Great teamwork there from SSG to give the information, and Forrest, who's now hit double digits, still remains downstairs. The Scarz have not yet taken that map control, have not yet flushed out the king.
Oh, yeah. I think that SSG have done a great job here at baiting Scarz into the lines of sight, especially the vertical ones of the defense. A grenade to come out from Rek to try and sink the last remaining HP of J90 doesn't quite land. It seems like Scarz going to try and pivot towards this big double window execute instead. They're going to force Rek up the white stairs rather than actually continuing to clear out the ground floor and try and time and execute.
Oh, Rek, he just goes straight in. He only has to land 1 bullet on a J90, but the bars protect him, and J90 with the bailiff finds the better kill. Now it's a 4v3 for SSG as they continue to just hold on the gas once again, locking the attack out, and J9O can hold down the fort from the corner of dorms. All up to Tayo, and it looks like it may be yet another dominant space station round on the docket. They've really found their mojo on this defensive side, and Tayo's not going to be gifted a single thing. He can't even find Merc. SSG are tearing Scarz apart on the defense.
Really great composure there for SSG to play the strategy that was at hand. They realized that Scarz were going for that ground floor roam clear, and they played the vertical game to perfection, really protecting the remaining roamers that were there. At some point, Scarz realized, okay, this seems a bit hard. It doesn't seem like we can actually clear these ground floor people because we're really running out of time. And as a result, they tried to go for a pivot and go for an execute through the mid round instead. Now, it's not a bad idea. You want to push the tempo, try and throw off SSG and do something else because you know that your push isn't going to work. But SSG were there and they were ready for it. It was J9O who was really under the pump, being flashed out, but he did his job in the back of bunks to close it out and shut down the execute that was coming in from Scarz.
Yeah, Forest has been on a tear as well. Now, Scarz have taken their tactical timeout, and as we speak, both teams have a chance to discuss what's next up. And while Scarz definitely need it for the momentum reasons, if anything, like SSG now have time to really discuss how they want to play this tertiary bomb site. You know, laundry, supply, dorms, both locked. So they'll likely be going to kitchen meeting here. They've had tons of time to talk about which specific strategy and what nuances they want to bring out.
I think the thing here for Scarz, right, is that their ideas are not terrible, right? But both of their attacks that they've lost have been because they've done something ill-advised, right? The first one, they didn't drone the bomb site, so they didn't see the warden, and they put the blitz in the face of the warden. That cost them that. That last round as well, yes, they went for the roam clear, but they didn't drone out the vertical game that was happening. They didn't drone out Forest in his corner inside of kitchen. It's just small mistakes that are misadvising Scarz to go for something that they think is safe, but isn't really, because they haven't spent enough time actually collecting the info for it, right? So I think for Scarz here, it's about recomposing and doing things with utter caution and respecting the setup that SSG have got, because it's got so many little details and intricacies that they need to pick apart.
And that's why SSG are one of the best defensive teams at the tournament, the 6th best defensive win rate at 65% of defense rounds won. So Scarz really have their work cut out for them here, and on the back of their tactical timeout, they'll have to go for a bit more of an explosive attack, hopefully a bit more of a thorough one as well, as SSG go to meeting.
Interesting, bringing out the Brava here. I like this pick because this setup is so ambitious from SSG. Yes, they're holding on to meeting, but really it's not just meeting. They're holding on to the entire map. It's very extended. So bringing along the Brava, I think, is a good idea because the defense is going to be quite separated from the utility in hand. Just like you can see there, yes, there is a beep on the ground, but there isn't a defender too far away. It's Merc, who I think is actually going to be able to collect this first bludge drone, thankfully, but it's a good idea to bring the Brava for this setup and cut down the defense.
Yeah, that said, you know, it's only one left now for Rek. Not sure what he's going to do with it, as Tayo's droning out this setup. As you said, very extended, and a lot of information has been gleaned. But here's J9O in this aggressive position. Now, Scarz had a very similar defense here on meeting, so they'll be familiar with the setup.
There's so much problem solving here for Scarz to do. Yes, there's this setup going on in the small tower, but then your teammates are also coming. There's a massive setup in big tower as well. What do? Let's try going lobby instead. Washoy's inside a classroom and is like, they have a line of sight facing me in classroom too. It just feels like no matter where Scarz go, they're met by a small detail and intricacy of the SSG defense.
Oh no! Washoy had full information on Forest, and yet Forest still finds a headshot. Low HP. That hasn't stopped these SSG players from dealing damage in these past few rounds. You see the temptation from Rek as he jumps straight on in. He times it well, so he wouldn't have been heard. And if he looks to the right holes, he's surely going to find a kill here. That's one onto Forest. Can he find J9O? Absolutely not. The smoke pops up and is easily there for a trade. Tayo tries to find one back. He spots the head for just a second, but can't land the crucial bullet. And Hot and Cold is certainly not going to give Scarz any chances. 2 players left up for the Japanese, and a massive task ahead of them as the E1D rings on out. There's just no hope in hell that Fishlike is going to be able to plant. That said, Pyon might make it doable.
Nice cover there from Pyon, but Fultz has got the line of sight from the hatch. It's going to look out Fishlike now as he's not able to go for that plant. It's going to force Scarz to pivot, but with only 30 seconds left to do it, is impossible.
He might be able to tuck himself into this corner. Hot and Cold was on that hatch. Fultz is going for a rotation around. This will be a retake from SSG. They know exactly what Scarz are doing. Can Scarz read it in time? Hot and Cold's gone all the way around to Z hallway, and now the quick peek from Fultz might not work out. I mean, it gives some information. Now Pyon has to land the post plan, but Hot and Cold is there for the headshot to cover his teammate as J90 secures that defuse. And SSG, well, they're on map point here.
Not a bad idea from the remaining 2 players of Scarz to be able to get the bomb down and then chase the retake as it came through. The gunfights didn't quite go their way, though, as SSG made a very composed retake, double peeking, making sure to bait it out with the diffuser going down. There's just so much teamwork in the hands of these SSG players that are enabling them to win these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, whatever Scarz throw at SSG, there is a response. That retake, it was just perfect. The calling from this team is just perfect. They're stealing their nerves here. It's easy to be overwhelmed when you're going up against an underdog team that was punching above their weight in the first half. I think it's decently fair to say. But for SSG, you know, they're not getting in their heads. They might have been slapped the other day on this very map, 7-0, but they've bounced back very well here. And it's hard to imagine them losing it from here. I mean, I don't want to cast a curse, but 3 rounds to win any of these sites, it seems so doable here for SSG to take their map pick.
That's exactly right. This is such a good game of Oregon to watch. I think we've been really blessed with the treat here, haven't we, Dev? It's just, this map is less about the macro part of Oregon. It's not this basic Oregon that we're watching anymore. Each of these rounds has been won and lost off the back of playmaking. Don't you think so? Every single time that Scarz tried to make a play to get a dent into the strategy of SSG, it's met back by another one, or it's met back by some detail in the setup or something. It's less about these like big extended holds, like the big philosophy of the strategy, and it's more about the small tactics and doubling up or tripling up with your teammates to open up or close the round.
Yeah, when it comes to that micro, SSG do flourish. And let's see what Scarz are cooking up for what could be the final attack of this game. Yet to find a single successful attack so far, but good information from that drone all the way up to Pillar. Spots out the cap can of Hot and Cold. Now there is a Monty outside of blue, and the Bandit as well spotted. Merc has the hatch open, so he can retreat back to site if needed. In comes the Rotera to open up this doorway, but it also opens up a fiery embrace for any attackers that wish to march on forward.
I really like this defense from SSG because they've got this wall completely reinforced off. It's made Merc very safe here inside of meeting. Now the Maverick is the perfect operator to counter that, as they're going to try and get the trick off of the wall. But that's going to take a lot of time, Deb, and that's the main thing here for this roam, is that even though, yes, they can slowly start to cut it down, there's only a minute 40 left on the clock, and really, they don't have that much map control in their favor.
And Merc has actually managed to back on out, though. So getting away with his life, even though he did lose his C4. Now with that C4 breaking the soft wall, there's now an opening for Scarz to enter meeting if they wish, but there is still a roamer on the top floor.
That's exactly right. Fultz is going to stop them in their tracks as Scarz try to shape up for the execute. There's no way that they're going to know that he has an impact in hand, can open up a line of sight through the floor and stop them as they come down the stairs. There's absolutely no idea that Scarz, with the remaining time, will know what he can do.
I mean, if this ends up being an electrical hatch drop for Scarz, he's just going to drop down that hatch as Fultz. He's still checking things out with his scanner. This is going to have to be explosive for Scarz. It needs to happen right now. Unfortunately, we've lost the feed for just a moment, but as you can see, the players are still playing out this game, and we're back in. J90 holding down his position behind his mirror window as SSG are cruising their way to victory on this map. Tayo shut down the flank, did manifest itself for Fultz. All up to Washoy, 1 versus 3, but SSG have been the kings all day long. And on map 1, they seem to assert their dominance. Washoy needs to find 3 gunfights to make this work, but the spray through the wall is not a nice sight to see when you're such low HP. SSG are there to greet you, and they kick off the series with a comfortable 7-3 opening on their map pick of Oregon.
Really nice work there from SSG to close it out in the most clean fashion I think we've seen in the map at this major. We're going to throw it to a break, but we'll see you on the other side.
When you have two teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our two Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas in pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top one team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this invitation we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro. Shot out by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the Six Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the Six Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again? Or...
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive, the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my head was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are the world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion tiles fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
I remember things 7 years ago. Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
Arigato.
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
SSG have managed to successfully take their own map pick on none other than Oregon with a scoreline of 7-3. Now, I know yourself in particular, Alfama, you were saying that SSG definitely have the firepower to back it and give them this map victory. So did you see the SSG that you were hoping to?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they were in control the whole time. I think every single round they lost even though they were the one controlling the pace. If it's a rush, if it's a slow take, if it's someone making a move, every single time they were the decision makers. And I think if we need to see Scarz doing something here, it's regain the control and regain the pace of the rounds.
Yeah, we talked about Rek in the pre-show as well as a player who really was standout for Scarz and how he had to be controlled by Space Station. I thought he absolutely was in this game. He got the very first pick of the match. He ran up the tower stairs, got a frag, then immediately was traded through the E-box hatch. He was caught on an instant. 4 rounds then straight, he doesn't find a single frag. He does have a pop-off round 6, but other than that, he was contained the entire match. Finds 1 more kill on the attack, again, immediately traded. So love to see him getting shut down. Space Station Gaming, whether they were deliberately focusing him down or whether they just knew, listen, we're gonna fight somebody early, it's probably gonna be Rek. They were making sure that he couldn't get anything going, and when Rek's not fragging for Scarz, they're not winning rounds.
Now, Alfama, I know that we were speaking while the game was going on about the concept of the fact that SSG forcing that aggressive playstyle when they don't necessarily need to. Talk to me a little bit more about that and the purpose behind doing so.
Yeah, no, it's definitely them trying to control the pace, exactly like you're saying. And so what they were trying to do is change rhythm. So you see the first 2 rounds, they play really slowly, methodical, gain the advantage by picking up the roamers, and then they execute normally. But on the 3rd round, they go for a rush, with Forest being the instigator of that rush. And this is them trying to control the pace and change the rhythm all the time, because it's super hard when you're in front of them. If they're rushing, and then the round after they're playing super slow and methodical, what do you do to adapt? The playstyle changes every single time.
Yeah, and I know another player that you really wanted to highlight, Alfama, was Forest for the side of SSG.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, like he was the instigator of every of these rounds. Like on the rush, he's the one that is with the Blist pushing into the barricades and rushing this. Like this is him right now. Like you can see him. They had poor information. They didn't know one guy was in the corner, and Scarz played that really well with the triple crossfire. So the rush ends up not working. Like this is Forest in a really slow take, pushing aggressively, as he has the information, and gets a double kill and gets Kid's control. Every single time, like I said, he's the instigator. He's the one, the deciding factor. He's the one deciding when they play aggressive and when they make the round win.
And I think earlier in the tournament, Forrest had a couple of rounds where he was maybe overswinging a couple of times, right? Having some struggles on the defense in particular. These last 2 games, Forrest has been incredible in terms of Space Station Gaming. Ending out that game for D plus Kia with some really good pace-making plays. Then today as well, I thought Forrest was fantastic.
On the flip side of that, how about on the side of Scarz? I know Rek was definitely one of the players that you'd highlighted at the very start. Did you get the Rek performance you were hoping to see?
Yeah, definitely not, right? I mean, Rek kind of struggled, and I think part of that is just the map control that we saw being taken by Space Station Gaming. I want to show 2 clips here, because this is really what needs to be done on attacking dorms. So there's always this one roamer down below, and both of these teams use a nuke to try to clear out this kitchen bomb site, or the kitchen room below site. Hot and Cold does it fantastically. Gets the intel, uses that nuke scanner to walk past the default cam, and he just stands still. He's holding the hatch. He's so patient with this. What's key here, he's not making any noise. His ears are open, and as this guy creeps along to his right, he's gonna hear this push coming to his direction, and he's gonna get a free little pick on the 1 bottom floor roamer. Fantastically done by Hot and Cold. Compare that to how Scarz tried to clear the same bomb site, same operator, same room. While Shoy's walking in, immediately caught from up above, doesn't have the intel on where this guy's at, backs into him, dies from behind. Really well done by Space Station, and you can see that difference in that same way you're clearing that room between a real strong player like Hot and Cold and somebody who's just not as aware.
Now we're going to be moving on to our next map. It's going to be Scarz map pick of Chalet. Talk to me, gents. What are we thinking we're going to see coming out from this one?
I mean, we said it was a weird pick, right? 3-game losing streak coming through from Scarz on this map. First losing to Damwon Kia back at the Japan Invitational last year. Then 2 games this year, Crest and North Eption both beating them on this map. So not even international teams, right, in the Japanese league, they were losing this map pretty often. The question is, Space Station, despite probably not being prepped for it, what do they have on this map?
Yeah, I think in general, they don't really need to do anything out of the ordinary. Like if they play slow, step by step, fundamentals, honestly, are just so much better than the other ones that I think they don't need to do shiny stuff to win. And on the other hand, I think for Scarz, what really matters now, like I said, regaining the pace of the round, controlling the rhythm. And in order to do that, on Chalet, you want to bring in teleoperators and play aggressive on isolated players.
Now, do we think that this is going to be very much a Scarz comfort zone, or do we think SSG are capable of kind of pushing them even further out of their region? You know, as you did mention, a lot of the matchups have been regional matchups. Will the playstyle of SSG kind of push them out of their comfort zone?
I mean, I think it's an interesting question, right? Like, are those Chalet games that Scarz lost in RJL going to be anything similar to the Chalet game that we see from Space Station? And I think you're right, probably not. I mean, the games in RJL can sometimes be very scrappy, right? In the Japan National League, a lot of these lower level teams which Scarz were playing against aren't going to have that same structure. They're not going to be as coordinated trying to clear those top level floors. Space Station Gaming, you know they're going to be bringing that. You know they're going to be working together on these clears. So yeah, I think we're going to be in an uncomfortable zone for Scarz. For Space Station 2, potentially, because they've only played this map once this stage, but you know, it'll be tough.
All right, well, Dev and Mandy are ready and waiting to take us through map number 2 on Chalet.
Thank you very much, Veracity. Great insight from the guys on the desk. I gotta say, that was some really good replays, some really good insight into how Space Station were playing from Jesse and Alfama there.
Smashing it, absolutely smashing it there on the desk, and it's exactly right. SSG, their strength is in the philosophy coming out of Forest, coming out of J9O and Merc. The 3 pickups, they're really aggressive forward frontline players to really propel their ideas forward, the micro ideas, whereas for Scarz, they just simply can't match it.
That's it. This is the last dance, the last chance for Scarz and for Japan. They go to Chalet, and as the desk has said, big question mark for this map, a 3-match losing streak within the RJL. And they haven't won this map all year long, but they have determined that it is the location that they want to take SSG to. SSG have won their map pick. That's all well and good. Now it's time for Scarz to have their turn.
This is interesting to me. I think Scarz, yeah, you don't want to show your hand too much, but in a time where it's unexpected, in a time where you call upon it the most, try and bring out a wild card. And I think for Chalet, this is going to be a very exciting match to watch. I think with the momentum and how forwards SSG have been in their playstyle, it's going to be pretty challenging, especially with SSG starting out on the attack as well and really setting the pace. But we'll see if Scarz can keep up.
And to bring their A-game energy, we saw SSG were very cool, calm, and collected, which fits their playstyle very well. But for Scarz, at the start of that map, they were energized. We heard them in their pre-game hype. But once they hit the server, once they started losing those attacks, they fell silent. And we need that energy to be reinvigorated here as we move into their map pick. Now, as we've gone through the bans really quickly, Mandy, interesting to me that they're all the same with the exception of SSG not banning the Capitao and instead getting rid of the Sledge.
Yeah, interesting to me. Maybe Sledge is something that will make dealing with Castle harder. Maybe it's a set of nades gone because the Zami's gone out as well. I don't know, to be honest. I am actually a pretty... Maybe it's a target ban for Rek or something like that. I don't really know, but Rek normally plays Iana anyway.
Yeah.
So it's an unknown quantity to me for SSG, but they must have done it for a reason, and I'm sure as the defense plays out for Scarz, we're probably going to find out.
Yeah, we probably will, especially once SSG go onto their defense and start leaning into that Sledge ban. But they start on the attack for now, and they absolutely have the momentum from the first map. Space Station need to redeem themselves, and I think they already have somewhat after that map 1 performance, but they need to not only show that they can take down Scarz, but they can do it convincingly, that this can be a championship contending roster, because this is a roster made from champions.
And that's exactly right. Here we go. Holistic map control is the philosophy here for SSG. As they've started out on 5 different points of the map, essentially. A few on Solar side, some at West Main, even directly putting pressure on the bomb side. Perfect nade to be sunk by Merc onto Pion's position in the top of the Solar stairs. Will be the first pick of the round. Washoi is there for the trade onto J9O though.
At least something for Scarz. An aggressive peek, in fact. The player outside of Mud. No, that was actually, I think, on the rappel, perhaps, or on the balcony. Regardless, goes down.
And that's the site pressure being taken away there for SSGs. They try to find another in onto the map. Wreck there to take down Fultz for the third pick of this round will put the man advantage in the favor of Scarz.
Have a look at that drone counter in the top right-hand corner of your screens. Only 5 drones left up for SSG. Hot and Cold, though, doesn't have a drone ahead of him. He doesn't have information. He's on a great lurk, and he's got a very advanced position near the bottom of blue stairs.
So much info for SSG. A ping to go out on the shield on the top of mezzanine and a grenade to be cooked from Merc. Now, I think he knows that there's probably some kind of Ramai charge on the other side. Hot and Cold is going to find a lurk here onto Washoy to even up the man advantage. A couple flashbangs to try and sink into the position of Wreck, but he can activate his vision. But still, taken down by Forest. Now Tayo in a 1-on-3.
I mean, he can activate his vision, but it's SSG who are activated here. And this 3 versus 4 has come to life. Forest watching. Tayo gets a great little pre-fire onto him. 1v2 is very winnable. Look at Hot and Cold's HP. Low. I think that's Merc outside droning at the moment. Could be Hot and Cold. Okay, well, where is this last player?
Well, I think Merc was upstairs, right? They have info on him, in fact. A red ping scar onto the position of Merc. They really need to dial it back here because Tayo is so lethal with a DMR in hand.
He's going to look upstairs. He sees that he's been droned on out. Merc drops. Tayo absolutely heard it, and he does spot out the first player. Hot and Cold goes down. This 1v3 is now a 1 versus 1, and Tayo clutches it for Scarz. What a way to kick off their map pick.
Really fantastic work there from the remaining player of Scarz to keep his composure. SSG, the hesitation in the 1-on-2 cost them as he was able to isolate 3 individual picks and close it out for Scarz.
Unreal. We have talked so much about Scarz, but we haven't talked a lot about Tayo, and to step up in a moment like that, it's exactly what the team needed. SSG almost won a round they really shouldn't have. It was a 3v4 to a 3v1, but Tayo says, look guys, don't worry, I will not let this pass.
That's so good. That is so good for Scarz. What a way to get back into the series, right? You've just lost 4 rounds in a row, I believe it was, against SSG for them to close out map 1. Now, it was SSG's map pick. You go into Chalet and you need a clutch like that. That is your way back in mentally. That is the way to keep yourselves in the series. Scarz now, they're going to change up their bomb site and go down to the kitchen and dining one instead and extending out onto the top floor. Once again, keep in mind, Such has been banned out by SSG, so these external castle barricades will have to go down in some other way.
I thought maybe a Habana would be picked to try and counter the castle, but no, not so. Really, you're just looking at either smacking them with your knife, using Roteros on them. It seems a bit wasteful, perhaps. You have some Gone 6s available, but regardless, we'll see what SSG decide to do. They're the ones who have inflicted this sledge ban upon themselves. But Merc wastes absolutely no time getting in the building, and Forest wastes no time breaching the main wall.
That is such quick work here for SSG. They're putting pressure onto every part of the map instantly. First onto the bomb sites, forcing Tayo to turn his attention there. Not only that, but they instantly have Merc in the building. This is setting purple time across this other side sector of the map inside of Master. 2 minutes left on the clock and already all the way up to piano double.
Good repel as well from Forest. Now he's used his utility. He has a license to go and support the team in other ways. As we hear the Roteros detonating, clearing utility from Fultz. Pion actually reads that the player has rotated off his window and he's going to barricade it back up again, make him feel a little bit safer. As Fultz is continuing to clear out utility. And Forest finds the opener. It's a Claymore kill onto Wreck, but Pion takes down the most dangerous player from map 1 as Merc marches his way forward in piano. Washoy ready to receive, but Fishlike is there to support. And Scarz have brought back the numbers on their side. J-Nono jumps into his death. No frost mat needed. And we'll need to see a clutch from Hot and Cold. Not happening. It's over in the blink of an eye. And Scarz have a 2-round lead.
And there we go, the mini execute there onto the top floor, as we've been speaking about throughout this entire series. Unsuccessful for SSG. A good idea, inject yourselves into the defense in the top floor, but the crossfires that were being held by Scarz were to perfection. Like you said, Pyon had such a great read of how safe his position was. He realized there was no longer solo presence. Let's barricade that off and play somewhere and help my teammates out, right? It's just such of a lack of hesitation from Scarz to realize, yes, the pressure's coming through, but we need to be there in that gunfight, and we can't be timid. It really shuts down the execute style of SSG, even when it's not directly onto the bomb site.
And let's hark back and talk about what Jesse kept emphasizing on the desk. Rek has been a phenomenal player this tournament, but the rest of Scarz have struggled to get themselves in. On map 1, Rek was shut down for the majority of those rounds. Here we have 2 rounds so far where Rek has only found a single kill. It was the opening death last round, and the rest of the team support each other, played their crossfires, played their positions, and dismantled SSG. The first round as well, it wasn't up to Rek, it was up to Tayo. We're seeing the Japanese wake up as a roster, and now SSG, they're the ones that have got to respond.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's teamwork makes the dream work. And when SSG are so coordinated in their attacks, even in that round, that looked so well poised from SSG, you need to meet that with teamwork of your own. And Scarz are really starting to show that here in the series.
Now, SSG have just taken their tactical timeout. They've had a chance to speak with Callout once again. And I think they know for sure that they can't afford to let too many attacks slip here. They can't afford to let Scarz get that momentum, because we know how devastating Scarz are when they have confidence. But we've also seen time and time again, this team crutches as soon as they lack that self-esteem. As soon as they lack that confidence, they get dismantled by NIP or by W7M or even by Northeption in the 6 Invitational qualifiers. Scarz have a history of being a great team that struggles with confidence issues. And now that they've won 2 rounds in a row, this is their time to lean into that.
Here we go now. Next attack here for SSG, as Scarz have decided to go down to the basement, I believe the bomb site is. Now they're looking for what is a relatively extended roam off the back of the mobility of the Oryx. Not only that, but we've got the castle as well to try and push away some of those cut-off angles that SSG might utilize to their name as they look to clear the map. Tayo, though, is anticipating this early pressure onto the bomb site and is going to play the first mini-game of bandit tricking.
Yeah, Washoy is there proning, watching the drone hole to deny any information. It makes the dream work, as you said. Now, J9 is actually throwing 2 Selmas on. The first gets juggled. The EMP came in and assisted. Now, the second Selma has actually been juggled there with the impact grenade before the second detonation can occur. Tayo is going to try and sneak his way on back, but J9 punishes him. Very risky play there from Tayo. He loses his life, and now SSG have managed to get a breach as well, so that's a big win for the Americans.
Yeah, stuck in a hard place was Tayo. SSG has done a great job at winning out on this first minigame, and it's forced the defenders of Scarz to come back to the site. We can see 2 outlines now as the next wall is going to be breached into the back of the site as well. Forrest is going to put pressure inside that wine cell area as well, and now Scarz have got to be very careful because the timing for the execute could be at any moment.
I mean, this looks like such good progress. SSG have just about opened up every single wall of the site, and they have the opening pick. The 2 rounds so far, SSG have fumbled after getting the opening pick, so don't count Scarz out yet. They still have roamers available.
This is so hard for Scarz. They need to hypothesize where the execute is going to come in from because of the pressure that has been put across the entire map. And it seems like it's going to be from the backside. Forrest to claim yet another one. An entry with the diffuser in his hand onto blue leaves them in a 5-on-2.
So well played there from SSG. It's all up to Pyon and Fishlight to make this work in the post plan. Diffuser down, and Pyon knows that there's a player outside Snowmobile. He's already lit, but doesn't matter for J9. He's got the AK in hand, and Fishlight certainly does not have the round in hand. A 1v4, there's information, there's a player to cover, and he's a dead man walking. Can't even find the first. A massive round for J9. 3 kills while playing the hard breacher. On the back of their tactical timeout, Space Station are once again come to life.
Great work there for the attack onto the bottom floor. They decided to not actually clear the roam and just directly hit the bomb site, play the minigame and see what success you can find. And in fact, they found quite a lot of it. Not only did they find the first pick off the breach, but they were also able to get off both breaches on the backside of the site too. It forced Scarz to come back into the bomb site, play the retake, and they were completely shut out doing so. So great work from SSG to execute their vision of a direct attack onto the bomb site.
All right, well, they're in the game. They've got their first round, but Scarz have now unlocked the first bomb site that they won. Mind you, this was on the back of a 1v3 from Tayo Mandy. So if we look holistically at that first round, SSG had kind of won it on paper, right? And that was something, I can't remember whether it was Alfama or Jesse said on the desk after map 1. But they said, like, SSG were in control that whole game. Even the rounds that Scarz won, it was SSG who were poised to win it, and then Scarz made some kind of a play. Now, that was very much the case in round 1. So more so than SSG, the onus is on Scarz to replicate their success on bar.
And that's exactly right. SSG are playing this playstyle which really keeps Scarz guessing. They're not just doing one direct point of attack when they go for a bomb site like bar and games, when it's something like kitchen and dining. The ones on the ground floor, the bomb sites on the ground floor, are vulnerable to both top floor and basement attacks, right? So for the attack, what they're going to do is they're going to try and encapsulate the entire map in their push because it's available to them, right? So that's exactly what we're seeing SSG do right here. They're putting pressure on Library close to the bomb site. There are also players outside of lobby at the moment. They've also opened up the windows on the solar side and around piano. Good grief, I'm losing my pullouts. And so there's just so much pressure coming from SSG that keeps Scarz guessing.
And the more alert of you would have noticed in the little picture-in-picture on the top left just before that we saw Fultz's Brava drone managed to hack that camera at the top of Library stairs. Really good information. He actually has 2 devices, so he's also hacked the garage one to cut off rotations in the late round. Thank you to our observers for catching that. Now, what is the next move for SSG? They've made a lot of headway in terms of preparation, but they haven't taken map control as of yet.
Well, the plan here is to be in orbit of the map of Chalet and then to go wherever the gravity takes you, and it seems like it's directly onto the bomb site. Forest to find an entry from jungle to claim a double to his name. Wreck there for the trade, but so is Hot and Cold. 2-on-4 now, man advantage for SSG. Hot and Cold now cutting off this top floor and is now playing the defense to his own device.
Yeah, well, this shield is perfect for Hotton, but Pyon finds another one. 2v2. As that diffuser finally gets planted by Forest. He was the man to open up this round, but now he's got to be one of 2 to close it. Fultz as well, still alive and just waiting. For Scarz now, they have to be ever so diligent. They have to play this just like Space Station played their retakes on map 1. They have to play it to perfection. Pyon and Fishlike together will try and bait out these positions, but these SSG players are so smart. They're not going to give them a damn thing. Playing a perfect crossfire, and both Fultz and Forest find kills to close the round and lock in a beautiful attack there from Space Station.
And it's just like our farmer said. Forest leading the charge once again for SSG. Diffuser in hand, but also the entry player. First one into the bomb site, first pick, double to his name, getting the bomb down, and also in the retake situation. This is the forefront, the grid leader for this team and in this series, and he shows it once again in this round.
Huge round from Forests. Also really valiant attempt there from Pyon on that retake, but I mean, it's such a different task for Scarz retaking on this bomb site in a 2v3 compared to what we saw successful from SSG on Oregon. Now, Scarz have taken their tactical timeout. So back-to-back timeouts here, more or less, as SSG have already taken theirs. The Japanese have a chance to sink. Unfortunately, I don't speak Japanese, so I can't tell you what they're saying.
They're theorizing as well, though, SSG. They're thinking about what might come next or what their plan is for next. We just saw, listen to Fultz there, teasing out maybe we should try something in from West Main instead. Maybe there's no pressure coming out from there. So even in the tactical timeout of Scarz, SSG are theorizing exactly where they can get their in on the map, because that was a very successful formula for them in the last round, right?
Yeah.
As soon as they found a point of weakness, there was no Scarz players to meet them there. That's where they found their way in. And I feel like they're going to replicate that here as well.
Now, Scarz have been struggling in this early round. Every single round so far, Space Station have found that opening kill. They've been so consistent getting that opening, and often it converts to that round win or to another kill, as we saw from Forest last round. 2 kills and the plant down and site control. Doesn't get much better than that. And like Jesse, I think it was highlighted on the map 1 post desk, right? Like SSG, whenever they have a defense with players holding strong positions, they've got support from vertical lines of sight, crossfires, and we're just not seeing quite that same level from Scarz, and it is hurting their defenses.
Here we go once again. Early pressure from the hard breach going straight down onto Dining. That's going to try and flush out any of the roamers that are here on the ground floor. Not only that, but J90 has injected himself straight into the building about, what, 30 seconds in the round, and he will be met by some resistance. There is a player all the way down in the basement. That's Washoy on the Solus. Not only that, but the Jaeger creeping around the corner. That's Wreck on the other side. Skeleton key in hand will claim the first for J90, but not before being traded back by Washoy.
It's a critical trade from Washoy, but J90 still did some good damage there, taking down Wreck, who is still struggling to get in this game. RCE disrupted. I think that, yeah, the RCE, despite detonating, actually still got jammed by that mute jammer. Now, if Pion's mute jammer gets shot, that detonates straight away, and I don't think there's a way for him to destroy the drone at the moment. So he is quite vulnerable as a second Rotero comes in, and that should be able to get the shield. Does indeed.
That was a well-placed Rotero drone. That was just outside the mute radius and takes down the shield there. Well, Pion is about to be met by a shield on the other side as Forrest starts to creep his way in through mezzanine as well. Pion decides to tuck his way in an off position, play the crossfire with Washoy, but a flashbang might flush out Washoy from his position, but he can still take down Merc on his way out.
Yeah, wow, and he's still not been taken down yet. SSG, are you going to try and find the player? Well, one on site certainly helps, but jumping straight on in, Pion's in the off position, as you said, and finds Fault. It's all up to 2 players left, but Hot and Cold finds one. Stay close. With the Monty still in tow, with Forrest still alive, this is very winnable for SSG.
The attrition game does not stop, does it? The trades through the mid-round has left them in a position where they're forced to problem solve with minimal tools in their hand. No more Selma charges for Hot and Cold, so if the wall hasn't been open, thankfully it has been, they are able to try and get into this default plan. The problem here for them is that even if they manage to get their way in, they need to be careful to play inside of Piano. Now, both walls here into office have been reinforced, so if Forrest actually wants to creep his way into the bomb site, he probably could.
Very unusual setup here for Scarz. And SSG have to be agile. Forrest gets very deep. He might be able to plant here if he can get into a very strong position. He goes for the backwards plant. And Pion's position spotted for just a moment. Hot and Cold has got to cover. A C4 torn on out. Doesn't actually land its mark, but Fishlike does find the kill and the second one. A whiff C4, but it doesn't matter in the end because Scarz can get the easy defuse. And that's a good reply. They finally convert their tactical timeout and once again tie up the score.
Really close there for SSG and for Scarz. I like that Scarz decided to actually play the strategy that they had in hand because both rules from that display hallway were reinforced going into the half wall of the bomb site. It meant that Piano isn't exactly the power position that it is anymore, right? You can't play that long line of sight and deny them from entering in the breach and going for the default plan because they tried to make the hallway the power position instead, right? It forced Scarz to fall all the way back, and instead of trying to deny them the bomb site control, they went, yep, we've given you that. We've let you have that real estate. Let's just play the retake instead. And Scarz just have the discipline to play their strategy well and play the retake to perfection.
And I actually misspoke. I thought SSG had 3 rounds, but they're still trailing behind now. And what's scary, Mandy, is that SSG have already taken their tactical timeout. They were down 0-2. They took their attack pause, they find 2 rounds, and now Scarz used theirs to get that momentum back on their side. So no more tactical pauses for either team. We have to play the rest of this game as it is, round by round. And SSG have lost that momentum once again. For me, Mandy, this does really feel like a great effort from Scarz. This is their defensive half, and they're on track to potentially go 4-2. They've already won this kitchen dining bomb site once, and it was a very convincing win at that.
I think they've done well here. Like you said, the way that they're playing out this Chalet is that they're sort of preparing for all eventualities, right? They know that SSG are going to look for this pro playstyle where they orbit the map and then choose where to jump in on, right? And so as a result, they need to extend their setup too and make sure that they're ready for anything. And like we saw in that last round, they did a great job at like doubling down on the roam and playing the trade game, even though J90 injected himself into the building, for example, right? It just feels like Scarz are doing such a great job at trying to match the pace of SSG, and it's so hard to do because SSG are such a fast-paced team with so many ideas on that roster.
Yeah. It's always a game of catch-up when you're playing against an SSG attack, and yet Scarz are still somehow ahead. Oh, here's Pyon. Left to his own devices below. Merc is very, very lucky that Pyon does not have a C4. Otherwise, he'd be able to do a hell of a lot more damage. And I think SSG have completely forgotten about the roamer downstairs in bar. They're completely unaware.
So what they're doing now is they're just establishing their setup at the moment inside of the top floor. They put down the flank drones that they need, but like you said, I think despite all the drone work, Pyon has actually gone undetected here in this ground floor. They're even going to try and get this wall open. This is a very false sense of security here for SSG. Pyon could deal some real damage.
And just look at it. SSG are totally just thinking about the impact trick. They're worried about pressure on site. Tayo and Pyon both have impacts, but neither in positions to use them. Pyon, however, still in his position for this flank in the late round. He needs to have an impact here. He is the win condition for Scarz.
Just chill, honestly. Wait for the execute to come through. Wait for SSG to do their problem solving and then go for them. Hot and Cold is in a very unfortunate position. Oh gosh, Pyon, you could have gotten the freeze pick of your life. Someone on drones, he's actually seen him, the outline, just going through the doorway in Giano to start the onslaught onto Fish like Merc with the second. The execute is going down.
Pyon has got to have an impact. He can't just afford to find one kill. He needs a multi. He gets the double and he runs away. But he's the only one left. It would have to have been a 1v5. And SSG are certainly not going to let that happen. The win condition does not land. SSG, you can hear him say it. Hot and Cold said he's hiding in bar the whole round. A round that really could have been Scarz is stolen by SSG.
Poor timing there for Pyon. Unfortunately, he tried to gate crash the party, but the party had already happened without him. Unfortunately for Scarz, now even in the round count. 3-3 is the scoreline as they go onto their attack half.
Yeah, that is a real crucial moment in my mind. That round right there could mean the difference between SSG taking this or Scarz taking it or pushing it to overtime. That is a turning moment. SSG's attacks have been phenomenal, but let's have a look at their defenses now. It's Scarz who have to demonstrate their attacks. We're going to a brief technical timeout as we quickly rehost the game due to an issue, but I like that they're using this to do some team building.
What's going on?
I think it's meant to be hand-eye coordination, right? Because if you land the high five, if you will, but with your palms in the perfect spot, it creates that pocket of air that makes the pop sound. So I think that it's like a hand-eye coordination, like team synergy thing.
Wow,
Kind of
cool.
I thought so.
Yeah, that's cool. I know nothing. I know nothing about these habits. As before, when Scarz were like preparing for their game, they were like warming up their eyelids or something.
I saw that.
The desk was talking about. It's like, wow. Oh yeah, there we go.
He's back.
The moment that we speak of it. Like all these players have got these like comfort habits that they do that are just like, we get to capture them here on LAN. And in our regional leagues that we get to cast week to week, we don't get to see that, you know? It's awesome. All the players have so much character.
Yeah. And, you know, to talk about the validity of it as an actual technique for performance, and I'm no sports psychologist, but it's a well-known thing that sports psychologists recommend professional athletes, I'm sure esports is no different to regular traditional sports, that they have specific routines that get them like in their zone. For example, bit of a sports reference, but if you watch Rafa Nadal play tennis, every time before he serves, he goes and he adjusts his undies. Go and watch Rafa Nadal, and you'll see every single time he like adjusts his shorts and then he goes for his serve. Yeah. And he's one of the best players in the world, right? And so if you've got whatever your system is, whatever gets you in that zone, whether it's warming up your eyes, whether it's doing some hand-eye coordination with your coach, go for it.
Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's a good little bit from you.
Yeah, a bit of a fun fact.
Yeah, that's cool. I had no idea.
I've got another
There's so
fun
much mental
fact
game that goes into esports.
There
anyway,
is.
Tell me your fun fact.
So another fun fact, this is back into the game again, but 6 for 6 every single round, Space Station has got the opening kill.
No way.
Yeah. They have dominated the entries. Not a single time this map that Scarz has found it. If I have a look at map number 1, yeah, wow. So only 3 of the 10 rounds did Scarz get the opening kill. So that's what, 3 of how many rounds have we had so far? 16 rounds. Only 3 of them have been opened up by Scarz. SSG really dominate this early game.
They absolutely have. I think it just goes so well into the way that they play their matches, right? Merc is in the building within like 20 seconds into the round. It happens every round. It was on Oregon. He was taking small tower over and over again. And now it's happening on Chalet as well. It's just that these players are so good at setting the tempo early on, and it's forcing Scarz to keep up.
And we are back in the game, guys. Thank you for bearing with us through that technical pause. You know what's kind of ironic, Mandy, is I was like, oh, SSG took their tactical timeout. They won 2 rounds. Scarz took their tactical timeout. They won. No one's got tactical timeouts yet. And then we get a technical break where like the players could, in theory, just like chill a little bit, maybe have a chat. But of course, it is for both teams, and I don't really think it favors one nor the other here. We're switching sides. This is a fresh plate, if you will. But the onus very much feels like it's on Scarz, right? This is their map pick. They're 1 map down. SSG could do away with them 2-0. But Scarz, they got to show that the fight to get here for the last several years that this team has been fighting in Japan, it was worth it. And they will be able to go deep. Go to the main stage.
That's such a cool camera on the ground. Sorry, look, nerding out about the setup.
Where was the camera?
It's inside of the half wall.
In the plants?
In the plants. And it's like facing down.
This is I love
That's so cool.
So fun fact about this camera is you can actually see like it's hidden underneath the kind of wooden...
The wedge.
Yeah, the wooden like outline of the pot plant, but it can see both sides over it.
Oh, look at that. That's so cool. I had no idea.
You can't actually shoot it very easily.
Yeah, no way. There's no way that you're going to be able to take that one down. Anyway, sorry. Small intricacy that we have nerded out about. The setup on the top floor is quite challenging to sweep into, right? Because these big long lines of sight inside of that office quad wall, the 4 that are right next to each other, means that going into mezzanine, not fun. Playing out on this balcony, once you've opened up this window, not a good time, because there's probably going to be a defender there with a long line of sight that is going to take these fights.
Well, for now, SSG keeps Scarz at bay with a gas bait. Pion's tempted to use his stuns. Okay, the ADS doesn't catch the stun, but it does catch the frag. Mustn't have been thrown in just the correct spot. And that's pretty detrimental now to Scarz. They're trying to take down Faults. He has been allowed to survive. There he goes. 2 ADSs cleared. Where's the nade to follow through? It takes down the ADSs, but not the man.
That's all the utility gone as well. Only 3 more flashbangs remain on Fishlike, but there are no more grenades on Rex. So Faults is good. Faults is very good in his position. Washoy playing this balcony almost finds the cutoff onto Forest, going out into the display hallway, but not able to connect his shots. It's pretty tough now for Scarz.
Yeah, it is. They're just looking for a pick at the moment. But Merc isn't giving it to them. He's got to be careful. He's vulnerable to several angles. And as the player runs on inside, the jump in is timed perfectly. But Washoy founds the opener, but Hot and Cold is there. He is traded on back again. So Scarz, believe it or not, win the opening exchange for the first time in this game.
Good jump in on the top floor, well communicated between the 2 players as they did it simultaneously. Great teamwork. Forest now looking to retake onto the top floor, but it seems like they know he's there. Apparently not, as Washoy runs straight past his line of sight. Fishlike might be a lead out here, maybe? Oh God, Tayo, come on. Go save your teammate. He's dying.
He's worried though. And look at the clock. There's 20 seconds left. Where did this round go? Jane, I know, all he's got to do is watch this 90-degree angle. And Tayo's got to jump on inside, or rather Pion outside the window's got to jump on inside. Fishlike above the hatch, and Tayo there as well. But it's just going to fall apart, isn't it? There's really nothing needed to be done by SSG. They can sit there and just wait for the attackers to jump in to their demise. Might have started strong for Scarz, but it certainly didn't end that way.
Good try from Scarz. They realized that the solo attack didn't quite work off the back of the utility reservoir that SSG had set up there, and decided to try and go for an execute inside of Piano to get that top floor control. And yes, while I did it, it did cost them a lot of bodies. Not only did it cost them a lot of bodies, but it also cost them a lot of utility. It also cost them not enough time to make the vertical game work in the end, even though they had the buck in hand. There's only about 20 seconds left for them to actually get from the top floor into the bomb site. And it left the anchors of SSG in a very comfortable position to close out the round.
Chalet is typically a very even map. Holistically, across all the 9 regions, 52% defensive favors, so just very marginal on that defense. It's very similar in NA, where SSG come from. Having a look at RJL, it sits at a dead 50-50. So I think that whatever the scoreline reads, there's no little asterisk you can say, oh, well, you know, XYZ are now on the defense. No, whatever the scoreline reads, whoever is winning is probably in position to win this game. And that obviously sounds a bit redundant, but there are some maps. If you're like a 3-3 on Theme Park, that's very different to being a 3-3 on Chalet.
Okay.
So just to reinforce here, this is a great showing from SSG. I think they're in the hot seat right now.
I was really wondering where you were going to go with that one for a moment there.
It's the smallest big brain take, or the biggest small brain take.
Whoever has more rounds is more likely to win, is currently winning. All right, anyway, bravo. That's a thing that exists at the moment. Ooh, nice cat trap hack. Not only that, but also the beep beep on the double door of lobby is going to enable them to entry through nice and sneaky if they want to get in through the ground floor. So it seems like Scarz want to go for a more direct take onto the bomb site. Doesn't look like they're putting pressure on any other part of the map except for within library. They're going to try and utilize the Capitao and the Bravo to hack all the utility on the top floor and push in whatever they need to flush out the defenders that are left here.
Yeah, the library is reasonably clear at the moment, I think. Is Forest down below? I'm sorry, I cannot tell with these outlines. Okay, yeah, so library itself is actually forfeited right now by SSG. Oh, Rek, he needs to land this shot. Oh, he takes Jane, I know, very low. And the stim quickly comes out to make reparations for the damages.
Well, the danger is, even if you hop into library, you still need to fight the player in mezzanine. Jane, I know, is able to take down Warshoy. A spray into his head takes down the Nook player who put some pressure on the bomb site. Rek, though's got control all the way inside Mudroom and can start to deal some damage, but Jane, I know, is too good. 2 to his name, and now a 5-on-2 advantage, SSG.
This is so well played by SSG, and for Scarz, I mean, they just do not have the timings whatsoever. It was a nice idea there from Warshoy to come up from the dungeon stairs and look for a push onto the guy in bar. Janano wasn't ready, but as soon as Janano finds that one, it's over for Scarz. Like, they didn't have anyone else jump in on the back of it. And now SSG have retaken library control. Merc is in a pretty safe position. And there's 2 players from Scarz. Well, they have a little bit of info. The chances of finding these kills is very difficult, and unfortunately for them, oh, never mind, it is fortunate after all. Merc crosses, but is eventually felled.
This is going to be a tough clutch for Scarz. It seems like they do have some info going out. A punch hole for J90 on the other side is not going to work for him, as Pion can actually take him down. Tyono with a hatch control. Oh, no! Straight for the drop into the side and can collect 1. Now to 2v2. Scarz, they're bringing it back.
Yeah, hang on a second, but they don't know about Forest. He's in the default plan, but the cover's there! Mandy, what on earth am I watching? Fultz has got to save the round, or SSG have just fumbled the easiest bag in their lives. Tayo and Pion to secure the post plan in what was a 2 versus 5. Now Fultz makes it a 1v1 now. Pion has got to deliver on the expectation his team has set. The onus is on Fultz to make the move. He's got to bait out this peak. 20 seconds. And it takes 7 seconds to land this defuse. He's going to have to fake this. Pion's low HP. Is he going to commit? He baits him out! And surely Pion has won it! Scarz have done it! That's unbelievable!
I cannot believe what Tayo and Pion were just able to pull off there. SSG, a lack of discipline. 1-to-1 engagements that went in the way of the remaining 2 players of Scarz, left them the rounds in their hands as they're able to collect the final execute onto the bomb site. It was the hatch drop from Tayo that really caught me off guard there, Dev. They were able to collect their 2-1s, and Tayo was like, I'm not stopping now. You kidding me? I want to keep going. And he goes straight for it. He takes down 2 to his name. The plant cover perfect from Pion in that 1v1, baiting it out with a little sprint to make sure that Fultz had to get off the plant. It was unlosable from there.
He even had a Claymore on the window to boot. That's got to be one of the biggest 2vx's we've seen this tournament so far.
So happy.
They are very happy about that one. I mean, that is much needed momentum here for Scarz. And it's funny because the trend of this game continues, Mandy. Every now and then we'll see a very convincing round from Space Station. Every now and then we'll see a round that Space Station look like they're in the hot seat to win, that Scarz steals away.
It's so good. This is such an exciting matchup, Dev. I've really enjoyed watching this one. It's been so much fun to watch every single round. There's so many good ideas. Every round is explosive. It's fun. There are gunfights that are so exciting to watch, and we've been really treated here with this matchup.
Yeah, we have indeed. SSG have gotten a little bit more than they bargained for this half. And now they got to make reparations for quite an embarrassment that just occurred. Scarz on the attack, and I mean, I like that Merc was going for a spawn pick there, trying to get his confidence back up, but you can see Scarz are very diligent. They're happy to play slowly.
Mine deployed.
Double claymores out here on the window of Library, and the breach free for Washoy.
What are Scarz going to do here? So it looks like a pretty extensive roam from SSG. They've decided to aid it with the Mozzie in the castle as well to extend out over towards the solar side of the map. I think Scarz have identified that, and I'm just trying to put the pressure here on the ground floor and prevent the SSG players from actually rotating back down a few floors again. So not too bad, playing a cautious game so far. Just looking for a tentative solution, right? Yes, the breach is open, so you have pressure on the bomb site. That's where Washoy is at the moment with the diffuser. But if you wanted to, you could try and clear the roam. It's just a tentative choice here for Scarz. They don't want to make the wrong decision.
It's a game of bluffs, isn't it? Scarz have opened up the main breach, trying to figure out whether it's viable to go for an execute. SSG, though, they're happy to play for retake. We've seen that time and time again. Now, there's no Warden on the board, but also no smokes available for the attack. Pion spotted Fultz, the main player, to try and prevent this attack from executing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They can't really aid their execute with that much utility remaining in the hands of the attack, and that's forcing at least some of the attackers to get in on the ground floor and try and take down the roamers. Fultz, unfortunately, has just taken down Tayo, who I believe was one of those breach players on the bomb site. Not only that, but he can double down. Pion there for the trade, thankfully, but the man advantage goes in the way of SSG.
Oh, but okay, for Forrest, I'm sorry that we caught that on camera, but he has C4'd himself. He was so low HP that he's now been taken down. Fishlike's in a great position, but so is Jane Unknown. He's got that shotty. He's got the belief he can land the kill. But this is really a 3v3 here, as Forrest is not going to get revived. Scarz, what is their push? The sound cover from the Selma enables the entry from Washoy. He gets in, tears out that goo mine. And SSG now, somehow they have managed to revive Forrest, but it's only a low HP Mozzie and the helpless Hot and Cold remaining. It's a 1v3 for Hotton. Mandy, this round has gone so far south of the mark for SSG. But could this man 1v3 to make reparations for what was a devilish half? And in he goes with the shotgun. He finds the kill. A 1v1 now presented. And the opportunity for Hot and Cold. With the UMP now, he must find this shot out the breach, but up against the AK, he is no match for Pion. And Scarz, 2 rounds in a row, have once again taken control of this game.
Captain of Scarz remains composed. 2 1v1s now in a row in the post plan to close it out for Scarz. Now, once again, in the round lead against SSG on their map pick. They're looking a lot more comfortable here, Dev. 5 rounds to their name is looking pretty good for Scarz.
It really is. But if anything, I'm not just hopeful for Scarz, I'm worried for SSG. Because that's 2 rounds that they have seriously let slip away from them. And when we start to see these crucial mistakes slip in, Forrest C4ing himself, SSG not having a proper read, this is the kind of thing that makes you very worried. SSG have a high skill ceiling, a high potential, but we have seen before, as soon as the cracks start to appear, as soon as the confidence starts to crack, that's when this team goes down without much of a fight. And we're starting to see that creep into these rounds against Scarz.
It's not just doom and gloom yet, Dev. Both these teams are playing such smart Rainbow Six. Every single round is coming down to small plays, small executes, things like that where Scarz take their time to assess, can we actually go for this breach plan? What parts of this do we need to make it successful? What are the mission critical elements that we need to get done to make this work? And it's about playing that info game of what exactly can we achieve in the map? Just the smallest parts of it that have sometimes gone in the way of Scarz and sometimes gone in the way of SSG. It's so round-to-round based that this series is, that it's so exciting to watch. And I think, yeah, it's just been really on the onus of the leadership figures here on both of these teams. We've got Pyeon, who's doing such a fantastic job IGLing the ideas of Scarz. You see him right there. He was so injected and such a big part of that execute. Same thing on the side of SSG. That's a roster of 5 people with ideas, like just flat out, right? All of those guys are so knowledgeable, and it's been a real treat to watch.
SSG at least is silver lining for them now. After losing 2 rounds, they can finally go back to the bomb site that they've already won in kitchen dining. What is Scarz going to do about it? Looks like some top floor control, a good amount of drone work, poking and prodding around the whole map. In goes the Twitch drone. What's it going to be able to see? Not much. Not a lot of util for it to take down, to be honest.
This is actually quite a reserved setup for SSG. They're not extending the entire map. They're only going to play the bomb site and directly above the bomb site, inside of piano, inside of office, and that's about it. They haven't pushed anything over into library. They haven't started out early inside a game, so they've given Scarz a lot of map control, a lot of respect here on the attack, as they can start to cut down the setup on the top floor.
The castle does protect a lot of those angles on that top floor, a lot of those positions with these windows covered up, and there's no sledge to deal with them because SSG actually banned it out. Don't let the overlay fool you. Pyeon, though, has now opened up a wide and gaping hole onto the site, but Forrest, he has been the playmaker, the initiator for SSG. He's got information. He's waiting to see if someone gets off this flank drone to know if he can make his move.
Oh, this is really good. This is going to enable Forrest to backstab them as they go for that execute. Okay, he's just taking it down instead. Oh, there's a player to backstab him, though! Flankception! Once again, Scarz! That was cool from Washoy.
That was a massive read. It's got to be the sound cue. The player on the drone must have heard Forrest and given that call. Scarz, do not let him get away with his life. And Scarz trekking towards their own match point here, or map point, on their map pick of Chalet.
Really nice stuff from Scarz, setting up the Solus to be baited by their own intel. Forrest being taken down will leave them in the man advantage. But with only 20 seconds left to go, it could be scary as they go for the execute.
The tension is palpable if you're spectating an SSG player flashed out, caught out, and desperate now. Staring down the potential for an execute. They don't have the information. Fultz goes and, peeks wide. That's a crucial mistake, and he's gonna pay with it for his life. Rex found a double, traded back, but his last plan is surely secured. Scarz are in the driver's seat of obtaining a map point here over SSG. Pyeon has been so brilliant for Scarz, and the cover is here. It's everywhere. J90, 1v4, and the Japanese will not give him anything except a pistol to the face. Scarz are up 6-4, and on the cusp of taking us to map 3.
Such a measured mid-round to execute from Scarz, making sure they establish themselves, preventing the flank from coming through, and then going for the execute. Perfect entry from Washoy to open it up as he moved his way into the bomb site. He took down 2 and left SSG scrambling on the retake. Scarz now at match point, looking to take their own map.
Oh, so well played there. Rek just sees an opening and he goes for it. Jesse's talked about his potential and what he's managed to achieve so far in the tournament, the fact that he's struggled in this match, and now Scarz have found their stride. Pyeon to finish it off with the hip-fire drop shot. If that doesn't exude confidence, I have absolutely no bloody clue what does. Scarz have found their momentum. They found their mojo. This is their moment to push to map 3 against one of the best teams that North America has produced. Space Station are on the run.
Oh, this is so exciting, Dev! I can't believe the series that we've been given here. Both these teams look like they're in pole position to take their map pick. We could go to map 3. Honestly, this series absolutely deserves it, but I don't want to curse it just yet. We're still at match point.
I think for us, we're especially excited because we haven't had a map 3 game yet. A lot of our matches have been very one-sided. And so the prospect of getting a Scarz SSG 3-mapper is so tantalizing. But SSG, we know for damn sure that they will not go down without a fight. They will give it 150%. These players have been in far harder positions in the past, and those memories live on in their minds as they try and scramble for a defense round.
Okay, here we go. We've seen this minigame before. The solar one, the solar stairs, false. Just like deja vu. Flashbangs need to sync this time if they actually want to get the kill on him. They've tried to flush out the position inside of Closet with the Scarz on the wall, but that's been shot up by Faltz himself, as he's very comfortable so far on these stairs. I think Scarz are actually going to give up on this minigame entirely. They've rotated off their set of grenades to go to the other side of the map instead. Fishlike's like, no, I'm not playing this game. I'm going to take a path with less resistance. And it's gone over to Office instead.
He's actually making a full rotate. Why is he? Okay, so he is going to repel, or is he going to play the lobby door here? Just teasing it a bit of pressure. This is what modern Chalet is like, right? Oh, I love this from Brava. Rex got great information on the back of that hacked camera at the top of library stairs.
Interesting. So Scarz have seen the display setup of SSG, and now they need to decide, are they going to face that challenge or not? Not only that, but they've also seen Forest down below. Keep in mind that there was a cutoff of Fishlike, who I believe is no longer on the ground floor, actually. So Scarz have so much info here. There's so much that they need to dissect it. And I think this is the hard part of the mid-round, right? You need to choose which point you're going to isolate.
Oh, no.
Washoy gets taken down very low to Merc, rounding the top of West Main, but doesn't take him down.
SSG have just been waiting patiently. They're trusting in their setup. But Scarz have gained so much information, they just haven't made a decision yet. And with time ticking away, they need to start making moves.
This is so hard. When you have too much info, sometimes it can be a curse. They've decided to backstab this position inside of Office by double entering this door, but will it be successful?
Well, they're running out of time to change their mind. They must commit now. Wreck on the bathroom window. If he gets peeked, he might well find that kill. The smoke locks him on out. And this opens up the door for Space Station, but Scarz have found 2 kills. Now 20 seconds, Washoy jumps on in. Where are these SSG players and what are they gonna do? J9O and Forest are caught between a rock and a hard place, and they're falling to pieces. Scarz dominate on the latter half of their map pick, and they send us all the way. Mandy, we were promised a banger, and Scarz have sure delivered. 7-4 on Chalet. Sends us to map 3 after this quick break.
Welcome to Hit for Six. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Sonics. Well, the Sonics have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunnar.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6. How many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major?
Majors.
Majors.
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might
Feeling?
be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer.
Coastline.
It's not sunrise on coastline. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Ooh, a little bit of grass. Little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh!
Incorrect,
Bee-Boo.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in French. Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen.
No.
Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess what it's at.
What is the number?
Give us courtyard.
Is it courtyard?
Yeah! That's a steal. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay, in my heart we won.
Well, and you know what? As long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching Hit for Six. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major.
Scarz have only just gone and done it after a 3-3 split with a 4-round attacking side comeback. How on earth were they able to make that one work out for them?
Well, it was a tough one. I think at the very start, we saw some scrappy plays. Some of that was working out for Scarz. They got the first 2 rounds, and SSG battled back for 2 of their own. But then we saw that one crucial round, Leo, the 2v5 coming through from Pyeon and Taiyu. An incredible round from them, being able to work together, find those 5 picks. A little bit of overswing, I think, from Space Station Gaming. But then after that, it just felt like the game completely spiraled out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the beginning, strategically speaking, I think SSG was dominating. Yeah. But they couldn't close the rounds that they should have won. And one thing I noticed when I walked off after the first map is all the Japanese players were in each other, trying to hype each other, trying to regain momentum off the map. And it's one of the teams, like I said, that relies heavily on energy. And I feel like after they won those very important rounds that they should not have won, they regained momentum and started focusing and having confidence in their plays. And strategically speaking, the shift happened as well. Not only in terms of energy, but in terms of strategies, I felt like Scarz plays extremely good that Chalet attacks.
Now, talk to me a little bit more about their pacing, because early game versus late game was certainly a very big difference maker, especially for the side of Scarz here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when they were able to get their momentum rolling again, once they got on that winning streak of attack, I think their pushes into site were really impressive. You saw every single round after that 2v5, they would maybe they would get 1 pick on the roam clear, they would find that opener, but then the site hit was immediate. A guy runs forward, here's the rep clip, he's doing exactly what I'm saying, runs into site, finds 2 picks. Before that, you know, they had Washjoy being able to get in, get that plant down on the basement bomb site, right? Just sprinting in, taking that space for yourself, finding those picks. So I really like that from Scarz, even if things are slow in the early round, even if you are being a little bit cautious, when it comes time for that execute, get into the bomb site, make that space for yourself. We saw exactly that from Scarz, and it worked out.
And I think specifically it's due to one player. Pyeon played an incredible game here. I really want to highlight him. Like, obviously, in terms of scoreboard, yes, of course, it's impressive, but I think the most important for him was mid-round calls. So many times they struggled. I remember this round where on Solarium stairs, they lost like 2 minutes trying to clear a guy, a smoke with 2 ADSs. Then he makes the call, okay, it's not a problem. Let's rotate out. Let's try to take top floor aggressively by playing together and jumping in windows. They lost that round in the end, but I thought the call was really smart. And I think in general, he did not let himself stop by anything and made the right calls every single time. And he was the main initiator of these calls as well, able to frag out in situations that weren't easy to frag out.
Now, we did mention at the very start of the day that we wanted another intense matchup. We wanted it to be a full 3-mapper. Ask and you shall receive. We're going to be heading over into Villa. Talk stats to me, Jesse.
Yeah, so both these teams 2-0 on the year in Tier 1 competition. Different games, though, for these two squads. Space Station Gaming beating out 7-0 over Auction in the NAL, 7-3 over D+ in Copenhagen. Very dominant games. For Scarz, you know, they're a little bit weaker opponents. They beat Viral and Exist down in Japan. But they also did really well last year. 4-game win streak overall, including 2 matches from 2022. So all in all, I think the map probably is around equal. I think it's strong for both these squads, but we'll just have to see who comes out on the day.
Scoreline prediction.
Yeah, I just feel like if they can play like they played on Chalet, no matter who they play against, right? Let's not focusing on the name Space Station. It's not Space Station they're playing against. It's just a normal opponent, just like in their region. If they play like this, there is a decent chance they actually win Villa. If they trust themselves and play the same way they play in that end of Chalet, I trust them to win the map.
You picking Scarz?
I honestly, if they keep the momentum like this, I can see them win.
Jesse's raging.
I'm not raging. I'm nervous that he's right. That's where I'm at. I'm going to stick with Space Station. I think they've got the mentality. You know, we've got Paul out behind the boys. He's been really hammering home that mentality to make sure that they are focused and not giving up dumb rounds. I think coming into this one, they should be re-energized. They should be back in that right mindset, but we'll see.
All right, well, Dev and Mandy, I do believe you're ready and waiting. I kind of want a prediction from the two of you as well.
Oh, how do I give a prediction?
You've asked the wrong people.
There is this much at stake. I'm feeling very similar to Jesse right now, but I think for very different reasons.
I know.
Where do you sit? Because I am on the fence.
I'm still Team SSG, personally. I think that they've got the right composure to get back into it. And I think that Chalet was good, unexpected from Scarz, but who knows?
Who knows? Well, as Elfama mentioned, Scarz brought that energy on Chalet. They figured out how to unlock the highest potential of each player, hyping each other up after their wins, after their losses, and after the clutches that we have seen from Scarz. There's one thing for sure, and that's that this will not be easy for Space Station. But with the collective experience of the roster of Space Station, we've got 2 world champions.
Oh, wow.
You've got major finalists. These guys know how to play in a BO3 when their opponent starts to hit them with the right hook.
Yeah, these are good bans, honestly, immediately right off the bat. Scarz taking away Dokkaebi, I think, is going to really enable them to hold out on the roam, especially on Villa, where it can be one of those maps that just being in the building will cut off the roam. It's hard to fall off. And I think for SSG, an even better ban on the side of the Brava as well, taking it away from Rek, who's been making it really good use out of the Brava. It makes such big parts of the map really unreliable, and I think that's what SSG fell to in that last series, because there were so many areas with passive intel, like your goo mines, your Malusis, even your cameras, that were made unreliable with that Brava, and it enabled Scarz their way in.
Well, the stage is set on Villa. This BO3 goes to the 3rd map. It is now effectively a best of 1. Whoever wins here goes into the top 8 at the Copenhagen Major. Will play on the main stage at the Forum. Whoever loses will be packing up their stations after this game and heading home on the next flight tomorrow. Will it be Scarz on their major debut to do what no Japanese team has ever done before and play on the main stage of the Major? Or will it be Space Station for the first time in over a year to make it back into the top 8?
Exciting. This is such a good map. I can already tell what's going to be. Scarz looking to extend out horizontally, setting up the triple wall fully closed. Meanwhile, on the side of the attack, SSG have brought on what is a very roam clear-centric lineup. We've got both Lion and Jackal, and not only that, but Merc has been given the Ashe license, and well, when a player is that quick already in the building, having Ashe is even scarier.
I feel like Merc, as soon as he's playing an operator, it just gets a +1 speed buff. So if Ashe is a 5 speed, does that mean Merc Ashe is like a 6 speed?
Yeah.
What do you do against that?
You run, but I guess you get out rounds, so you don't run. Maybe you just stay and you fight. Who knows?
Well,
hard.
I mean, Scarz have certainly had the confidence to stay and fight in this series so far. Ironically, they do actually use that as a cue to fall back off of the roam for the most part.
Ooh, but I think Rek has been left behind. Yeah. So I think Rek is down here in kitchen.
Oh, no.
He's got a C4 in hand. Not only that, but Merc has unfortunately just run into one of his Capcan traps too. Now, Rek has been droned down here on the ground floor, or maybe it was a missed drone.
Oh, no, they didn't see it.
It is such a missed drone, isn't it? Hot and Cold has got absolutely no idea that Rek is right around the corner, but Rek knows because Hot and Cold has just given away his position, taking down the camera.
Comes the E1D. Hot and Cold knows about him now. He's spotted out the footprints. He sees that they're red and he knows how recent they are. Now the scan comes out and Rek has to play for his life. Fish-like, amidst the distraction, goes for a flank and finds faults, bit of damage onto Hotten as well. It's all fallen apart for SSG, and now they are being played by this roam game.
Such good teamwork here from Scarz as they realized that Rek was under a bit of trouble, and Fish-like decided to rotate down and help out his teammate inside of the ground floor, taking down Faults. That's one of your roam clear operators gone as Washoy looks for a prone onto the 90 window, not able to connect the shots, but Rek still at large.
You can just see the frustration from SSG. The previous map was 4 rounds in a row, won by Scarz, and they're continuing it here. A C4 over the top. Merc is already low. He has to run away. Forrest has gotten himself into study, but while he finds 1 kill, the immediate trade leaves J90 in a 1v4. Breaks his ankles a little bit on the drop. This is a tall order and one that is surely not going to be delivered upon. Scarz have started with a bang on their defensive side, and they are continuing to demonstrate their dominance over SSG. It's 1 kill for J90, but that is all he can find. Scarz, they're energized, and the demons are gone, the monkey's off the back. These guys are ready to play.
That was such an evil cackle. I don't know who just did that cackle in the voice comes of Scarz, but that was pure evil into that defense. Really well played. This was it. Fish-like and Rek down from below. Rek is probably here calling, there is like 3 people within my orbit, within the vicinity. Help. And Fish-like is like, yeah, I'm there for you, mate. And he drops down and he helps him out through the 90 hatch and is able to collect the first pick onto Faults, who tried to find their way in off of his teammate, thinking it was safe down there. Unfortunately, the roam game going in the favor of Scarz as they played the positioning just that little bit better and claimed the first round.
And with every round that Scarz win, they get more sure of themselves, and they start to play more like they play in their own region. They start to play more with the confidence that they are the better team. And that's the thing, like when you have teams that play so much in their own region, and I think the team that was so consistently here at Majors from Japan, Cyclops, is a great example of this. They always dominated in Japan. As soon as they went international, they struggled. Now Scarz have finally realized exactly what Alfama was saying. You're not playing SSG, you're just playing whoever. It doesn't matter. Just play your game. Scarz are really finally letting that sink in.
That's exactly right. I think the difference between Scarz and CAG, a bit of lore, I think, from the Japan League, is that I think that CAG's playstyle was really dominant in Japan, but it didn't translate well internationally, right? Whereas Scarz, in comparison, have a much more controlled playstyle, in my opinion. I think that they know the right method to do things, but the difference is they still know when to turn it up and then bring that Japanese identity into their playstyle as well as doing the right things. And I think that's what's making them so powerful and having such a great run so far through the tournament.
Well, yeah, it's been a long track to get here for Scarz. 2 years of fighting through the amateur leagues in Japan, through the Japan League itself. Now at their first major, going up against some of the most decorated players in the scene. You know, Faults, Merc, 6 Invitational champions, Janano, Forrest, finalists at majors before, and Hot and Cold. One of the most oest of OGs in the Rainbow Six scene.
And here we go. You speak his name and we're on board with him on the Jackal now. Through the ground floor, scanner up, but no footprints in sight. Would indicate that all of the Scarz players are only inside of that top floor. So he's going to call out to his teammates and be like, okay, there's no resistance down here. But that would be actually false, as a C4 is going to be sunk onto Merc from down below. Can Hotten actually get the cutoff as he rounds the corner inside of 90? But a little bit too late as that defender's rotated back up.
Scarz are just playing such an active defense, Mandy. They're always looking for an opportunity, and here they're even watching for Hot and Cold. Fish-like, he's biding his time. He's not pinged out. He goes for a reload. He's no longer watching, but he hears the run, the sprint down below. Faults has been taken down. Finally, SSG find a pick, but this is far fewer than they would like. Hot and cold. He just gets off the angle at the worst possible time. Siege timing strikes again. SSG are trapped here on the Astro stairs, trying to make an execute while watching their flank.
Tough one now, Wreck. DMR in hand is going to round the corner. He says he can collect 2 to his name. A player inside of the bathroom has been picked up. That's J9O. Instead, he can collect 1 back. 3 on 2 now. Man advantage still in favor of Scarz as a C4 can sink onto Faults. Already low HP. J9O with the bearing 9 in hand has got everything to do to his name. And it's nigh impossible with only 30 seconds left to go.
Does he hunt for Washoy? Does he try and push the site? He doesn't even have the diffuser in pocket. This will have to be a clutch for the ages, and Pyon says, get out of town. If you combine this game and the map prior, that is 6 rounds straight for the Japanese.
Wow, it's such incredible work for you here from Scarz. Hot and cold, lulling the team into a false sense of security as he was able to get that ground floor control. But the one room that he didn't clear was Piano. And lo and behold, there are 2 Scarz players there. It's just so unfortunate for SSG. Even though they were able to get that part of the map controlled to their name, they weren't able to convert it off the back of that false intel. The first pick to come up from the C4 really told the tale of that early game as they were able to fall off safely. The cutoff wasn't successful. We were on board with Houghton as he got timinged 3 peaks in a row, 3 times to whatever defender was down there and living. He peeked the first door, was like, there's no one there. He walked past Mudroom and there was no one there. And he got to Astro Stairs and then almost got backstabbed. It's just so unfortunate for the roam clear.
It's such a contrast to the first map where SSG every single round had the control. The second map, SSG still had a lot of control in a lot of those rounds, and Scarz just started to steal them away, peel them back. They got 2 rounds that they really should not have won. There was 2 versus 5, and then a really close 1 versus 1, and then Scarz started to build that momentum and get dominant. And this is as dominant as ever now, Mandy. Scarz, hands down, looking like a better team on Villa in the 2 rounds we've seen so far. Space Station have taken their tactical timeout. They've had a chat together with Call Out. And, I mean, they need to win this round. There is no way to sugarcoat it. SSG need to get back on the horse because they are down bad.
It's a momentum thing. It really is. It's been a long, dry spell since they've claimed a round. And now it just looks like Scarz are running around in circles. Now for SSG, I gotta say, I think that round, last one, was a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think they played that all too wrong. They identified that Scarz were looking for a roam. They got themselves on the ground floor, but not able to connect the gunfights because of bad timing, just being in the wrong place at just the slightest bit of wrong time. Definitely cost them that one. So I think for SSG, it's just about maintaining composure through the frustrations of Rainbow Six Siege, right? And that's what they need to take their tactical time out for.
I want to see the thorough and patient SSG that we saw on Oregon. Not the one that's getting caught out to cheeky angles like this. Washoy does a lot of damage onto J9O. And he also gets away with his life as well. While there is a good usage of the Selma and the EMP from Thatcher to open up this wall, Scarz still kind of get the last laugh with the damage dealt.
Nice little setup there for Washoy. It does allow him to continue to play safe through the round. Pyon as well in yet another off position, Dev. They've been really good at utilizing these off positions to catch SSG off guard. It doesn't seem like Faults actually knows exactly where Pyon is. He's playing a really cautious game. This is such a static lobby. Once again, SSG taking their time to figure things out. Okay, Yellow Ping has gone out, so it does actually seem like they do have info on the clear on the top floor, but a really nice shot from Merc and one of his teammates to take down the C4. Collects his life, but Wreck is there for the swing.
No.
Not just that, but Fish like to double down. The teamwork working better in the hands of Scarz.
Scarz got the read. They knew where these players were coming from, and they peeked together. Now, Hot and Cold, he finds one. Is Rek going to peek, or is he going to play the 1v1? He bides his time and finds the headshot. Desperation for SSG. As Faults makes his way inside. He's round the corner from Rek, but doesn't check. And Rek claims them all. A 4K for the star Japanese player. How do you stop the onslaught? 7 rounds in a row. SSG cannot catch a break.
They just lined up for him right at the end there, didn't he? Rek was like, okay, I'll collect one, sure. The second as well, why not? I'll take it. Fortu's name in that last round as they're able to hold on to the top floor. SSG tried to go for a sweep in tandem with the jump in from Master, looking once again for that pinch take onto that top floor as they like to do so often, but unsuccessful to one slug shotgun being a nuisance here.
Let's see it. Let's see this double kill. It does not get much freer than that, I'll be honest.
Look at that.
He's speaking 3 different languages. He said, let's go and vamos, neither of which are Japanese. Oh, this is the energy that we come to expect out of Japanese teams. I think Norengo, way back in the day, really cemented in people's minds what it means to be a Japanese team in Rainbow Six Siege. And in the Pro League Finals in Tokoname, the Rainbow Six community saw what the Japanese people and the culture were capable of. Their energy in that stadium was... I'm going to remember that for a long time to come. And we're finally seeing Scarz exhibit some of that same spice and energy that we know the Japanese Siege does love to embrace.
This is exciting as well. Tayo has actually got the Supernova, I think it is, and is playing the shield directly on the landing of main stairs. Now, J9O maybe has just taken down that setup, so it could all be for nothing as he sends in a second Rotero drone. Oh, it hasn't been. Tayo's ready on the other side. You're not going to get that one through just yet. A lot of info, though, on the ground floor so far for SSG. Hot and Cold has managed to get his Gemini clone in and has seen the entire setup going down on the ground floor.
Good information gathering. Doubling it up with a drone. You can see how cautious SSG are. They know that Scarz are at peak confidence right now, and if there's any time to make a high-risk, high-reward play for Scarz, this is it, right? Like, the worst thing Scarz could do is go back into their shells. And so SSG have to double, triple check everything.
Yeah, and it's these off positions once again, right? That are really the telltale for SSG. Each time they try to get into the map, you drone out all your regular stuff or whatever, right? But then there's a player like on your window, underneath it, in a corner, and it's like, why? You know, why are you there? It's one of those moments. Merc is able to confidently make his way in, though, off the back of the info for the past half of the round that has gone by. Flushing out the player that was inside of this connector position, a C4 to go off below him, but doesn't sink.
SSG have made good control here. Oh, that perfectly timed as army barrier prevents the nade from sailing in. Here comes a flash and the rappel in, but no, the Capcan's trap finds Merc, and Washoi's found one as well. SSG once again falling at the final hurdle. A lot of these Scarz players are low HP, but it's a tall order for Fultz and Hot and Cold to bring this one back 2v4.
Hotton might have a way in, though. He's got bottom main stairs control, and he's going to send up his Gemini, and I don't think he's actually going to meet... Oh, this is actually him. This is not his Gemini. This is him getting off the Gemini. I was bamboozled as he claims the main stairs control, so I don't actually know if Scarz know that they have got so much control here on the stairwells. Yeah, it's really cutting this defense in half. The players that were on the ground floor can no longer get back up to the site safely, so it's now a 3-on-2. It's very doable here for SSG. I don't think it's over yet.
Certainly not. Unfortunately, though, for Hot and Cold, there's no nades in his pocket. Now, he does spot that player on the bomb. Fultz is so low. That diffuser's also been taken by Washoi, who can just camp it. 20 seconds left. This is going to have to be a round where SSG go for kills, but Scarz are looking to do the same, and they find them both. 4 rounds of defense won by Scarz on Villa, and they have no interest in letting SSG play Rainbow Six today.
It's a good try from the remaining 2 players of SSG. They tried to take what was remaining to them, but unfortunately, Scarz were ready. Like you said, it was Washoy on the diffuser. That was the win condition of the round for the remaining 2 SSG players, and he closed it out. Once again, successful roam for Scarz. It just doesn't seem like anything that SSG do is successful against Scarz. They're there and they're ready for everything. They have an answer for every eventuality.
Just look at their faces as well. SSG, from a macro level, they're not doing anything wrong. These are good pushes. And yet, as soon as something starts to fall away, as soon as Scarz find their way to just throw a spanner in the works, SSG fall apart. There's a point of least resistance. That's got to be what SSG do from now on. They just have to identify the easy dubs against Scarz But while Scarz are playing such active defenses with vertical C4s, with info gathering, with flanks, how on earth do you find the path of least resistance? Because the resistance is running straight at you.
Well, okay, I'm going to put a counterpoint to your point, because for this particular strategy, where they're hard-holding closet like this, there's sort of two ways to approach this, right? SSG could do what they've done time and time again, where they just try and inject themselves into the map and then like slither their way in and then get kills, take the engagements of Scarz or whatever. Or they could choose to fully respect the setup that Scarz have got and do a direct attack onto the setup inside of Wardrobe and try and collect the kills that way as they're trying to fall off it and play their lives there, right? Because you know that there's a kill that is definitely there in that position, right? So I think there are definitely two ways that SSG can assess to play this. And False getting off this rappel here and rotating over to Master would indicate to me that SSG are actually going to give it a try off the back of the Rotero drones.
I think it has got to be a direct push here for SSG. They have plenty of util, they got the Thatcher, they know how to problem solve this. And you really don't want to be feeding Rek roaming on the other side of the map with a DMR and 9 kills to his name. Oh, frustrating thing here for Fault. He needed to wait for that EMP, now he's come in. And that should be clearing most of the mute jammers and utility, but Tayo, he gets aggressive off the back of it. He doesn't seem to have any ADSs to protect him, and so as the drone can guarantee that, Scarz try and get aggressive to protect their teammate. The Izami is the perfect operator in this position, but SSG will not give up yet.
This is tough. What they need to do here is they actually need to open up the wall that's adjacent to Tayo to get him out. But they can't do that because there's a player in bathroom. And that's fish-like with the Wamai. And so the Wamai is going to catch all the utility anyway. It's really dwindling away here for SSG. They've used so much utility. It's so expensive already. And they haven't even made a crack on into this setup.
Oh, Scarz is just playing it so well. SSG really need the X Factor now, and it comes in the form of a complete pivot. 4 players are moving in now from the top landing position as they regroup. They have forfeited master control, but there's a player there waiting to receive. It's Rek for a double. He's broken 11 kills. And it just goes from bad to worse for Space Station. A single kill is all they can find. Rek is up and off his feet, and Scarz are off to a flying defense, 5-0.
SSG put so much respect to the defense that Scarz had set up inside of Master. They dumped everything to try and clear it. And when they couldn't, they pivot over, only to be met by a one-way keeper barrier. Rek on the other side to claim the DMR kills in his name. Once again, leading the grid in this series. Breaking 11 kills is leading the way for Scarz to victory.
A 5-0 on defensive Villa. How do you come back from that? If you're SSG right now, the notion of winning this game seems so far removed. The notion from just winning one goddamn round. Because they've lost 9 in a row against Scarz between this map and what happened on Chalet. I don't even know what it would be like to be in the SSG comms right now. I can't imagine almost anything is being said, because what is there to say? Someone needs to take leadership, and it can't be called out. The tactical timeout was thrown away in the 3rd round of this game. SSG needs some magic, and there's no second chances. They need it right now.
This is really hard now for SSG. They need to call upon something different, a change in philosophy. Whatever it is, look, we're not players, we're casters, and so we don't have the solution to their problem, but Washoy doesn't make their mission any easier. A wallbang onto Faults. The hard breach player for SSG does not help their cause.
But SSG immediately respond with an E1D and Forrest to make it look like he's going for an aggressive push. SSG will in fact not take the risk, they'll play slow. As I say that, Hot and Cold has found his way in the building, and he's right up next to site. Dangerous position to be in, but he does find 1 kill. Now Scarz have the information, but Rek, the most dangerous player, has gone down. This is a rush strat. SSG have seen their opportunity, and they're gonna take it. The best round that they have had so far on Villa is now within their grasp, as it's a 3v2, but Scarz refuse to die once again.
And that's the diffuser on the ground as well. J9O, down but not out, picked up by Merc. Recollecting now as Pion has been able to make his way back into the site, and so is Washoy, taking down Hot and Cold now 2-on-2. A slither of HP to J9O and Washoy's name. Pion now just in a pinch. Round in the corner now is J9O, and Washoy has to do it all.
I know exactly where he has been for this whole round on these pantry stairs. C4 in pocket. Pulse scanner not able to be used as that EMP goes off. Janino forcing that plant down. The C4 comes out and Merc gifts the very first round of the last 10 to Space Station. As a sigh of breath must be, I mean, like, they must be so relieved after all of that, but this is really just the beginning. They need 6 more, and Scarz only need 2.
So tough now here for Scarz. Here for SSG as they are down so many rounds. Really good idea though. Change the tempo in your last attack and go for something nice and quick. Launch an attack straight onto the bomb site. Hot and Cold in particular was in such a great position to play the cutoff for the roam game, as the diffuser was able to go down eventually and claim at least 1 against Scarz.
Well, at least we're finally seeing some gung-ho activity from SSG.
It's good. Back in it. You have to be.
You have to be. I mean, at this rate, if SSG have only just 6 rounds in identified, that the way to beat Scarz on Villa is to play aggressively, to take opportunities. I mean, that's good and all, but now you're switching sides, right? SSG on defense, I mean, Scarz attacks could be a completely different beast. You have no idea whether these guys are going to be rushing every round or whether they're going to be sitting in spawn, holding angles with 2.5 times scopes.
You don't know. You just don't know. We'll have to see. Rainbow Six is a tale of 2 halves, right? Scarz, yes, they had a very dominant defense, but can they replicate that success on the attack? Or are they going to face the same adversities that SSG did? I think something to keep in mind is that the Azami has been available the entire time through this matchup. And through the mid-round, we've seen the attack half of SSG really struggle to clear it. And I'm curious as to whether Scarz are going to struggle the same.
Well, very early hard breach here from Scarz. Funnily enough, the vault wall was actually not even reinforced, even though all 10 reinforcements had been used by SSG. I'm not sure if that's an oversight in the strategy or perhaps an intention. Regardless, Scarz now have a gaping hole to cut the 2 bomb sites in half.
I think it's part of the plan, right? They're actually doing this red stairs setup instead. So yes, a vault isn't the easiest, isn't the greatest is to have open, but it's not really the point of your defense that's really mission critical, right? It's Forest here on the setup with the shield, supported by his teammate to make sure that no one can backstab him. That Scarz have got to problem solve. Now, are they actually going to pivot and sweep the map and play the utility dump here? Or are they just going to try and get on in? Not only that, but they even have like Azami barricades to try and block off this line of sight that they've made too. And they fully rotated off the pressure that they've put on the site anyway. It does actually look like they're going to go for the sweep.
SSG still have many roamers at large. We've seen some infamous comebacks from a team called Space Station in the past. Fultz was on the roster that reverse swept to win the Six Invitational in 2020. It would have to be an equally impressive comeback just for SSG to fight for survival in this tournament against such a devastating scoreline. But here comes Washoy.
They have info on the player in the ground floor, Yellow Pin to go out. Tayo and Washoy are going to try and double down to clear out Hot and Cold, who I believe is on the other side with the Mozzie in hand. P10 Roni, but how much time is he going to waste here?
Will they go to hunt? They will, but Tayo doesn't have the info. And that's a big pick now for Hot and Cold. J90 to double down. Rex gone down, the big, dangerous player that Scarz have been putting forward. Fishlike finally takes down that cheeky roamer. Hot and Cold put to rest, but pivot now must be required from Scarz.
The problem here is that the time is really ticking away, Dev. There's only 35 seconds left, and as time ticks down, Azami becomes more powerful. There are more keeper barriers for them to go through. They probably have no idea that Fultz is here on the main stairs, as Washoy can try and creep up.
No.
He sees the top of his head. Fultz not able to sink the final shotgun shot to take him down, and Washoy can claim some control for his name.
And a chance for Scarz to steal this round away from SSG, as they have done many times before, but J90 is in a cheeky position. This is a Scarz-like position right here, and it might dismantle them. The trade comes through, but Pion is traded on back again. SSG are finding some momentum. They found their first defense, and they're making this comeback look maybe like a possibility.
And it's the Azami setup once again. Even if Scarz were able to actually get their heads in the doorway of the bomb site, they were about to be met by a keeper gap keeper barricade with Merc on the other side of both of them. So there's no way that Scarz were going to be able to get that in onto the bomb site as the time ticked away. The problem with Azami being on the board is that the longer that you leave the round, the more keeper barriers that are there and the stronger that the fortress of the bomb site becomes. And so if you spend way too much time making these mid-round rotations, we have to go all the way across the map like what Scarz were trying to do here, it means that you can't get in onto the bomb site and you fall to positions like this from J90 in the replay.
And so is this just a really defense-favored game, Mandy?
Maybe. It's hard. This is a hard one to play, right? Because you need to have enough in your toolbox as an attacker to sweep the map, right? That's what SSG had. Every single round, they were bringing along Jackal. They were bringing along Lion, right? But then once you actually hit the bomb site, you get met with the setup of the bomb site, and then you don't have enough explosives to clear it. That's what SSG were facing, and it's kind of what Scarz are facing here as well. So now we can see a plethora of explosives. We got Flores, we have nades on Iana, and nades on Sledge as well. So by the time they hit the bomb site, maybe they can clear the keeper barricades. But it means that their roam clear has less tools.
It's true. In fact, there are no dedicated tools really to this roam clear. The Hibana also, that can't be understated as well. Its ability to clear these castle barricades, maybe some Azami keeper barriers. Here comes the castles being cleared one by Tayo.
This is really tough. They're going to look for something a bit more direct, it seems like. They're just trying to put their hard breach circulating around the map. They have 2 sets of grenades. So if they can get their sets of grenades in down below, they can play them vertically onto the anchors. Keep in mind, most of this bomb site is soft from below. So if these nades sink, it could open it up for Scarz.
It's always dangerous if you just send your nades up without information, though. So I feel like for Scarz, they need to do a good job droning, and they do drone out this shield and ADS inside a bathroom. Washoe throws his nade. Now Forrest is safe inside the bathtub. But that's still a big amount of damage nonetheless. They seem to know about his position, and Washoe spots the head for just a moment. He's going to try and toss a nade through the bars. Is it going to land on Forrest? It lands straight in the bathtub, but Forrest has run away just in perfect timing.
He's going to be flushed out of his position, poor Forrest, as he's been under the pump of all the utility of Scarz. Another vertical grenade from Fishlike doesn't sink. He's about to use the final one in his hands to try and sink it onto the Azami of J90, but neither does that one. So far, SSG have evaded all danger as Forrest can jump back into the bathtub and be safe.
Yeah, but he's not completely safe as Rek has managed to make his way up the Astro stairs. Hot and Cold's on for a flank, but Fishlike is there to support him. Red like a book. Scarz now have the advantage, and Forrest is trapped between 3 Scarz players. How does he get out? He's going to try and... No, he's not going to do anything. He holds the line for a mere fleeting moment before Scarz overwhelms the site. It's all up to Foltz and Merc, but just the UMP on Merc left in a 1 versus 5 to fight against the full might of Japan. Moments like this have been recorded throughout history. Time and time again, we have seen teams from Japan and the Asia-Pacific region upset the big dogs from North America, Europe, and Latin America. And it may well be happening once again here. The scoreline, 6-2. Match and series point for Scarz on their major debut.
And Rek is just such an unstoppable force. Walking his way up the Astro stairs, he collects that first one into Forest. Not just that, but opens up the bomb site too. Everything under his name. I think it's 14 kills now total for this player, leading Scarz to victory.
And the 2 rounds that SSG have this map were by the slimmest of margins. They only had 2 players alive at the end of them. And what did Scarz just do? They said, we do not care. Flawless round, how about it? SSG weren't even up to go into their tertiary bomb site yet. Scarz beat them on stat trophy. And now SSG go to their tertiary. A last-ditch effort. But it will have to be 4 rounds straight, which is a mere fraction of what Scarz has done in a row between Chalet and Villa here. It feels like the Grim Reaper has been singing a song for Space Station for quite some time, and it's Scarz knocking on the door.
Elimination points now for SSG, but phase 3 for Scarz as they creep their way towards victory. Once again, interesting lineup here from Scarz. Pion has decided to bring along the Ossa to aid their execute. Meanwhile, Rek on the other side with the Lion can put some utility, a little bit of power to the roam clear off the back of the Lion charges. It's about finding the tentative conclusion for Scarz. They have sort of tools that are very well-rounded for anything. They could take the top floor control and utilize the sledge. They could sweep the map off the back of Rex Lion, or they could go for something more direct with the Ossa. They have all the tools to do it.
Yeah, well, great usage of the flashes and nades to clear that shield at the top of Astro stairs, but J9O has started the equation for SSG. Finds the opener, and it is the most dangerous player in the server. Rek, double the kills of his closest contender, and he is gone for the rest of this round.
All right, tough now for Scarz. They've probably seen the setup down in the ground floor, and it's scary. They've really extended over inside of Library, have SSG, and they've decided, okay, we're not going to sweep the map. We've just lost our line. Let's try and hit the site directly. The next thing they've got to worry about are these feet holes that Merc is playing that's being real pesky and definitely knows that Scarz are going for this execute, so it has been well read. Thankfully, Fishlight can claim one back with a grenade to his name, and Merc can go for the trade, but it seems like the timing isn't so great. C4 will surely finish off Tayo. Piana's going to look for the refrag as he comes around, but now 1-3 for Fishlight will stave away death for SSG.
And this is when they must just be patient, SSG. Do not give Fishlight a thing. We've seen a 1v3 from Tayo earlier in the series. We've seen 2v5s from Scarz before as well. You give them an inch, and they'll take far more than a mile. They will take your spot in the playoffs, in the finals. But for SSG now, they just pull back. They might not have a lot of information here, but they still can play retake. They have the confidence to do so. Fishlight is crouching his way through the site. He needs to isolate these ones, but he is not given it. Fultz staves off defeat for Space Station. That's the third round in the map. But 3 more will be required as the tactical timeout is called by Scarz.
Good composure there from SSG. They played the strat really well there. They extended out into the ground floor, and as Scarz, they tried to poke and prod into it, but J9O really opened it up here. Rek, he tried to hop in and inject himself into that roam that was going on, but they were ready and waiting for it. And thankfully, from there on out, even as Scarz tried to pivot, and instead of going for the roam clear, directly hit the bomb site, Merc had the info on the pulse, and he was babysitting the bomb site to make sure that no one could get in. Some great composure from the right players of SSG really enabled them that round win.
We're hearing a bit more energy now from the SSG guys that they've got 3 rounds on the board. But this is a very quiet tactical timeout from both teams. The tensions are building. And while Scarz, they love to have a bit of a laugh, it's serious time at the moment. Does the pressure of match point kill their magic? That's my question. It's one thing to be an underdog, but as soon as you're expected to win, that's when you really feel true pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly right. For this, Scarz, look, they're about to launch their mission into phase 3. They can't scrub it now. They're so close to making this happen. And so taking the tactical timeout right now, recompose, put yourself in the right space mentally is exactly what they need against a team like SSG, who are going to relentlessly put that pressure and try and claw their way back in.
A massive challenge for Scarz as well, as it's going up against the Aviator Games bomb site, which Space Station already won. Not the most convincing rounds, but still a pretty good one at that. And a very defender-favored bomb site. Taking their tactical timeout, going into this instead of waiting until the stat trophy, it's such a risk, right? Because that tac timeout is exactly what Space Station would have wanted as well. They want a chance to try and bring some momentum back into their game, to have a chat about how they can iterate on these defenses.
Yeah, and what scares me about this defense was that it was so dominant for SSG as well. By the time, like we've spoken time and time again, the Army gets so powerful towards the late game, and once again, the setup on the site looks pretty terrifying. Not only that, but J9O has even used one of his keeper barriers to aid the roam, making sure that he can be more mobile within this half-wall area inside of Master, within this triple wall. It's going to really make it his own. Now, will Scarz decide to face this, or are they going to try and hit the bomb site directly? Because each time, they've run out of time to actually fully make this execute work. This is a really quick entry from Rek, though.
Yeah, 30 seconds in, and he's being live droned ahead. Now, Forrest, has he been spotted? Yeah, the yellow ping comes out. Rek is surely good for this kill. He's got to be. He's been on fire all game. He's trying to bait one of the other SSG players into pushing, and he reads them like a book. This man, he has put Scarz on his back, and he's found the opening for the Japanese. But SSG fight back, and Forrest does not let Scarz get away with the opener without trading it back.
What I'm wondering is where did J9O go? He was holding on to this jump in here from walk-in. And okay, he's actually decided to fall back. I think this is a good choice for SSG. You don't want to be giving away the Azami early because they can keep generating those keeper barriers. At some point, you need to fall off and go back. So teammate going down hot and cold signals J9O. It's time to get off. It's time to go and set up the site, set up the next part of the defense instead. Forrest is still holding on to this bathroom position, listening for a rappel onto 90s was Shoy, and he could get the jump out on him.
Yeah, Forrest 100% would have heard that rappel, and he's already prepped this jump out. He goes for it, but he can't quite get the angle. Oh no! It's a potato fest! But Washoy cooks up a stew. 4v3 for Scarz. Forrest has made a crucial mistake, and it may cost SSG their spot at the major.
So crucial now. Man advantage in the favor of Scarz. And with a minute left to go, it's time to face the final part of the attack. It's time to clear down the fortress that has been left on the bomb site. Thankfully, this time, they have keeper barriers that can be taken down by Roteros. Not only that, but there's also explosives on the side of Washoy and Kairos on the side of Hibana. So they have all that they need to try and take down whatever setup Merc has as his safe haven. A grenade down from below to try and clear the position from behind the bar, but no one is there.
It's one thing to roam clear, it's another thing entirely to face the music on site. SSG wait with open arms for Scarz as the Japanese must execute now. With no time left on the clock, this plant must be forced down. Pyon with diffuser in pocket. Merc is in the position to deny, as is Fultz. As he bides his time, the shotgun is there for one, but tired of trade. Merc is locked out of his ability to deny, but he might be able to make it work. It's a 2v2, but Fishlike is there to cover. J9O saves Space Station. The 1v1 that he needed, he delivered upon.
I think it's gonna be study over, bro. I don't think it's gonna be a fucking...
So close.
It is.
Close one.
I mean, it's 6-4 now, Mandy, and there's still 2 match points lying in wait for Scarz. And the fact that Space Station rely on a 1v1 to get it across the line, it doesn't inspire confidence.
You have to admire the tenacity of SSG. Down in the rounds, beaten away, but still not over yet as J9O is able to collect a 2 to his name to keep the space station in orbit. It's not over yet, and Scarz need to close this one out. It's not time to crumble now.
Certainly not, but that pressure has got to be mounting. That's the 2 match points they have fumbled so far. SSG have clawed it back. And winning Aviator Games Room, that's kind of par for the course, right? SSG were already very good at that the first time they played it. But here, now that Kitchen Dining, Aviator Games are both locked for SSG, they will go back to Stat and Trophy, which was where Scarz achieved their match point with a flawless round.
Scary times. So it seems like SSG, they've got a different philosophy here going out on this defense. They're going to use the mirror to extend out on the roam. Not only that as well, but the triple wall is a third open too. So the second one can probably lock out that walk-in jump in as well. So for Scarz, the first problem that they're going to have to face is that SSG have got perfect info on their entry points, right? 2 of them already locked out. The next point after that, once they get in, is that they have to open up walls and actually try and crack open the bomb site, but there's Cade to deal with that as well. So there are a few things that are really looking SSG in place in their defense that Scarz have got to be careful to deal with.
Yeah, that's it. It's a good setup from SSG. But Scarz have brought some spice of their own. We're seeing the Monty for the first time on this map. Wreck with shotgun on sledge is once again looking for a play. A man from Scarz that's always hunting for an opportunity.
Oh, I know.
But
oh,
yeah.
Cole's on the other side. He totally knows what's going on.
Well, Wreck has actually changed his position. He's going up the Astro stairs now with Fishlike in front, pretending to be a Gemini perhaps, and Tayo finds the opener, and Scarz have suddenly found themselves in the site. SSG dropping like flies, Wreck to find the double with the shotgun, and it's all up to Fultz. After 4 years of heartbreak, Japan is rising once again. And in their major debut, Scarz will fly their flag on the main stage.
What an incredible game from Scarz. Wreck there to close it out. 2 to his name, the leader of this team, the spearhead. And finally, Japan will get that chance.
We'll take a moment to let that sink in, as I'm sure Scarz will need as well. We'll go to a quick break before we break it down.
Scarz have only just gone and done it. The very first time a Japanese team has made it to the top 8 placements here at a major, and at the Blast R6 Major Copenhagen nonetheless as well. Boy, oh boy, that was a little bit of a roller coaster, wasn't it, boys? Were you expecting that? Such a dominant comeback?
I mean, you've got to give so much credit, all right? We all picked Space Station Gaming to win this one. I think they were, you know, holding on to the series, the momentum for the first half of that, and they played well, especially to try to bring that map back towards the end. But man, oh man, Scarz, an incredible performance. You cannot say it enough. Rec in particular, popping off throughout that first half, dominating on the entries, coming back around in that second half as well for the massive shotgun play on Astro Stairs, clutching up, winning out this game. You know, it was a match of momentum, and for Scarz now being the first Japanese team to make it to the top 8 at a major, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I just want to point on something that Mandy said during the cast, and I thought that was absolutely right, is that they're perfectly able to play into the strength of Japan, which has always been aggression, aggression, but find the right aggression, right? In general, CAG was placing the cursor of aggressivity all the way down, extreme aggression, blind most of the time, and they would get punished for it, or they would get over-aggressive, and then even in man advantage situation would give back bodies, and that's why they weren't consistent at a top tier level. I think what we're seeing from Scarz is much closer to a Koi play style, which is basically they aggress based off intels or in situation where they can get a trade, and then they fall back and play the man advantages like they should. The right fundamentals. It's a perfect mix between Japan playstyle and EU fundamentals.
When Scarz finished this game and they were walking out of the booths here, I don't know if I've heard a team be that loud all week. They were incredibly excited, and you got to think about this team as a squad that's been in Japan for a very long time. They've stuck together as a core roster for a very long time, despite the fact they've never come to an international major before. They weren't able to qualify for APAC North in the past. Now that Japan's got its own regional league, now we've got a larger pool of Japanese teams that can qualify for these events. Scarz showing up, proving why they are the best in Japan, why they are the best of all former APAC regions. Very good game from them. They're you can see it in their replays, man. They're so excited.
I absolutely love the high energy, the passion. You know, you can see how much it means to all of the players, the entire team as a whole. And one other thing I want to highlight is the fact that Scarz, across 2 maps, made a 9-round comeback across 2 separate maps, which just goes to show the amount of, you know, potential having that high impact, that high energy team can really have upon yourself and your entire team as a player as well.
Yeah, I think it's exactly the point I was trying to make in between like just before this map. It was if they can carry the momentum they've built in Chalet into the next map, I picked them to win the next map, right? Because I thought it goes perfectly to say, like, these guys are based on energy, right? They play off aggression because of their confidence. Their confidence comes from hyping each other, and they've been doing it consistently the whole time. And a round after round win, they stayed confident every single round going into it.
Now, the playstyle of Scarz was incredibly informative. Lots of intel gathering as well on their front. Is this something you had kind of anticipated seeing from the side of Scarz?
Yeah, like I said, I think it really is their strength. I think we've got a couple of clips that really show this. Like, two things. This is intel gathering. You've got a Pulse pulsing for Fish-like, he gets a C4 kill. Then you've got Rek playing aggressive but not getting punished for it again and again. Then the Pulse again, gathering intel, being aggressive because they have intel. And even though he won't get the pick here, he's still applying a lot of pressure. You're afraid when you're attacking them. You never know where it's coming from. And then it's Rek playing off aggression, gets a pick, his teammate will cover him and get another pick for trophy. And then Rek again plays around his teammates, baits them to get picks, and never gets punished for it. There is, of course, a little bit to do with his gun skill, but I think in general, it's because they played well together that room. Like, that guy was afraid of trophy, so he wasn't paying attention to the statue guy, and then Rek will play again, aggressive on Master, and punish two guys for not being aware.
You're not letting your opponents do what they want. You're not just throwing out random moves to try to make something happen. You're always in with smart aggression. Great.
Now, for the side of Rek, this was definitely a very different performance compared to the very first map that we saw here today as well. Talk to me a little bit about the performance on the side of SSG in comparison.
I mean, throughout the day, Rek leveled up. Map 1 was a struggle, but then this map, we've got some highlights, particularly in how he went up against Merc. Dominated him through 3 separate rounds. We'll see if we can pull up the clips for this, because he really was dominating Merc. We've got 3 separate rounds here. Number 1, coming up the red stairs, beautiful shot. Number 2, entry on the round, coming forward from Statuary. And then number 3, it's the same location. It's a bit of a cheeky one to include, but the Capcan traps Merc 0-4 to start off this game, and 3 of those deaths starting in from Rek. The star entry fraggers from both teams, people that you are expecting to show up and having massive matches. When one of them is being shut down so dominantly at the start of the game, it is difficult to recover a match like that.
I gotta ask you now, Alphama, you gotta tell me, this energy, the high impact energy that we're seeing from the side of Scarz, they carry that on through to the finals at the Major at Forum. Do we think the pressure might be a little bit too much, or do we think it's enough to carry them through the rest of the tournament?
I think this has to do with the experience.
Yeah.
Really. Like, it's their first major event. They've come this far. There's 2 ways to go about this. The first one is they build on the momentum that right here, right now, they can beat any team from a better region, right? They've just beat an SSG. That means that they can beat a better opponent, right? Or there is the other option. They're on stage, in front of a live audience. There's a lot of pressure to perform, and they're stepping into one thing that's very important, I think, is from when I was in APAC and I was watching the Japanese fans, they've always waited for that team that would do like Norarengo, do as well as them. There's a legacy there. Can they be this team? They have that pressure on them now.
Well, I think only time will be able to tell and answer that question, but it is not over yet. We now have 4 regions in our finals, and I'm so incredibly excited for that. But before we can continue, we still have 2 more best of 3s coming on up today. Starting with VP versus Eminem. Boy, oh boy, I'm on the edge of my seat for this one. Jesse, you're still gonna be here after the break, so Alphama, you're gonna tell me, how do you think this one's gonna go?
Honestly, it could go both ways. Both playstyles are very different. I think Virtus.Pro obviously slow, methodical. They don't like to get disrupted. I think Eminem have incredible individuals, especially in solo tough, that can be really disruptive. Uses also carrying his own weight, Tyrant as well. And one player that I want to point out, and maybe it's the IGL basis here, but like Nello, this event has been absolutely stellar in his mid-run adaptations. They play well off intel, and I think that's the way they should beat Virtus.Pro, by playing off intel and being disruptive.
Is that a prediction that Eminem going to win this?
You throw me on that. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I think Virtus.Pro come in as favorite, but I want to see Eminem win.
Okay, very interesting stuff. Jesse, I'm going to be picking your brains after the break. So for the folks at home, that's how excited I am. For the folks at home, we will catch you very shortly. We're going to be diving into Eminem versus Virtus.Pro.
Welcome to Hit for 6. We've got the Sonics, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a fully U team, on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today.
How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Sonics, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best-of-3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the feed strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça.
Oh.
He's so slow, bro.
All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose.
Yeah.
He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Sonics, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go on, Ghana. Go, top right. Bottom right. Top left. Bottom right.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Sonics, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for 6. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more. Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Foltz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go koi phasing. Let's go koi phase.
Let's go first.
Eminem have pulled off a heist, so let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea as well.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. We can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
Did you want to see his moves again, or?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so Follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with our moves. Frostblade fans, they keep things cool like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are your world champions.
Are they gone?
Yep. That was 2 Orion Towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Virtus.Pro going up versus Eminem, the Marshmallows themselves. They made one heck of a comeback yesterday versus M80. Virtus.Pro, however, coming off the back of a loss. How much do you think that's going to end up impacting them, Jesse, heading into this?
I mean, we can already see behind us, Virtus.Pro, these players, not known for popping off, not known for the energy that we just saw from Scarz, but still a bit of a solemn tone for them at the moment, right? 2 losses in a row now. They are certainly not feeling fantastic coming into this game, but hey, they still got one more chance. Swiss has 3 losses in a row, and they're up against their European rivals, Eminem. These 2 teams actually didn't play each other in stage 1. They were in different groups. However, if you go back to the history books long enough, it has been exactly 1 year and 1 day since the last time that Eminem beat a Virtus.Pro roster, 4 different players, but still, a bit of history may suggest that Virtus.Pro will come out on top here.
Now, for the side of VP X, coming off the back of a 2-7 loss versus G2, things are not looking too hot over in the VP camp right now. And I know we were talking about it a little bit earlier. The energy is certainly there for the side of Eminem, but it seems to be a little bit lacking for the side of VP. So what are they going to look to do heading into this best of 3?
I mean, VP are never really sort of an energy-based team. They're very understated, and they usually let their play in the server do a lot of the talking. You won't really see much sort of whooping and hollering out of these 5 players. That being said, they are coming in off the back of a couple of losses, and we've already seen so far in the competition what that does to teams where we have opposite ends of momentum.
Yeah.
Eminem, I imagine, they're still riding the high from last night. I know I am. I know it was a fantastic series. I'm sure that, but they've got to put that firmly in the rearview mirror now because they can't look too heavily onto it. On the flip side, VP, as you've said, coming in off the back of a loss, the first 2 days that they've had inside of the tournament, they didn't translate. They were fantastic on the opening pick. They were devastating. 100% success rate on converting that round when they got the opening pick. And then it slowly but surely started to fall off. Now, we always expect that in those sort of stat lines, but not to this degree, right? That game versus G2 yesterday, it was a little bit of a problem, especially given how close that game was and how much G2 struggled back in the qualifier.
Now, obviously, VP have a wealth of experience with all of these best of 1s, but now it is do or die. It's now or never for both of our teams here. Elimination as well as qualification once again. Best of 3. Talk to me about this, boys.
Wow, we start on Chalet, picked by Eminem. A very good Chalet team, undeniably. 3-game win streak at the moment and a 9-1 record through Tier 1 competition. That means no open qualifiers. And if you include everything, if you include like Yukin and CL from 2 years ago, they've got an 18-1 record on this map as an organization. They've lost it once ever. They are extremely dominant on this map. A little surprising that it got through the first couple of bands.
I mean, it has to, right? Because VP have got such a small map pool. There's 4 maps that they don't want to play. So if we look at what gets removed, we see the maps that they've got to leave that Chalet in. There's no other opportunity for it. And then you look a little bit further down, and this is where Eminem, in my opinion, stack up quite nicely against VP inside of the map pool. Because then we start to go to something like Villa, which, while it's a good map for VP, and we saw them do a great job against Wolves way back at the start of the week, that's also a decent map for Eminem. So there's nowhere that VP can go here, in my opinion, that's going to guarantee them a map, therefore making it even more of a difficult series.
Well, I think it's about time we get map number 1. Ready? You ready?
I'm ready.
You ready? All right, let's do this. Happen. Fluke, take us through it.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I'm ready. You ready? I am very ready for the CU shootout. It's good and it's bad. Obviously, an EU team is going to succeed. Yay. Yes. An EU team will fail. Boo. But that's the nature of the beast, because when you send this many teams this far forward, someone's got to
Suffering from success.
Suffering from success. The EU story. in some eras, and well, this is the start of maybe this. Eminem's continued era of battling throughout this tournament. VP, 2 great first maps, 2 weak second maps, in terms of the 4 games they've played in Copenhagen. So far. Eminem have played about 100 maps at this point.
Yeah, Eminem has been having quite some runs so far. To still stick through it.
They've played 14 maps.
14 maps.
14 maps. They didn't actually play 100 maps.
A lot of maps. Well,
I'm sorry to lie to you.
Surely they've played 100 maps during the major.
Yeah, well.
But some of them are scrims.
Yeah.
So not all of them are official. Look at that. Giant Eminem plushie to get a small Eminem plushie.
It's doing its best.
Doing its best. Like, do not talk to my son ever again.
If you're playing against Eminem, this is a lesson to anyone that might end up in this situation, and you're in a ban phase, and Chalet's available, they'll pick it. That's just how it goes. You expect it, you know you're going to find yourself there. As they said on the desk, their win record is ludicrous, and it's not always clean wins, let's be honest. We've seen them throw 1 versus 5s that I'm sure they're irritated we keep referencing, but it was very funny.
Well, wasn't it against Always?
It was.
Maybe 5A.
I believe so. I believe so. And obviously there was reference to when these teams have played before. The last time that we saw parts of this roster, it was, I believe, under the banner of Outsiders.
Yeah, exactly. So, and you know, that's when that clutch happened. The 1v5 in the basement from Always. Didn't win him the game in the end, but still shows there is opportunities to make Eminem bleed. As we're quickly going through these last couple of bans. Azami removed, Yana removed, Dokubi removed. One more, Valkyrie possibly, Mira. Yeah, probably not. Valkyrie, there we go.
Gone. Remove the intel game. Yep, makes sense. The Dokubi, it's a consistent sort of pick away from some teams throughout this tournament so far. Great gun, great DMR, great power, great gunners. Enhance the capabilities of Eminem. You're looking at the sort of follow-through maps. Obviously, you got Villa and Skyscraper as the final piece. Now, in that ban phase as well, Cafe was an interesting point there, and I talked about it a little bit with Ollie earlier on the day, is Virtus.Pro had the choice if they wanted to go to Cafe or Villa. They did not have a cool time on Cafe yesterday.
No, so probably want to be avoiding that and not find themselves in that same kind of situation.
Yeah, got rid of it. Play Villa, where it's technically a weaker map for them, but
at least they do not have that, you know,
it's the risky, it's the risky double down. And obviously Eminem played Sky yesterday, lost it, but it couldn't have been closer. 7-8 max OT. Eminem also had, a very long game yesterday.
It definitely did.
Let's all just take a moment and hope that we don't have to go through some of the curses.
No, I definitely
do us yesterday.
Let's not go for that many tech rehosts.
Touch wood.
Touch wood. Is this wood? I don't know. There's wood on the side of the desk. Touched it. There we go.
Okay, we start here on Chalet. Eminem lead on their attacks here, and it's not the worst thing in the world, to be honest. They're a team that enjoys attacking, and it's a map that enjoys being attacked. You have a lot of play space you can sort of build yourself around, and with Tyrant getting some quick clear work done, the Claymore set up underneath, the potential stretch coming into the car garage already. This is a first pick site, isn't the most common, and Eminem seem like they want to strike fast.
Usually we have the top floor, maybe even the basement as the very first site to be chosen, and now a bit different here. It's going to be the kitchen, the dining area. Things that horizontal, but also the top floor are going to be quite important. Some pings are already starting to come down onto players holding power positions out on that top floor. As you know, that needs to be cleared out first. You want to be opening up, and as they would, and start opening up towards the site itself. Shock drones coming out to try and find some utility. Spots shield, might be able to see some players out there as well, but not what it's looking for. It's taken out before it does any damage, and that means that those yokai drones are still safe.
Everything has felt purposeful at this moment in time. There's been a lot of movement, a lot of direct routes. Everyone's being either hot droned or is hot droning themselves with their face. There's pressure from Eminem towards objective, towards positions, most importantly towards the VP players that have just pulled back. They've sort of had some territory under their control. We've had some questions of the holds that have been done up here by Russian teams before, where they sort of hand over box. They give it towards their opponents. That wall to your right, as you saw, is completely locked up this time. They're actually going to open it, Solotov. shots. They have the stretch, the Echo drone on the way out the door, and, well, it forces those bedroom players further and further back.
Yes, just making sure that they feel uncomfortable. In the meantime, the actual side is being opened up as well towards the dining area. Allow them to start looking for a potential plant later on. That's a Yokai drone that just been spotted. That's a chase going on right here with a Twitch drone trying to find it. Oh, he misses the first shot, going after it again.
No!
Misses it twice.
No points.
Yokai drone still alive. Grenade coming through though, might find the entry kill. Actually, just bounces short.
Solotov does go down though. I think that was against Joystick. So in the meantime, they hop in the back of the site. Shepard caught out by users. He's not concerned about the swing to his left and his right because he's able to win him out. Joystick still gets the end of a player. Solotov gets finished off. 2 players, 2 kills each, with Naif getting Dan now. Finally someone breaking that trend. Nello's just going to smoke himself in and go for the plant buried in the back of the site. Joystick's on his 3rd for the round. He does not have much health. Always is looking for the engagement. It's too far out, and Joystick's hunting above. They have vertical. Do they know about Always? Now they do. Nello gets the drop. Joystick in the opening round of this map would have to try and pull off the ace with the 2K at the end as the clutch in a post-plant situation with probably about 2 HP total. Caught on a drone. On the rotate, it's happy to sit pre-placed. They know exactly where he is. They know exactly when he's going to make a motion. That was pretty unwinnable, even for the Cyborg.
That was indeed not looking very likely to be won out there, especially since, you know, the plan went down. They had the opportunity to try and get the thermite after that, but as soon as you miss that opportunity, you have one more person, 2 HP left. It's possible. It's not like it's never been done before. It's just looking very unlikely, especially with the information out there. An open planting position that was used as well, with all the walls opened up. Good shot down there onto Always. Eminem, they find themselves their first round. Not the most convincing, but definitely having a bit of comfort out there. It's not like, you know, they were stressed against time. It was just that VP were fighting back. They were not giving away the space for free like they might have wanted to, which made it closer than it was. Now we're headed towards Bar and Games. The first floor site we're headed to. Not going to the top yet, not going to the bottom yet. And here we have these important kind of strongholds on the top of Blue, near the fireplace, making sure that you can have library under your own control.
5 seconds left before
Oh, it does seem that I didn't touch it hard enough. Let me just
no. Why did you say it?
I'm sorry, I'm continuing tapping right now.
Why would you say it?
I'm sorry.
This is your fault.
I take all responsibility for this.
Sorry, I had to get that out.
It is what it is.
I had to get that off my chest. The worrying thing is...
What's the worrying thing?
Our analysts, our host, our wonderful team actually sit with us. Not with us directly, but on the set. And every time there's one of these problems... Jasmine has stolen one of the Eminem plushies. And is...
She's very proud of it.
Every single time that there's going to be a tech rehearsal, I'm going to blame a different person that's sat on the set.
All right.
So they better hope that there's no more, because people will be unjustly called out by me. Then I'm going to go for the social media team. I'm going to go for everybody.
Production.
Well,
where do we end? Who's the last person responsible?
Me. Oh. The buck stops with me. Which is like the opposite of how that phrase. Okay, quick rehost. You all saw it on the screens.
Yeah.
We'll hopefully get this.
And I mean, we've just played that one round, so there's not too much to go off there yet. However, what we do know is that these teams, they have a habit of knowing each other. They've played each other in their regional leagues, at least that they have in the past, and probably have been scrim partners as well for the past couple of months. And that means there's always that little bit of extra knowledge, which makes these games usually a lot more close than you might otherwise expect. We're waiting for the issue to be resolved. It is just a matter of staying calm right now. Because all these players, they get into their focus, they get into their zone. These kind of technical breaks do really pull you out of that. It's sometimes what we mentioned for tactical timeout. Stop the momentum. But that's done on purpose. These are not. And hit both the teams.
There's not much we can really
No, there's not much we
Not
can
much
do.
we can really add right now. We
What's that?
can't really break down. As we saw a single round.
Breakdown.
We can go to lobby watch. It's like bird watching, but it's what we do when we watch the other screen.
See who's joining in.
You guys at home, you live in a one-screen world.
You have multiple.
We have so many screens. Well, we have two.
Well, we have more.
We do have more
Some
screens,
do
but a lot of
just
them
portray the same stuff.
And there's also the telestrators right next to us.
I don't know what's on the telestrator right now.
Massive. When they got this massive telestrator screen, do you think they knew that it would be mainly Jesse using it?
That would be very comical.
Quite small.
Yeah.
And used it.
And has also very small.
Quite small.
We have to see Ollie right next.
Isn't allowed to use it.
Yeah, no,
he
because
breaks
it's-
telestrators.
Blue screens them.
Blue screens them, as he did at SI. Untrustworthy.
It's one of the best pictures.
Anyway, the original point of this on my second screen, we can see that we're getting one or two players back into the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
We'll keep you updated as this gets closer and closer and closer. Now, I'm going to pick your brain, Mr. Hap.
All right.
Senor Happers.
Go ahead. Senor.
Do you believe, and obviously there's been big conversation about the way Virtus.Pro are coming to this tournament, and the first two maps, as I said, were fantastic, and they were playing a game that nobody else was playing. They were playing old school. They were playing slow and steady, close to a 20-second execute style system, and it went really, really well, and then it went not so well. Do you think people have started to pick up on classic VP game style?
I mean, it is what we expected to happen at some point, right? Like, when we were at the European League, we saw that there is a playbook available that works against it. Just that other teams weren't quite able to implement that to their full gameplay potential. And that kind of left us with, it is counterable. There is a way to stop this quite effectively. Just teams are not prepared to play with it. But it's like, further you come in the tournament, the bigger of a threat you start becoming, and teams indeed will start to pick up on how to exactly stop you in your tracks. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more teams have taken a look at Virtus.Pro and realized, oh, these are the weaknesses. Waiting for 20 seconds, that's kind of not done nowadays.
No.
So let's start playing into that a bit more. Start stalling them out a bit more on the actual site. And it worked wonders. Not for VP, but for the opposing teams.
Well, this is the thing about VP as well, is it raises the follow-up question, is obviously the second map that we're going to, regardless of what happens on this first, is Villa.
Yes.
The map where we saw Virtus.Pro handily defeat Wolves as a 7-1.
Yes.
And that was the sort of game where afterwards people were like, they're back. They're back. The Cyborg and co, they're here. And it's that idea of, if we're going back there, and the idea of, has their game been a little bit more guessed? Do you think Villa will be almost like a demonstration on how you can prepare against a team?
It's hard to say, because Villa is like naturally already a slower map than most.
It is.
So it is more often that you come down to like the final 30, 40 seconds before you actually do manage to get a push down the road. I still think that VP have a very good opportunity of showing what they're worth on that map. Same goes for Chalet, by the way. I'm not saying that's written off.
Oh, we're one round in.
We're one round in, right?
Time.
It's like, it's difficult. Like, I kind of hope that we're gonna have this back and forth series where we see both Eminem succeed massively, but also VP showing why they have been runner-ups. At least the players have been runner-ups. Have been champions or something.
Major Copenhagen.
Yeah, that's what we're playing for here.
We're starting to see excited posts of people arriving into Copenhagen on social media. Hey, we've arrived! Not into Copenhagen, actually into a ski resort.
Yeah, it's
where is it? France?
This is, I believe, in the Alps, yes.
The Alps. That makes sense. If you go skiing in EU, usually.
Yeah, you go to the Alps.
Okay, so the rules on a rehost in this situation, same site, same defensive operators. It was during the attacker pick phase, so attackers could change and change up if they wanted to. Yada yada blah blah blah. We're back in the game. We're back in the game, and Eminem were able to get their first round. Not for joystick, not wanting them not to.
He definitely did his best.
He was trying very hard. Triple kill over the top, still held vertical. The coverage of the smoke, the play there by Eminem is sort of the demonstration of why they're a great Chalet team. I said it at the time, everything was well-paced. They just kept on moving and kept on moving. And it's one of the reasons I love Chalet, is because it become such a fluid map. It's so sort of that great combination of claustrophobic at the best bits, but also so intense at the specific points. The double up, the roll through of the drone. Nave's going to get hot droned around the corner. Are they going to just go short and sharp towards the wall here onto stock?
They probably will. Just to open that up, make sure that stock is going to be somewhat unplayable. But look at that shield. It's going to get blown up. No, it's not. So there is at least going to be an extra bit of protection out there. They thought that through. And this is one of those counters that was first brought out by NA teams, then started to be adopted by others as Tyrant struggling a little bit here with the first gunfight. He's hoping to find. Finds the kill, takes him out. And that's Warden gone.
Head of Pasha removed and swing onto the split doorway there. And, well, that's the first body. This time into the favor of Eminem. And, okay, technically, they didn't get the first in the last time Virtus.Pro, but they got the down and they could have secured it, but they looked for the second fight anyway. Here, though, it's a clean take. Clean fight. Nobody's downed. Nobody's picked up immediately after in the following 7 seconds. Eminem can do this. Restructure, send in the Flores drones, roll the boys in against the wall. They might not get that shield. They do not.
Went for a try, might have some other opportunities to go for it. Still 2 extra R-Series heroes left in pocket, but definitely going to be aware of the fact now that you're going to try and take out that shield. I mean, it's been placed there for a reason. Eminem now need to work around it. Gone 6 gets used, removes that shield, and now there is a bit more pressure onto stock, and that means they cannot freely play in there anymore.
But with a minute on there, it has definitely wasted a lot of time here. Eminem have had to not play costly rotates, but rotate themselves to a new position, and really pulls the wind out of your bow. Ooh! So does that. Solotov surgically removes joystick from the small box up top. You can see Dan's trying to put some pressure back over as the drones are rolling inside the site here. The intel game on this map specifically is a nightmare. You think of all the little nooks and crannies you can hide these drones in, and they're utilizing that perfectly. The hot pings on the player, the pressure over the top. There's the drop all the way around. They cannot quite get the full swing. They're blinded. Dan's got the shotgun, but he doesn't want to just risk the death on the swing. So he does go down. Solotov's able to get one more. A post plant for the second time in the row. A bit of a late swing on a C4, doesn't quite get the execute as it's shot out. Always does find Tyrant, and they bite their way back into the site itself, playing over then onto the jukebox, but you've got the player on the kit. You've got the upside down rappel above. You've got one more that's outside the double window, one more double stacked onto him, 20 seconds. What do you do? Unfortunately, not much.
Have to say, I really appreciate Nello's movement there. Some might not have seen it, but as he puts down the fire, he jumps in the window, is getting shot at by a player close on the door, but he trusts his team to have the cover. So what does he do? Instead of taking a fight, he just continues on, goes for the plant, even though all he had to do was just one step around the corner, get the shotgun in there, and he would have been done for. But the cover out there from Solotov on point, and Nello getting that diffuser down shortly after. That is trust inside of Eminem, and that is something you need to have if you are getting this late into the tournament.
Medics, my good friend, my good pal, my good buddy. I don't know if you're observing this game. What is yes in Croatian?
Attackers have discovered the location.
Da, I plant. Da, I mean,
getting both observers in now.
Very short, very sharp. All right, but you're exactly right. They trusted the team, they trusted the cover, the coordination to remove. As I said, it wasted a lot of time. That shield, we saw pretty much 3 attempts on towards that position. The first, they didn't know the shield was there, fair enough. They saw the shield, they couldn't get it with the Flores drone. So plan 3 was in place. It's good to have that adaptation. They did get through it probably about as quickly as you can. However, shows that not even just wasting time can be the deterrent to Eminem. You've also got to waste the players.
And also one thing to notice about that is that it wasn't taking long. It wasn't taking 2 minutes to go through those 3 options, right? Like, people were ready to just follow up quickly enough where they weren't wasting utility, but making sure they got it open up as quickly as they possibly could. And that really did save them a couple of important seconds out there. Basically secured stock. No one could play in there anymore, and that allows Nello to go for the plant later on. So it all just worked towards that one goal, getting that diffuser on the ground, which they've done successfully twice now, Eminem. So you can really see what kind of a game they're focusing here. Not just killing the entire enemy team. No, it's getting that diffuser down on the ground and force the defenders to come towards you.
They love skiing. Eminem as a roster, they adore Chalet, and here as they're going for the pressure onto the general more standard wall, you'd say. You try and collapse over the top, but As we pointed out before, they're very good at rotating around and finding out their alternate options. It's just, well, let's try and put some take onto the opposite end. The pressure wasn't the plant originally down below, but they still opened up that pressure. They still got the extension done early on. Slight changes here, obviously a single soft and a rotate round to the back end, but they're still going to open up the width. I don't think there's an impact coming against it. No, there isn't. VP players just pull back, and I said that before, it was a bit costly. Oh, they did get the impact off in the end, or that might have been shot from underneath, actually.
Yeah, I think that's indeed the case. Now the exothermic is going to go in as well. The impact will not get it, actually. I think it's been tricked off, yeah. So it's the exothermic that got taken out. It's the actual Selma that blew up afterwards. And now a smoke grenade is going to be used to at least stop them from trying to go for another impact trick, as Tyrant missing some opportunities for the first kill here.
They hope for the rotate, as one of them does take a little bit of a follow-up fight, but as Nath gets joystick, they're able to at least pinch a kill. 50 seconds on. Dan is steadily falling further and further down the stairs and always catches Usus out just on the final swing. Solotov finds Pasha. It's this continued blow for blow. As soon as they have that vertical, the fight is everywhere. All 10 players become invested and involved, and there's not really anyone that is categorically safe. They want to see if they can try and get this pressure. The drone is caught out. Always didn't want to take the risk on the fight. He was playing a very aggressive position.
Dan is going to go for a big rotate, though. He's already gone all the way down to the snowmobile stairs, and that means if they want to go for a similar kind of plans right behind the table like they did before, he might be able to strike and take him down as they do. But Nello's on the opposite side already. He's about to be swinging on to Always here. They know he's in West Main, takes him out as well. And now Dan is on the opposite side of the map. He gets one is stuck in the Frostmat. It's a 2v1 right now.
Oh, the Razor Bloom finishes off the Frostmat player. Nello's going to see if he can try and plant, but Solotov goes with a gun. Puts the end to the round. The first time we haven't had the confirmed kit before things have gone, but still, there's a lot there that it's not entirely being brushed aside by VP. You saw the rotates, you saw the fight. Nello being able to win 2 off the pressure from Solarium Stairs. It's almost like that horror film. From the perspective we had it is, sees their friend fall from this gunfire and waits there. They've got the window behind them. We had the idea someone might be rotating around, which was eventually Nath, who died in the Frostmat. But Nello just swings, takes the fight, and I mean, if you need your players to show up, now's the time. We are a bit deep in a tactical timeout. There's only about 15 seconds left.
They've taken a timeout, 3 losses in a row right now. They realize they need to turn this around quickly. They cannot let Eminem get away with like a flawless half right now, because that is just going to be hurting them later on. It's really going to be feeding into Eminem as well as they head into the next half. So they need to slow it down, need to talk a little bit. And a different site will be chosen. We're not going gaming. We're not going to go towards the dining. We're headed towards bar. Oh, actually, back to bar gaming. They were about to swap it back to the basement, but they've changed their minds last second to go for a different site.
It's that problematic thing, and as I sort of highlighted before, it's not just about Eminem playing a blinder. It's not just about them having it entirely locked down strategically and structurally. The Virtus.Pro haven't been able to catch up. They're getting there, but I think their last round was one of the tied ones, even though
the rotation was the right
2 versus 1. That's it. The rotation, the movement, they're the right decisions, but it's not. It's like you're putting in 70%, they're putting in 90%.
Yeah.
And they're doing the same in the gunfights as well. We're not seeing a response to Solotov sitting 5-0, to Nello sitting 3-0. It's the famous phrase, if Nello is fragging, it's either a really bad game for Eminem,
or everything is just going
or everything's just going right. And so far, I think you'd go with everything is going right. Solace playing on the top floor, and a change I love to see. I adore Solace on Chalet.
I mean, you said it before, like there's so many places you can hide these drones. It's just problematic. So much information can be gained. And bringing the Solace really gives you the opportunity to take out those drones, make sure they're not too troublesome for you later on. Leave on the back of it. And at the same time, you can basically use Solace to be a better roamer. You can see where the drones are coming from. You can either choose to hunt them down or to let them live and basically try and dodge them to the best of your capabilities. And strike is a surprise. As we see right now, it's Eminem attacking again, but it doesn't seem to be like the same kind of attack because stock hasn't been opened up. They're going to go for a different approach this time around, and that means that At the same time, VP, they need to go for a bit of an adaptation. They might have called a counter directly in what happened the last time around, which just isn't happening right now.
Well, that Tyron just reloaded pretty much everything on his way around to the window. If Pasha has still gone uncontested or unchecked just on the little tuck at the top of the catwalk, well, that could be problematic if anyone goes for the pressure onto the window. Oh, the pressure's coming onto the window. Nave gets one, Tyron wins it out! And if anything, there's that sort of highlight on what I said before. The gunfights are just going against VP at the minute. Eminem, they've had a sharp, strong serial, and they're making it turn into a sharp, strong performance.
All right, a two-man entry. That's what they're working with right now. About 80 seconds as well to get that site under control. Now, there is still players around on the top floor that might be a bit problematic. However, they might be looking to try and either circumvent those angles that are being watched, or just send Tyron up the blue stairs and see if he can hunt one or two of them down before the rest of the team is starting to try and get that diffuser down, because they're aware of the fact that there is someone around on the blue stairs. Tyron just doesn't know if there's someone in the actual kitchen or slash bar area that's watching him. Oh, he hears that probably.
Yeah, you can see that, you know, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of presence. He doesn't want to just hand them a kill here. He needs to time this with the rest of his team. There's 30 seconds left. I mean, at some point, they have to move just as much as he does. So they may as well be in a position to try and work it together. Nello wants to break their way through. You can see Solotov's making some moves on the far end. 28 seconds left, and Dan turns the goggles on to have a look towards the window. Nobody's come that way yet, but they have come up. The bottom of blue gets one before being traded out, always. Is at least able to get the refrag, but you've now lost the cover on those smokes. However, most of them have gone. There's only the Capital bolts and a couple in the pockets of Nello. They're going to go for the drop, caught instantly by Shepard. Solotov gets always, leaves just Shepard with 5 seconds. He's looking for the fight, but Nate finds it. And Eminem, as I said, they're being more and more pressured by VP, but not enough.
He got close there, the diffuser was dropped to the side. It was just a lack of personnel left on the side of VP, so they couldn't really hold on. Eminem did manage to take down the warden, though. That was a little trade kill you saw happening onto the blue stairs. I think that was a win for Eminem in that case, because if there was Candela still popping, if there was still a smoke canister out there, you wouldn't have been as vulnerable as you otherwise would have been. So they basically started to take control, but because they didn't open up the stock wall this time, a player could play that for free. And it shows how strong that position is. If you drop through a hatch, if you jump through the window, you will be seen and you will be shot at. And that's exactly what happened out there. Now, Eminem managed to get away with it this time. Probably for like the first time they weren't trying to, well, you know, last round they were trying to put the diffuser down, but they killed them right beforehand. This time the diffuser was down, so a completely different kind of victory to come through.
And a completely different kind of sight to come through as well.
That as well.
They're not going to see if they can make either the kitchen or the bar stick. They're sick of the food and the drink, and it's time to go to bed. They head up to the top floor. They're going to
early, isn't it?
Rest their heads. I mean, to be honest, if you've been smashed around for 4 rounds,
you would like to go to bed.
Probably take a bit of a break.
Small nap, see if that will lend them around at least. That's still what they're looking for. Just 1, maybe 2 rounds. Find themselves in a good opportunity to fight, but at the same time, they also know, they're also aware of Eminem's record. Might not actually fully expect to win this map.
It's that strange sort of thing of when you come to a map that you know a team like this very much enjoys, and you've seen it a lot. It's not that Eminem is cautious. They're like, yeah, cool, Chalet. All right.
And no doubts there.
No doubts, and it shows in their play. It's the most confident they are. You have it as the opening here on a best of 3. But, you know, as we said, we've already seen the tech timeout. They are on their defense, and this map lends itself well to attackers. However, the longer this goes on, the more disheartened we're going to see VP in their second map. Stole the big camera in the fireplace. Can they get anything else? No.
There's going to be some information to be given away if, you know, Pasha doesn't actually fire at the camera. So it's going to be able to give just constant information. And now at E1D as well is going to be popping Pasha's exact position as he's falling back towards Piano. Joystick falling back as well in blue. They are, or seemingly are, aware of the fact that there is someone down below. Users actually wanted to go for a bit of an attempt out there, but Joystick wasn't quite as far through the wine cellar yet. We'll be able to safely rotate up towards West Main now. It could be potentially reinforcing the side itself.
might have another one of those slightly later executes here. You can see that they're trying to weigh up just where the catch might be from. Smash through the angle for the rotate. There's the Echo drones that can still try and make their way around as the Flores is just going to do a little bit more of that deconstruction inside the site. Now, the Echo drone is the response. It is a no man's land. The core and the plant on box right now. Dan cannot win out. Solotov, he's gone the reverse James Bond. Doesn't seem like he wants to stop anytime soon. The grenade over the top doesn't quite catch anybody. The Echo camera does get caught. However, they're going for the break onto the site. They're opening up onto the balcony at the same time. This is flat pressure as Solotov into Piano, led by the Flores drone. The worst possible timing for him there. He wants the gunfight. He finds one more. Can he keep the pressure up? The canister pushes him back. The grenade is going to be that response. Tucked around the corner. Doesn't quite get the full fight. The Flores drone in the chaos as Nello goes for the plant and Solotov for a triple on the round. Cannot get it. Finally dies. But almost getting into double digits before he can be removed off the board. Always gets a double. The brace for the round and the 3 versus 2 post-plant once again. Eminem have been able to find some handle in the chaos. The sprays over, back and forth towards users who's tucked down. Obviously, joystick is down. Oh, and now they're out. Eminem, 5 rounds in a row. This feels like a dominating, yeah.
I don't know what to say. It's again, like VP, they're trying to write things, that they're falling back when they get droned out, right? They're holding on to the strong positions as well. They're just losing the gunfights. And sometimes it can be as simple as that. I mean, Solotov just going amazing right here. Like, he's being shot at through the bomb chassis, just returns some shots. Spots the leg, starts pre-firing, finds a second as well, then goes deep and finds the smoke, through the smoke, before he finally gets taken down by Always. And, you know, if you have a player like that just popping off and finding 3 kills to open up a round like that, you can have the best setup in the world, but it's not going to be stopping them from getting that plan down because you've just lost the entire backline.
5 in a row for Eminem, and to be honest, after how long and how close the series was for them last night, being able to get in early here, early doors, and put this much pressure down this early, probably very good for them.
It's no longer 10 a.m. gaming, it's 4 p.m. gaming, you know? That's when they thrive. 4 p.m., able to get this 5 rounds in a row right now. Looking for one more. Themselves the flawless half. Quick hack, not being contested whatsoever by the side of VP. We also saw that they weren't quite actually hunting those cameras that have been activated. Oh no, not the Evil Eyes. Oh no! Missed the shot and couldn't get out in time because of it.
There is nothing funnier than Maestro cams and Echo drones being stolen. Apart from maybe a cap can where it hits a cap can.
I think like a Maestro camera is one of the most annoying things as well because it's just there, it's bulletproof.
You can't shoot it, they've got it.
They'll just randomly activate and start zapping you when something is happening.
You have to impact it, or you have to, you know, you don't have
punch it and remove the line of sub. It can still open up at that point.
Even then. Tyrant puts pressure underneath, hopes to catch a rotate, but they're not going to give them that option of the fight. They have to put the angle underneath, and Dan themselves keeps a bit of presence. They've handed over presence a couple of times here. What we've seen Virtus.Pro do is, as I said, they sort of fall back. They don't entirely stop the fight, but it's rare, especially on this hold, especially on the side, when the pressure starts to come through. However, this is probably the most different take we've seen from Eminem up to this point. They haven't opened up the wall itself onto box. They haven't, as far as I'm aware, opened up the wall onto the side. Instead, they're doing this, directly cutting across the back end. Noah's watching onto the fight. Nave suffers on the back end. They slink in. Users get Pasha in the meantime. And the reverse-sided take. Joystick goes down. Hit once again by the Solotov cocktail that is illuminating all of the flaws in these Virtus.Pro holds. Always caught as well, and he cannot
so painful.
Stop burning them. He is breaking and brandishing everything they try and throw at him. And he's worth 3 1s in his KD right now because he is pretty comfortably #1.
He's definitely gunning for the MVP for today. Shepard will find Nello, though. Has the Aldo. It's a great gun to try and clutch with. Goes for a second attempt at the Tyrant. It's a trade to come through as Dan finds one, but he's the last man standing now in a 1v3. He has some information to come through from the Evil Eye, but he needs to go for an attempt. Users will find him instead. And that is a flawless half to come through from the side of Eminem on their own map pick, of which we, by the way, said is very Eminem-sided, and I think they are showing why. And I wouldn't be surprised if for the rest of the tournament they're not allowed to play this map anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It seems pretty good so far.
Oh, this is a pretty good job by Eminem. This is a pretty terrifying job. And you just can't fold it. As I said, there's been times where Virtus.Pro have felt like they've tucked in. But it is just phenomenal. The sort of coordination, the collaboration between the players, the bloodlust as well.
This is a lot of that one.
It is just a fury that they are sort of laying upon them. They're going to start here, down on the basement. Haven't seen it yet, and you're about to talk about the Goyo that gets the player on the opposite side.
Shepard was about to be driving through with the drone, but it got blocked off by the Goyo. So they're going to have to blow that up first.
Who needs a mute jammer?
Yeah, who needs a mute jammer? You just put a Goyo pocket out there.
You know, the thing I really love about that Goyo as well is when it gets popped, the fire spreads to the other side of the wall. So if you're under a big bit of pressure, and it's something I learned from watching Eminem, is if you're under a big bit of pressure, you pop that, and then they suddenly can't put it on the side of the breach. If you're bandit tricking, then you don't have to do both sides. It's a nice little adaptation towards keeping control if you're playing that bandit role.
It definitely is. So Nello, you know, he's playing that. He most likely will stay down below to make sure that that wall stays closed. And it's going to be a task for the side of Virtus.Pro to open that one up as quickly as they can. And that's exactly what they'll be doing right now. It'll be the impact to come through. Any second now. From the lifeline, there it is. The fire spreads, and that means it's going to be only on one side to be opened up right now, unless they want to actually tank the damage. Shepard somehow is going to be able to get through it. I'm not sure. I don't think Nello actually got the trick down, but an impact trick came through from Nave through the drone hole and stopped it from happening, so somehow they still recover it.
That's it. They know how to play that wall. Joystick knows how to play that angle. They get a kill. Solotov gets one back. Pasha gone. He takes a lot of damage for it, but still, the importance is that he got the trade out. Pasha might leave this game without a kill, and as a player that is built on passion, a player that's built on momentum, it's going to be a very tricky one to try and get his head back in for the following one. Joystick. He was able to get the first and the start, and he's going to see if he can put a bit of pressure here across the top. Nave finds always just swinging up snowmobile stairs. Solotov's still loose at the top. Nello kind of wants to join him. There's the pings in the Jackal track. That's why they might be activating. That's why they might be leaning in and sort of saying, look, let's not let him just get the catch. There's yellow pings roughly towards where Nello is. Joystick wants to try and cut his way right towards snowmobile stairs. They're really angling for an idea, and you can see that he's eager to go for the fight, but they're not confident enough.
It's a bit of a bait, right? Like, as soon as the Jackal tracks are coming down and you have a player that far removed from the side, it's like, okay, let's try and cut down the entryways from the opponent to get to our player that is currently under pressure. And User's still around, has a C4 prepped onto the actual wall from the kitchen. Nello gets taken down by Shepard, brings it back to a 3-on-3. The wall has been opened up as well, so it gives an opportunity to the side of Virtus.Pro to make something happen here. But still, verticality is not fully under control. User's still out here trying to challenge as he's being pre-fired. Might actually go aggressive on the swing right here. Spots a player, gets it down onto Dan, but wants to fall back quickly through that hatch, and that means Joystick cannot revenge him. And Dan thus will be down, but recoverable, most importantly.
You can hear the smokes popping off. 30 seconds, but Shepard cannot just push this alone right now because of the pickup that happened elsewhere. These smokes will dissipate in a moment's time, and Users dissipates Joystick through the soft floor. Shepard, as again, he pushes in, he pulls back, but at this point, the only thing he can really do is try and take a 3 versus 1, 3 different angles, and the first falls in what has been a monumental introduction to this best of 3 by Eminem.
19-on-1 win streak to come through right now, so the record seems pretty solid for Eminem. That's one map in the pocket. They still need one more to go on to phase 3. Will they get it? Well, let's go to a quick break to find out.
When you have two teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our two Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas and pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this invitation we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro.
Oh, shot out
by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also, it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう。
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Well, fellas, I think it's safe to say that the marshmallows are looking pretty damn toasty, pretty darn good over there in the Eminem side of things. What are you shaking your head?
No, it was great. It was great.
I feel like you're definitely judging me right now. But anyways, Eminem managing to successfully win out on their own map pick over on Chalet. Now, I need you to explain to me a little bit. I'll start with you first, X. The fact that VP had ultimately left this map in the pool in the very first place, is that a little bit unheard of, a little bit unexpected?
You don't take Eminem to Chalet. Where are teams going to learn this? There's 17 teams that have gone before this that learned the lesson, and VP have learned it as well. You do not take this team to Chalet. They are a nuisance. Now, that being said, VP, was it a better the devil you know situation? Because we've already said they've got a smaller map pool than Eminem, so they had to go to something that they do not prefer. We could see there were elements here that VP were trying to counter. We could see that they were bringing things in certain positions, deployable shields getting played in certain ways. They knew what they were coming up against here. but it still didn't matter. It was still a 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.Pro, they make the call. They go to the best map for Eminem. They lose it 7-0. It's a best of 3, right? You're always planning to walk in, win your map pick, win map 3. That's always the game plan. So whilst this was an ugly game for Virtus.Pro, series is not over. A little bit of a momentum boost for Eminem, and they don't mind the second map coming up here either. But I do think that Virtus.Pro, as long as they can keep their heads on, right, they're not freaking out about this, I think they'll be okay. This was a tough map. They played kind of poor, but, you know, that's why it's best of 3.
Now, do you guys feel like this is the VP that we've been seeing throughout the tournament so far in regards to their playstyle? Have we still been seeing the slow-paced VP coming on through, or did they change things up?
We've seen a fairly slow pace. We've also seen a VP that has an inability to win a gunfight. There were some shocking numbers getting thrown up by the players on Virtus.Pro. On the flip side, Solo Solotov, he's back. Nath, he was popping off.
Yeah.
Both of those players finished, I think Solotov finished 12-2, something in that sort of range.
Yeah,
Nath, last
good.
time we checked, it was like 5-2. We're gonna get a bit of a read on it here.
Yeah,
7-1 even. So unbelievable performance from Eminem, really winning those gunfights.
Yeah, if I can hype up a guy without crazy numbers, I think Nello played a fantastic start to this game as well. The plant focus coming in from Eminem, running in, especially on that kitchen bomb site, getting in through fireplace, getting that kit down, getting the frags before he even does that. Thought Nello was making a lot of space for his team, thought he was doing a great job to start that off. And in general, the plant focus from Eminem was very good on their attacks.
Now, Joystick, in previous games, was one of the star players coming on through for the side of VP, Jesse. What do you think has really changed between the Joystick that we'd seen before and the Joystick that we saw in that game?
I mean, the problem with Joystick this map is there were windows. The windows were a disaster for Joystick. We've got some highlights because there were more rounds in this game where Joystick was dying on windows than he was not. We'll see if we got the clips for you guys, because way too often Joystick was going down. It was rounds 2, 3, 4, and 6. He fell while playing on one of these windows, always being caught by the attackers. It was frustrating to watch from him. The Azami ban, a huge factor in that for Eminem. Not being able to block that off with Akibas made it very difficult for Joystick to have strong angles. So unfortunately, Joystick continuously falling in that area. He tried the castle, I believe 1 round, 2 rounds maybe. Still didn't seem to save him, always being caught off guard there. And when your star fragger is being killed time and time again as the opening death from these windows, we'll see him now, it really does not go their way.
I think Eminem knew this was coming as well. That first one's a bit of a ropey one. I'm surprised you've included that one there, Jesse. I think you might have done him a little bit dirty. But you can see it's a common trend. One of the great things about Chalet from an attacker's point of view is the ability to get kills from outside to in. You can get kills very safely, whether you're out on the rappel, whether you're hanging around on one of the roofs or one of the balconies. There are options for that. And we know that VP like to play quite slowly. We know that they like to move around a little bit. And Eminem do a great job of funneling these defenders into power positions for them.
Now, talk to me about how we think VP are going to look to approach this Villa match coming up soon.
I mean, Villa, right? We had the first map very one-sided for Eminem. Villa's not that bad for Eminem either.
Yeah, it's good.
They have a 75% win rate on this map this year, and their only loss came to their own ISP. So I'm pretty good for Eminem here. They've got the momentum. They like this map. Virtus.Pro better have a good plan for Villa.
How are you feeling about this one?
Well, ISP isn't an issue because we're online,
Yeah.
so that's a good thing. I'm feeling quite good. I think, you know, we talked about the momentum coming into this fixture. We spoke about how Eminem are coming off the back of a really hot win yesterday. VP coming off the back of a pretty bad loss yesterday as well. Map 1 being a 7-0. Everything is just flooding in Eminem's direction now for me.
Hap and Fluke, we've got the marshmallows here. Whether or not they'll be able to bring the side of Eminem good luck, it's only a matter of time before we find out.
It is, and, well, luck. They made their own on Chalet. You cannot deny it. As Jesse said, though, it is a best of 3. You want to win both maps, the first 2. You expect to maybe have pressure and lose theirs, but losing it by that much, nobody expects that.
That's not losing, that's just not coming to play.
Yeah.
I mean, we're definitely there to play, don't get me wrong, right? But it's like, you just played 30 minutes and there's nothing there to show for it, right? So it's very painful when that happens to you. It really allows Eminem to kind of start this off with a bit of an advantage out here, because they basically didn't have to show much of their playbook. They didn't really have to go to the complete depths of that round, of that map. Now they're going on towards Villa. It is a very more strategic kind of map than we usually see. It's also very slow. in terms of how it plays out. Slower than Chalet is, I would dare to say, in my opinion.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
Thank you.
I don't think you're too out of line.
You know,
too outrageous.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm not getting out of line too much, you know, unlike some other people sometimes with the hot take.
You do live safe. Nook, Thatcher, Zami and Kaid.
Yeah.
More balanced to reflect the state of play of the map more than anything. You know, it's not specifically that there was a single player that was popping off on a thing. It's not a map to target ban.
No. And even if you would, I mean, Solotov, like, what was he playing? But basically everything, right? So there was no real like counter pick you could go against him as well, because one round he's on a cap gun, then he's on the Oryx. Like, he just continues playing as long as he has an SMG in hand. The man is absolutely on fire as we are headed towards Villa. We have our bands. With round number 1, we're starting off in the kitchen. A tertiary site we do not often see. I'm not 100% sure, but the way, has library already been played? Living room? Is that one of the 2 sides that we're still missing? Has been played. Never mind. Okay, so it has to play once.
We're missing skyscraper bedroom.
Yeah.
And we're missing
10 seconds left before insertion.
Customs on border.
All right.
Yeah, skyscraper bedroom.
So those are the 2 sides. They're not here. That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we'll get them later on.
We might get it in the 3rd map.
Yes, exactly.
That's down to Virtus.Pro right now. And it'll start here with them continuing on their attack. Now, okay, this is probably the best way for this game to start for them, because if they went from 6 defenses and 1 attack into another 6 defenses, if anything, that might be harder to go on a reset, regardless of the map, regardless of everything. I'm talking generally, if this could have been any map, I think, and coming into sort of go, well, this is fresh for us. Anything that can remove you from what happened on the previous map, I think is a positive.
I think it's very important that they at least win one of the next 2 rounds, though, on the VP side of things, because if they don't, it is going to be looking pretty grim for them as they need to progress. That's the first gunfight taken. Small amounts of damage done to either side. Nothing really to worry about. Both will fall back, and they will continue later on.
Tyrant might be under a bit more pressure than he thinks. It's going over the top here towards, obviously, the hold around bathroom, around the bedroom itself. You clear that space, and then you can try and pressure those players further back, get the vertical, and then angle your way downwards. It's the method they're going to use here, and Villa's a hefty map. Even for this vertical, you have to start quite wide. Isolate the staircases, catch off those players. This Tyrant, as pointedly, hits that, goes for the staircase rotate, goes deep underneath wine to maybe try and pop up on red.
See, this is kind of the thing, right? Because they know that Virtus.Pro is going to be taking their time. They're going to be doing everything they can to open up as much as they can before they go for an execute.
Yep.
If you still have that 1 player offside, which is right now Tyrant, and he has the opportunity to pop up on either of those 2 staircases behind him, that's going to be like an ace up their sleeves they can use to try and disrupt that push from Virtus.Pro and really disrupt them as they want to go for that push. A minute and 5 seconds are currently left, and VP is slowly starting to get themselves close to the site. Pasha right now finds himself into the living room, hoping to find himself with the very first engagement as he's clearing out a lot of ground, spilling out a lot of angles as well. And that leaves him worried. He's checking everything, like, manically. He doesn't know where the push is going to be coming from. His joystick takes a lot of damage, and Pasha gets taken down by Nello, hiding in mud.
Well, Joystick, he's taken a lot of damage there, as you said, over the vertical, the fight and the control for it. We've got 2 C4s used and blown. I think one is actually maybe still pre-placed. One is even, yep, with one still waiting. And that obviously, with just a tickle, would be the end here of Joystick. He's got to play himself cautiously. He's one of the 2 options for the soft destruction over the top. They at least still have the sledge, but they only have 20 seconds, and there's 3 of them above the site right now. Bit of pressure onto Always. The blinds come across. Solotov gets 1 more onto Dan. That's the only pressure onto the site. The drop is caught, but traded instantly back. But 9 seconds. Always is left alone above the site itself. And I mean, it's obviously not the start that you want. You said they were slow, but now it's 8 rounds in a row for Eminem.
I think Eminem picked this first site really smart, Eminem. Because what they did is like, okay, Aviator, you're into the site quite quickly, right? Like, you take study, you take some windows.
Yep.
And you're already on the site, or at least putting pressure on the site. If you look towards Trophy, you take the bedroom, you're already having pressure on the site. The kitchen is not like that. You need to take that full top 4 under control. You need to take some horizontal under control as well, and that just costs a lot more time. So Eminem, knowing they have these 7 rounds in a row, decided to, okay, let's go to the site that requires the most work to be done. So they have a lot less time to actually go and formulate and execute. And they instantly stall out, they instantly get that round. Now they'll head over towards Aviator Games, but they have the 8th round in a row. And I said it, if they don't, like if VP do not win one of the first 2 rounds in this game, it might be going down to Eminem really quickly here, just continuing onwards. And of course, Virtus.Pro, very experienced roster. These players, they have tons of experience. They know what it's like to be behind. But still, with all that experience, it's going to be in your mind. 9 rounds in a row, 10 rounds in a row.
Riddle me this, hat man.
I'll riddle.
When Wolves did meet Virtus.Pro on Villa, what side was the side that they got most of their 7-1 win?
I would say it was the attack. Was it the defense?
I don't know. I'm riddling you this.
I think it was.
I've got it written down. Apparently you don't.
I'm quickly following up on this.
Jesse, can you believe this? Jesse can't. He's shaking his head. He's disgusted at you, Hap.
I'm truly
The man is
sorry.
made of stats.
But yeah.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Okay, you keep looking. I'll go back into this as I make the point a bit more punctuating. It's a game of 2 halves here, and Joystick is going to see if he can try and lead in with some of the growth onto this opposite end. It's looking towards the break onto the wall. They have the support of the gunfight. A minute's gone, and they're at least making damage onto the same floor as the site itself, which you cannot really say for how things went before, but AVG, more common in terms of the attack, more common in terms of attacking this site specifically as well. How you draw yourself in and where you put this pressure.
I started doubting myself, but it was the attack they got more.
Hey, it was the attack.
I was gonna say, it was the attack, right? And you didn't say anything. It's like, am I starting to doubt myself?
I wanted you to be more confident in yourself.
Okay, my bad.
It was. So, ain't a bit of worry here. Obviously, the longer this goes in, that's the sort of follow-on point from your point is, it's not just a matter of this being a map. It's also that sort of double down of the more that things go away from them here, the more it's like, uh-oh, this is going away from us.
Shield has been taken down, so it will lighten up the defenses slightly. Always, you have no idea what's coming for you. Tyrant finds him as he was about to pull the grenade out, and again, an entry for the side of Eminem. Another one to follow up, as Solita finds a kill, and VP just falling apart here as they trying to wrap themselves around the site. Another one to come through. The drone actually distracts him, and Pasha finds a kill.
Now, with it slightly pulled back, but still the pressure of time onto the 3 remaining players, can Dan, with the darker B that was obviously removed from the previous map, make some use of it. Heavy hits of the rifle, can't quite get the full connection. Pasha's trying to put pressure underneath. Tyrant is on a bit of a hunt of their own. Pasha seems aware. Very well aware. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds. Dan caught crossing the site, a bit blind there. Hope to get in towards the opposite end. Shepard now slowed by the smoke. They can't make any motions behind it. 20 seconds, and it's a very long one. When you're looking at one more smoke canister, they've just got to take the damage, but they rotate onto stock. And there it is, swung round a study even. And Users getting one more across. Eminem, 9 rounds in a row.
Potentially counting. And they got some quick control here, Virtus.Pro, right? Like, they managed to get the bedrooms under control, they managed to get Trophy under control quite quickly. They started pushing through towards 90, but what is it? Is a drone game that kind of missed 2 opportunities there, not knowing where these players were. First of all, Tyrant, of course, it's the Solas, has the opportunity to see these drones and dodge them. And then Solitov being on an aggressive angle as well. And of course, Pashi managed to bring it back. He managed to find those 2 kills. But in the end, that first kill, so unnecessary as an entry death. They needed to be aware of that. And this is when I start to worry for the side of Virtus.Pro. He just lost 2 of those rounds. As just mentioned, it was 5 rounds against Wolves in the attack.
They did.
So we need to make sure that they pick up rounds quickly, because otherwise it's just going away from them really quickly here. And VP, we've praised them so much throughout their tournament so far, and we saw him drop off slightly over the last couple of days, but they don't want to go out with a 7-0 and like a 7-1, 7-2, or 7-3. They want to go out fighting if they go out.
You wanna hit every map You want to make sure that regardless of your performance, whether you end up going out in phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3, nobody wants it to be a whimper. You want to have your best game as your sort of last game, because then you can sort of leave and go, well, we were playing our best game. Like, we brought it and it didn't quite connect, but we know how we can improve. We've set our benchmark. This is where we can go from it. The other way around is sometimes that tougher take of, we know what we were capable of and we couldn't keep up that level. And it's still early. It's obviously still early. It's early on this map. It's Villa. If you were to just look at this as a best of one and Eminem have won their first 2 defenses, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, if it's just this map, it's like nothing to worry about yet. But it's the fact that it's 9 rounds in a row so far, and VP haven't been able to strike back, which is what worries us. Solotov aggressive again. He's not willing to yield any bit of ground as soon as Laser Gate gets removed. They're trying to deal with the castle barricades now, and that's going to be forcing Solotov to play a bit more careful. He can no longer use that rotation as freely as he did before, and the Canellas now starting to come through are supposed to be helping VP taking the ground they desperately need.
They hoped a player was a bit stuck inside. They didn't quite get the kill on the back of it, but they did get the territory, and that's the important part, because with the openings onto the site wall, users should not be alive, let's be honest. Double rotate either side. Not sure if he heard a reload and took a chance and an opportunity, but either way, especially when you're sort of holding off the cut of the angle there with a gun with 81 bullets in, you really should have got the confirm.
Oh, that air jab kind of didn't go where they wanted it to go. Joystick down below. Nello's waiting patiently. That's going to be that bit of a hunt downstairs below. Always now coming in with these grenades. Needs to be careful to not actually bounce it too early, because otherwise that would have killed Joystick. Doesn't find anything. Uses with the C4 will find Dan. However, an entry kill again goes to Eminem. And Pasha now trying to make something happen with these Candelas, but very much afraid of someone pushing up. Users just barely lives.
That's twice Users should be dead. And that one, okay, you can't really fault the player. It's just did what he needed to do. He's close with a deagle, holding onto the angle, hoping he doesn't get full blind. Fires a single shot across, and he just runs through, does get picked up elsewhere. But Solotov gets one on the background. Tyrant gets one more of the swing, and Pasha's looking every single direction for a fight. They're able to find the rotate up the stairs. 20 seconds, a 3 versus 2. They're putting pressure towards it, but look what they don't have. The diffuser. They've got to try and make this as an aggressive angle fight here. They've got to try and find the players. Always has gone for the recollection around the bedroom itself. Tyrant picks up them, and Solotov picks up 3 in a row on this map. The perfect site rotation. When do you call your timeout?
The red pings are coming through as well. Eminem fully aware of what the play was there in that 2v3 situation. And again, VP, like, they tried to take some early ground. I mentioned it before, like, you are relatively quickly into the site here, because all you need to take is the walk-in closet, the bathroom. You find yourself an Astro, and you have the door to both those sides. And they managed to get into that room. They managed to get some kills out there as well. But again, players around on the flanks, on off angles they were unaware of, picking them up. Whilst the information game of Eminem has been sublime so far. And as I say, let's go. That is 10 rounds in a row for Eminem against Virtus.Pro right now. And we're back towards the bottom floor. We're back towards the kitchen. And this is where they mostly struggle with time on the side of VP. 20 seconds left, 3 players up on the top floor, and they're like, oh, we might need to go down.
This is going to be a fresh test. Or maybe it's Peruvian test as well. Okay. I don't know if they're listening. What's the most amount of rounds in a row a team has won? Oh, in a best of 3. Have we? I don't think we've ever had a 7-0-7-0 in terms of majors. We probably had it somewhere in the system.
Somewhere in the circuit.
What's the most amount of rounds a team has been in? And that's a big question. That's not one that
it is. I was just quickly checking this, Jesse, looking it up right now.
I mean, they might be. It's not an easy one. Oh, that's not an easy one either. Joystick takes a lot of damage. Naif does deal a bit, but gets some back against him. Doesn't get the kill. However, you're looking at a buck on a vertical take. You've got a sledge still they're soft. Remember how we talked about how dangerous that was before. This time with 1 impact and 2 C4s still on the board. Again, any of that hits the buck as soon as they start trying to make some distance. Things are in a bit of a nightmare position.
Oh, to jump in right afterwards. Naif, are you aware the impact will get the Selma, but he will find and lose his life for it. So the entry now will be for Virtus.Pro, and this might be that bit of momentum they need in a round to continue on strong.
there has been 7070 all the way back in DreamHack 2018 winter.
That's a very long time, all right.
Oh, it's mini golf gutter. Of course it is. Outside of mini golf gutter, that doesn't count.
I like how you instantly went like, oh, it has happened. Oh, but it was mini golf.
It was mini golf gutter.
A very legendary team name,
Very
by the way.
legendary team name.
A lot of people know him.
Okay. Nath gone. Obviously, the Legion was playing a very loose game, and Nello as a mirror on the chance on the swing round. It's not the quickest, but it is one that, well, might have a bit of impact here. Does not have the C4 to loop out. The call is going. They don't want to take the fight. They're winning it elsewhere. Why would you? There's two more on the back of the board. Solotov and use a gun. And they break this deadlock. They have so much time. They have so much ground. They have so much damage done. And look at the separation between Tyrant and Nello. Nello buried the back of the corner of the site itself towards China. Tyrant trying to get some retake over the top. Oh, cannot win it out. Joystick, sharp as you like, is able to tear the head off of the player. And for what has been a flawless run around so far, ends in a flawless round for Virtus.Pro. Their first over the showdown comes on the 11th hour.
All right. It's actually, yeah, the 11th round. Very nice.
Thank you. It's my job.
Overall so far, with the 11 rounds we've had, Emmy, 9 entry kills went to Eminem, only 2 went to Virtus.Pro. They got quite close in both those rounds. Especially that one round, they just managed to get a flawless round. So well done there. Managed to find those roamers this time around. Managed to actually shut them down. And most importantly, they kept their tactical timeout. They haven't had to use it yet, which means that if they are able to get back into the saddle right now and find themselves with a second or even a third round for the half, they can use it when times do get desperate. When Eminem does manage to reach the 5 or 6 mark even. And it's time to slow them down and get a talk.
Rotating the site, heading to AVG. And I said it at the time, Kitchen isn't really a lot of teams' first picked site. No, it's sometimes the team's second pick, you could go as far as to say. But, you know, sort of playing it at the rotation, I think moving on to AVG where they had it before. Though, when we were here with Virtus.Pro last time, they did get themselves into site. They were putting pressure onto it, which is cleaner than some of their first 3 executes. However, losing the ground on study, losing the ground on the backside of the site of where they were trying to put their push onto the red door, they just did not have enough control of the rest of the map.
Changing mix.
Time to change that. Let's see if they can take that earlier control quickly, but also keep the information game up because that was on point in that last round. It's been lacking in the other rounds we've seen so far from them today. As there are some red pings going through, it's Dan actively on the drone out here, spotting out a player. And that is something we like to see. They need to keep that up. They need to shepherd out these players as they go through. And as successfully they're doing so far, it's Tyrant actually with a jump out that will find always as an entry kill yet again for the side of Eminem. Yeah, it's a very long one as well.
I mean, the classic P90 pop out, instantly pop back by something just as classic, Joystick. Getting the head of a player. Playing the Iana, playing that aggressive lead-in role here. The Buck is off the board, the one that they were playing just before. There's not as much soft to try and take through here, but when you're sort of going for this clear slightly underneath, you might appreciate being able to get it from underneath. You're looking at mirror windows. You're looking at those hefty walls now where a Buck would make it done in a second. Now it's going to have to be a little bit more precise.
Very much aware of the fact that living in library seems to be clear. No one out there for now, and might actually get some grenades to come in from below very soon. If they want to go for the rotate around, Pasha is just getting on the drone right now, making sure that the top 4 can actually start doing some extra work out here, setting up the flank drones as well as Joystick goes fishing, but completely blind. There's nothing there to back it up. So one grenade fails, the second will as well. There's no pieces of utility found on the back of those grenades.
Ooh, but they
what a
do
shot.
find Tyrant Pasha. And I said he's a player that when he builds momentum can be absolutely phenomenal. Could not find anything on Chalet. So for him to really start getting into this game and warming up, that is a huge sign for VP. Solotov shuts him down. But still done a bit of damage, pulls himself back, and Joystick wins out the next engagement. They've got the pressure onto the door itself, the 3 versus 2. They have the man advantage. They have 40 seconds, not the biggest amount of time. And Users is looking for maybe somewhere he can go here. Shepard's going to go for the plant. The C4 is thrown over the top, gets shot out, and the cover is perfect, as he has been this round. The swing Fires a bit too high, fires a bit too shaky. There's down on the back end, gets the down, gets one. There's the drop on the player who planted. There's almost the second. Pops with the pistol and uses with the last second reload. They're holding the angle. Oh no. They're able to just get themselves tucked in and reloaded. 1 tick. 2. There's the hold. There's the death.
Well done by VP there. They find themselves a second round. Again, commanding the space they need, finding the trade kills when necessary, and just, I mean, that little bit of trust to come through here. Yes, the C4 flew through. Yes, they went off the plans, but it didn't go hunting after that. Instantly back up, making sure that the timer counts in your advantage here. Starting with that jump out, finds the one. Some good shots to be returned, though, by the side of Virtus.Pro. They find themselves with a second round, and that second round is so much more important than many of you might believe, because it gives them that buffer, the extra bit of space for error. I'm not even sure if he would have stuck it, if it would have been enough.
I mean, it's one of those. It would have been
very close, but it's like, you want to take that fight at that point. You're in a 1v2, you know you're going to be swung at. It's those difficult decisions you have to make in the moment there as a player. And sometimes they work, and sometimes they don't. But you're not supposed to be winning a situation like that, a 1v3 post.
Shaking things up, but just a little, towards Kitchen, the place where, well, the deadlock was finally broken in terms of the opposite of a deadlock, really. They were locked dead on every single round until they got a flawless here before. Virtus.Pro might be able to get themselves an even half, which 2 rounds ago seemed a little unlikely. Eminem, it's not that they've entirely stepped their foot off the gas. I think Virtus.Pro have just massively stepped it up over this past couple rounds, not just in terms of their coordination, but their ferocity on these gunfights. The sharpness that we're getting from them was something we were drastically missing in Chalet.
For sure, a lot of... Ooh, Nate! It just jumps through, Nate!
Whoops.
There you go. We saw it happen live, POV from the clutch drone. How he did like 60 damage.
Like he was like,
out there.
He's like, wait, I gotta watch. Wait, I gotta watch.
We gotta watch this happen. That's a call out. Oh, that's the Legion down on 40% right now, so we don't need to worry about him that much anymore.
Tyrant. Keeping himself tucked just above. Remember the sort of pick apart of the players. We saw Eminem go for something a bit looser, a bit wilder last time we were here, and they lost out on those 1 versus 1s. They lost out on those engagements that were stretched around the map itself. This time they've held themselves closer together. They're more ready for the refrags, the fight game that they want to draw as a team. I think they've realized just how Virtus.Pro has started to heat up, and they said, well, let's try and do our best to slow that down, especially here if we can get the 4-2 on our defense. Nape is the one still partially injured, the only one so far inside the site. And the first fight is Joy6, tucked around, puts Solotov out. They're gonna hope that they maybe don't get caught out by Tyrant, who's holding on. The pressure's on to Users next.
Users gonna be careful here because they might have seen you out there. He strikes, finds one. At the same time, Tyrant will find Joystick as well. That is gonna be the member advantage again towards Eminem. Always very close to another player of Eminem as well as Nello. On one, finds Nave though as he's rotating around. Nello just stays put as he's going to go and hunt, but the drone spots him out just in time.
Last possible second there, still takes the rotate, and a DMR is trickier to catch a player in that situation than an SMG or an AR, so doesn't double dip. 40 seconds, just about, as they start to angle up in towards Laundry, in towards the side of the site and the statue end. Dan doesn't just want to move in by himself. The smokes are covering that mirror window on the back of China, and with Shepard offering some support, they're trying to work out, is it safe enough to plant? The answer is probably still, unfortunately, no, as Nello's about to prove. There's the swing, gets the down, not the confirm onto the player. The crossfire comes from the statue area. Tyrant gets 2, always gets 1 before Nello ends the round. And Eminem, importantly, get one back here in the 4-2 half.
They break that momentum again. They're making sure VP is unable to secure themselves that even split. That would have been oh so valuable for them. And Nello, he's feeling it. He's knowing how close they are of making it to the main stage. 3 rounds is what's separating them and going to phase 3. Continuing onwards, and Tyrant unseen. Again, the information game from VP has been the reason why Eminem has been able to get this many, like, kills from the flank. You dare to say it's not even flank, it's sometimes just hiding in some, you know, cheeky spots, just waiting for them to walk by as you pick them up. And just a simple drone would have prevented so many deaths over this past half. But they don't need to worry about that now. As they're on the defense, they can start playing those spots.
Now, as we get maybe an instant return to an even half here. We talked about the Wolves game. We talked about how powerful it was for Virtus.Pro on their attack. They did predominantly better, but we didn't really see much of their defense. Technically, it was a flawless. They got the 2 rounds they needed in the first 2, and then the game was done, put to bed. Here it would bring them back level, but from that point, Virtus.Pro, for the first time since a long time ago, would have been able to get themselves balanced in this showdown.
That's what they're aiming for. Of course, they'll be taking this round by round. So not by looking at the macros right here, being like, we need to get like 3 rounds in like the next 4 to find ourselves in a good position. Round by round, take it with small steps, because as soon as you start looking at the bigger picture, start getting overstimulated, it starts to just all get away from you here. And as that is always finding himself taken down by users and the DMR, that's not the best of starts of this first round of the round by round basis.
No, I would describe it as the worst.
That's a bad start, yes.
Joystick, under a bit of pressure, is able to drop out before he entirely gets closed down. A bit of a risky move here, as Pastor's going to see if he can get his slick way back in, and all the VP players are now pushed back in towards the site itself within a minute. How quickly Eminem realized this is the difference between them getting in and getting themselves set up for the pressure. Obviously, they saw the drop down happen, and with the pressure that they put on towards Mudroom, you know, it's always that risky move by Virtus.Pro.
Now, the diffuser is not in hand currently from Eminem, but that's by choice, because they don't want a single player to be caught off with that diffuser in hand and then having to go for a recovery run. So, those of you at home, do not worry about it just yet.
They know.
They know. They're aware of this. They're first going to be trying to get some control, and as Tyron does so first, takes a couple of shots, takes a little bit of damage. Might have actually been an EDD as well that he just walked through as the recovery now comes through, and that means the site is going to be pushed very soon here by the side of Eminem.
A lot of utility is removed there. We saw the strategy table get entirely blown up by a Flores drone. There is a frost mat on the default plant spot.
Yes.
And there is a cap can on Nello. There he is. That is that bit of danger. Cap can.
That's the diffuser now.
Relevant. Now the diffuser is lost. A little bit far away. On walking as well.
Yeah, that's quite far away. And
not a door he needed to take either.
No.
I think they'd already opened up the bedroom.
A lot of control out there, but either way, that's a kill. They managed to find. A grenade will strike one, almost for a second, potentially. Depends on if he moves the right direction. No. Still a man advance for Eminem, though. They managed to recover that one. The diffuser is back in hand as well with Tyrant, who's finding himself on 90. Having the opportunity and the luxury to choose between the 2 options, but the frost mat inside the corner is still out there. Spotted and taken down. Do they know about the frost mat? It doesn't seem like Solotov is looking at it right now as he's trying to take the fight, but Dan shuts him down first. No, the frost mat! We're calling out so many times before, and it finds the diffuser and the confirm from Dan.
15 seconds. Users has to try and rotate and offer support if they want to try and head down this, but Shepard still has a smoke canister in pocket as well. There's Users with that huge bit of cover. The smoke gets thrown. He gets his rotate. He's not able to stop the plant. He does catch the player with the cover. A 1 versus 1. He's going to open himself his own route round. The Clutch Master, who's done so much, cannot quite get that connection. And Naif, he's keeping a cool face, as you can hear his teammate around him. It's not every day that you get into a 1 versus 1 with Shepard. It's not every day you win him.
It's definitely not every day. Oh, that Frostman, that could have been so detrimental out there if it wasn't for the sharp gunners on the side of Eminem to just clutch it out right afterwards. It's like we called it out, like multiple times in the round, and they just seem to have been unaware of it. Oh, a beautiful opening by users there. Read the situation perfectly. Solotov here as well. Good information, or at least good instincts on where the player would be. Just that translation into that afterwards as well. Overall, good game knowledge coming through from the side of Eminem, or reading the situation well. Allows them to be up 5-2. So no flawless defensive half to come down from Virtus.Pro either. That's been checked off or basically deleted from the notebook.
Eminem are but 2 rounds away from taking the series and 1 from putting that huge bit of serious pressure towards their opponents and themselves in this game. To be fair, it's that awkward position when you're this close to confirming yourself to the main stage. When you're this close to taking out a team who, well, 2 maps ago from them, they were considered favorites, or one of them, to potentially do some damage. 2 maps later, here they are, almost 2 maps down.
Getting close to it at least. And they need to fight back. They still have a tactical timeout in their pockets, Virtus.Pro, so I assume that gets taken if they lose one more round, as that would be potential end of things. Dan, aware of the fact that someone's on the balcony, Solotov going for a rotation, seems to be aware of Dan as well. Opens up on the door. It's gonna be a bit of a bluff out here. Grenade going to be bounced around the corner. I think Dan is just far enough back. Yes. He's now fully aware of the fact that they know where he is.
That's entirely it. Solotov is pretty much stating, we know you're here. We're not going to throw ourselves into this fight, and we've got the pressure and support of our team. You might not. You've got to pull yourself back, and there you can see, as always, slips away. Dan doesn't, so he has to go. He can waste this time, though. And if he gets a drone in the meantime, as the pressure hits against Walkin, angles towards the bathroom. Well, here's Dan in a slightly different position. Just misses the rotate. The drone rolls out. Will they think that AVG is clear? That's what Dan is banking on right now.
Eminem need to be very careful with their droning out here, and you see Tyron doing exactly that. That's a smoke, just punching the table there, spotting there's an actual drone right underneath it as well, and as the rotation from Solotov comes around, he doesn't want to take that fight, he doesn't want to take that risk. They'd much rather have the 5-5 odds onto the actual direct side to try and make a play happen out there. That's going to be an EMP coming down on the Echo drone out there. Another RC Rotero taking out lots of utility, I believe. Yeah,
what
look
a
at that
journey that Rotero went on. All the way around, was able to drift past about 3 different players. Pasha is now the one in 90. Dan's fallen his way back to site because, well, if you're playing the Warden role, you got to make sure you're in a place you can be the biggest impact. The calls come out. They've got half an isolation onto the single player just on the right-hand side. They're going to maybe dip into the fight. No. They think better of it because, well, there's a minute left. And although they've got a shield that's putting pressure onto the bedroom door and leaning their way in, there's not much else it can really do. The Echo's looking for the fight. The grenade does a lot of damage to Always, but doesn't confirm the kill. Nello's playing a dangerous game here, but Tyrant plays another one. Gets Pasha, gets that loose player, drops to the rotate, 40 seconds. Now, as the pings are coming continually, they're looking for the spray fight round on the side. Solotov's still underneath. They're going for the rotate back onto the split. There's a fight on the stairs he didn't expect. And a 5 versus 3. Solotov knocking on the door. Tyrant gets one more. Always finally goes down. There's a flawless round. And Eminem are 1 round away.
A clinical round from them. They were aware of the player on the main stairs. They decided to not take the fight, to not take the risk, and instead move themselves over towards the side. And as they did, they start picking them up one by one in basically their backs. They didn't even realize that they were being pushed at the time because the pressure was coming down from elsewhere. And now the tactical timeout has been called. 45 seconds for Virtus.Pro to make a final decision, make a final chat happen. Because if you lose one of the next 4 rounds, Emmy, they are going home. And Eminem would continue to phase 3. And after VP, they started off so strong in their phase 2. Everybody would have expected them to at least give it a run at that final phase to see if they could finally get another title for those players. And as the tech timeout runs out, you see the smiles on the side of Eminem. They know it is within reach. They know they are getting close to qualify themselves. And what can you do as Virtus.Pro? You start looking at it. Seems like they're going Aviator. Seeing some information to be played with the Valkyrie out there. You do not see it yet, but I'm just spoiling the surprise out there. And again, it's not like they're playing things wrong. It is just Eminem is so on top of their own game that it's very difficult to keep up with them right now. And yes, there is slight mistakes in terms of droning when they were on the attack.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Don't suffer as much of that right now. But again, seeming unawareness sometimes of where the players are coming from hurts them. So they need to pull it back a bit tighter here. Play on contact, play together. Make sure you have those trades if a push does come to shove from the side of Eminem. But sooner rather than later, it will happen. A glass on the board. Capital.
I mean, we'll see how they can try and put this to bed. Eminem feels like they want to do it a little bit swift with how they've got themselves set up here for this pressure. Obviously, they've played a brilliant series so far. And it's not entirely over yet. There was the timeout, there was the conversation. Can they turn it into an actualization on this showdown?
Solotov, I believe, calling someone being aware or being present at the top of the main stairs. He was looking for a fight, but then decided against it, and it is going to be Shepard with that shotgun. It's very difficult to get a smoke player out of this position. You basically need to use grenades, flashbangs, RC rotators, maybe even the fire arrows that come together with the side of the Capitao to remove that one player from the power position. But as soon as you do, you can start flooding all the way around the site. You can start getting yourself all around it and locking in the last VP players. They're differentiating you and going through phase 3.
4 opportunities here for Eminem. And the first will start, as you said, with this cover, and there's no Warden to potentially cover this plant. I said they're an important operator. Sometimes highlighted as a main character in a role here, and this time without it, well, they're without it. The drop of the disc. Another one instantly appeared in place, and they can sort of keep running around this. The barb will get caught. That disc should be fine, and it is. At what point do they try and maybe get the catch and the kill, or to play with a nade?
Very long angle from Users here, all the way from Piano, looking towards the main stairs. Prepared himself for a bit of an aggressive swing from Shepard to shut him down instantly. The first smoke canister pops, so for the attack, so the Glass has opportunity to start looking for those yellow outlines.
He's hoping to get either loose side. There's another throw around there. The Glass, one of the few operators with frags, isn't quite able to get anyone on the close door. Virtus.Pro do not want to hand them anything. They know the importance of this first kill. There's the grenade, bounce around on the stairs, almost gets Shepard, and look at that, all of Shepard's canisters are gone. Their only instant response to a smoke canister has been removed. From this now, a bit of fire's popped inside, and Virtus.Pro still just sit and wait. Close fight, and Solotov wins it out. The secondary of the Glass, they've been talked about as an entry, and he's been talked about as a huge player, but where does he go to next? There's still the players inside.
He just saw the arm of the smoke get through the wall out there, so he's aware of the fact he's right behind the bar right now, so he calls that out. He's letting his team know we need to deal with this situation soon, but there's also still roamers around. It's Dan holding a very tight angle. Joystick finds one. It's Tyron did not quite get picked up. He's continuing onwards through the site, but it's VP to strike all over as it's only up to Nello now with 5 seconds left on the clock, and it seems like they will hang on for at least one round here. As they lost the very first, they managed to just waste enough time and force Eminem to go for a Hail Mary push. Being struck from multiple directions, and that brings it down to 3.
Even with the first round, the pressure's still on. As I said, it's not just the pressure onto Virtus.Pro to play a flawless game from this point onwards to see if they can try and lock it out, but also for Eminem to just push it over the edge. You are the closest to success. You're in the proverbial 1 versus 5, or the 5 versus 1 here, Eminem. And, well, we've seen it go down. That was like a comedy double glance.
I mean, sometimes players check for the sake of checking, right? And then they go back and, oh wait, there was a person there. And then they quickly go back. But it's like the amount, like the reaction speed of these players that is like that quick. Seems like they're almost styling on the player out there at that point. 6-3, and the Kitchen is on the board.
Yeah, they're not going to double down with Statuary. They're going to try and rotate onto Kitchen instead. They, I mean, got lucky with the cap cans, keep that going. They met a Monty they didn't want to meet again.
No.
Which is very fair enough.
5 seconds remaining.
Some frost mat downs as well. Didn't really work out in the end, but I mean, just bring it back, right?
If there's anything Eminem is suffering from, it's those trap tangles. It's those lead-ins here, and I'm curious what the take's going to be. They've got Tyron on the Brava. They've got some of this pressure across. It looks like they want to have these gunfights rather than a traditional take, I say in quotation marks, as they did in the previous round. With the Glass and the smokes, they sort of knocked that off and said, why are we doing that? Let's just finish this.
Dan just giving away his position out there by firing back through the window. Capcan traps are being hacked. Now, they should be aware of that as there was a clutch drone right next to them as it got taken down. So I believe Shepard most likely will have secured them already. A default cam as well has been taken care of. So there is some information feeding into the sides of Eminem now around the site itself.
Dan is holding the fight here, and Solotov kind of wants to take it. He's drawing attention, obviously, of a player, but he cannot just take this by himself, or at least he doesn't want to. A Bravo drone gets caught out, getting some reconnaissance elsewhere, and won't quite have the impact they're hoping towards it as Solotov goes for the rotate towards the site. There was a player that just crouched, keeping an eye, heard the noise, heard the audio, will be calling that to the rest of the team as the pressure comes across the top here.
I believe that's 3 Capcan traps taken care of now. 2 were hacked, 1 got shot. Maybe some on the opposite sides that we didn't quite see yet, as they need to go for a double impact to make sure that that second Selma doesn't pop. That's going to be quite expensive for the side of Virtus.Pro. But again, it wastes time. That's all they need. They just need the time to work in their favor here. And thus they start falling back towards the side. Just a couple of, well, somewhat passive-aggressive angles to be held by them as a grenade almost takes care of Joystick.
Yeah, Solotov is still around that area, putting that pressure down, and Joystick is getting himself a safe route out. However, as you said, time is that essence. Time is that proverbial waste. They're trying to find a way through just into a single Virtus.Pro player, and we have most of them here on site. Dan is still loose somewhere, potentially causing trouble. They're trying to hope that they don't get caught by this grenade roll to the back, but otherwise Joystick has long since pulled back. Virtus.Pro, again, they're not handing Eminem an engagement. They're doing their best to long this out as long as possible.
Are they aware of always, though, as they've opened up? It doesn't seem to be the case as the Doan watch the right angle. Tyrant gets picked up. That's the entry kill they need. Solotov finds his death as well, and it leaves it up to the 3 members of Eminem as a Frostmat strikes out once more. And it seems like VP might be able to, again, extend their stay by a round as the diffuser is now down, and Always is watching it from below with the Deagle, hoping to find a final member of Eminem.
Users down there in another engagement. And we just see another round slip away from Eminem. They're going to take a moment to cool things down because it's cautious. It's a little bit more filled with mistakes than we've seen them otherwise up to this point. 4 VP players still alive. And now those 4 rounds they had have been halved as a chance of locking this out.
And that's it. So they need to slow it down. Pretty sure timeout, yeah, timeout is being called by Eminem as well. It doesn't all come down to this round because they still have another opportunity, but this is their best chance. They're headed towards trophy. They found massive success out there, a flawless round. So they need to make sure that happens again. Just repeat that success. But let's have a quick talk to take them out of their momentum and to bring us back into our focus. As that's all we need, 1 more round, and we're at the main stage. That's what all this team plays for. They just want to get to that main stage and then give a shot for the trophy.
Obviously, VP have this opportunity to talk as well, work things out amongst themselves and say, look, this is what's going well. We can try and build behind it. Their previous timeouts actually haven't netted them any successes throughout this series so far. It's been a little bit more of a mixed bag. Can the Magic Man, Julio, be that difference maker?
That's what we're all waiting to see now. As we'll most likely head back towards Trophy. Aviator and Kitchen are both locked. They cannot play them. So Library or Trophy are the 2 options that are available to
I can make an educated guess.
I can make an educated guess as well, also because we have a second screen that kind of tells us.
Okay. Oh, we're already there. Yeah,
it's Trophy.
It's Trophy. I mean, you know, living room library at this point.
That's a big risk to take.
Big risk, because remember, Eminem weren't entirely pacey on this clear. They've gone back in with the shield at this point. Virtus.Pro have pulled away from the Echo. They've pulled away with those sort of angles and holds. You've got Dan once again playing the Warden role. He wasted a lot of time out here on the far end.
No Capcans, no Frosts, no traps at all.
10 seconds to insertion.
Those have been hurting Eminem a lot, and whilst it might have not directly translated into rounds, it's definitely been helping Virtus.Pro to drag it across the finish line for most of those rounds.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
Maybe some C4s from below. I mean, there's 2 in pocket. You have the Black Eyes available on Pasha, of course. They put them in right positions. They might be able to find Nello or some other players. But again, yes, do we get to see the fight on the opposite side? It seems to be the case. Solotov again going to be challenging Dan out here. Surely they're going to be aware of each other's existence
I mean,
out here. It's been like the last 4 rounds.
It's almost like they write to each other before. It's like, meet
1v1 study.
Downstairs. Yeah, KK. on my way. And it's been every single time. And they, you know, how much is it a good thing here for Solotov? And I think that's the point. If he gets the kill, fantastic. Yeah. But Dan's not handing it to them. Virtus.Pro haven't been handing it to him. I know I've pointed out a couple of times here, they're playing together. They're playing a bit cautious. They're playing into Villa, which is what you have to do, especially when it's your map at this point. They're stressing that time, stressing that pressure, and ultimately stressing and stretching Eminem a bit here over the past 2 rounds. Dan gets pretty scraped up in an engagement with, I assume, Tyrant over on the opposite end. Uses is getting everything droned out here. He's got his way back towards site, so he's quickly been pushed and shepherded away.
Yeah, of course, they were aware of him there as they took out the drone, so they knew someone was in 90, quickly put some damage towards him to keep him at bay, not let him feel too comfortable for the remainder of that round. As 90 seconds are left on the clock, some more information is being gained, and they're just trying to collect who exactly is on site, where are they playing, what do we need to pay attention to if we go for this push. And Pasha still being around on Aviator Games is going to be that bit of a flanking player, but it doesn't really seem like Eminem is going to be giving into that for now, as they look to more so hit that side directly.
Yeah, they're trying to hit directly, but you have to be cautious underneath. Obviously, if you're playing a Monty and you sort of say about it, well, it's going to be a bit of a blow. The bandit trick is also one as well. In a fell swoop, things have started to drift away once again here on this round for Eminem. Nello, he's trying to get his hop in here, but Virtus.Pro have stepped up over the past couple of rounds, and here, Eminem, they got 50 seconds. They don't have a body. They've lost the kill from the back of it. The grenade over the top to get rid of the utility. Solotov wants to lean into the fight, but they're close to his right, and he can't quite win it out. He took a bit of damage over on the split, and they find Shepard. The trick is just going to be in time, as is Dan with the cover on the swing. And here, Virtus.Pro, they're a little bit late to the party, but they've shown up when they needed to most and look ready to take this to just 1 round away from OT.
Basically handing Eminem the experience they received themselves onto their own attacks. They're catching them off guard, playing in these off angles that aren't really expected by the attackers, and they just keep finding these kills like 1, 2, 3, and there you go. That's the round confirmed for their side. And now there's one more opportunity left for Eminem to lock it off now before we head to overtime, before Virtus.Pro has the opportunity to get back into this game and possibly push yourselves towards a map number 3. And it is going to be Aviator available to them and Library available to the side of Virtus.Pro. Now again, we can take an educated guess. Probably will be Aviator Games.
You would assume.
You would assume it would be.
You would assume.
And we have seen an effective round out there from the side of Eminem. They managed to get the plan down. They managed to get that 1v1 post plan to happen. Seems like we might be headed for a quick rehost here, because there seems to be some issues, some tech issues again. And that means we get some time to talk. We get some time to discuss. Not the players, but we do.
We do.
What's at stake here exactly? Top 8 at the Major, the Blaster 6 Major in Copenhagen.
It is.
And for the losing team is going to be some tickets home, which of course you do not want to win.
No.
Usually when you're in a game show and you win like an all-inclusive trip to whatever place, you'll be very happy with it. Not this case though. I'd rather stay here.
Yeah, the tickets home that you want are usually adorned with
a trophy.
Probably the 8th or maybe even the 9th written on them to give you an extra day to celebrate in whatever manner you wish. It's tense, because obviously it's tense for Eminem here, because there is nothing worse than being in a situation like this where you know you could have pushed it over the line and haven't been able to. Oh no, wait. There's one thing worse, which is that happens, and then suddenly you're in map 3, and then that one goes away from you. Because that round, that 6-4 to a 6-3 to a 6-2, the further back you get, the more of a nightmare that round becomes, and that is something that will eat at you all throughout the 3rd map if we end up there. So, you could not have a rockier situation right now for the Marshmallows and the Molotovs.
Or the Solotovs.
Or the Solotovs. He is part of the Marshmallows and the Molotovs. Yes. Sometimes he is all of them. On the other side, Virtus.Pro.
Yeah.
A team with players that have been on the grandest of stages, a team with players that have experienced the highs and the lows. They've experienced winning and losing things by single round differences. They've gone through the pain.
And that's what it said as well. Like, if there's a team in this matchup that has the experience to come back from like a 7-0 and then a 6-2 like deficit, Virtus.Pro have that experience. They know what it's like to be behind. They know what it's like to make a comeback happen. And for Eminem, you know, yes, they have experience as well, but like arguably less so than VP. So they might be a bit more nervous about this one. And you mentioned it like previous cast. The most difficult rounds are the first round to win and the last one to lock it all off. Especially if it's do or die. That last one to lock it off, that is just so difficult. And if you start looking at it, round 8, 6-2 by a flawless round from Eminem to come in. And after that, Virtus.Pro just showed up and they didn't leave. And Eminem have been unable to put the dent into the defenses that they required to get the plan down on the ground. So as it seems like we are headed back in. I see some very careful smiles on the face of Dan right there, knowing that they're about to be making up that big deficit they had.
I mean, even if they pull it at this point, you're still looking at a rough chance. Hey, I'm gonna wait for this to be locked. I'm writing this in pencil before it's etched in pen. I said Eminem tried to play a specific sort of playbook play, and it didn't quite work. And then since then, things have been a bit off the rails. I don't think you can get more playbook play than the Blitz, Glaz, Sense, smoke-covered, quick drive push towards the site than right now.
Now, this is risky, and I've mentioned this before. If you are the shot caller in your team, and you're 6-5 up, you've just lost 3 match points, and you have 1 more available before we head to OT, do you call a rush? Do you call a quick play? Do you deviate from what worked before? And the call here seems to be yes. But we don't know yet. They might still go for a very slow push, but it will be backed off as soon as they go for the actual push with those smokes, with those light screens, with the blitz pushing through. But we usually see this, you know, a round like this end in like a minute.
That's the gamble right now. Eminem might find themselves in overtime. They might find themselves in map 3. For them, there is actual procedural elements to how things can get worse. For Virtus.Pro, it is do or die. And if they can get the first foot in here on this take, it could be that difference maker. We hear the Gon 6 pop some utility on the backside. The roll of the Sense gadget across the blitz all the way to the top. Solotov takes some damage. Nello as well. It's always with the C4 that gets Solotov. The blitz is able to get one. Nafe gets another over the shoulder as well. A lot of damage. The C4s have both been utilized. They're still covering pressure into the site itself, but they've fallen back. The 3 remaining Virtus.Pro players have some pings on the players itself. The 4 versus 3 isn't the end of the world, especially with how close Nello is to death, but they've lost the smoke. They've lost a lot of their stopping power here. They're going to see if they can try and get a sneaky kill through the floor itself. But if a rotate comes out here from Eminem, they're looking for an alternate angle.
Now, a minute 30, always going on the hunt, spots out the blitz, should be able to find a kill, but falls back. They have no idea on how low he is. He shouldn't really be a threat at this point anymore. Counting down still, the drones are starting to come through. They need to find an opening now. Luckily, within a minute, they managed to find all and every single player of VP back into the site. And as these Selmas all get taken down, Tyrant doesn't have any left, and that means that vault stays closed, I believe.
Nope, that was the third.
That's the third one, yes.
The third was just able to make impact, and they're all out of impact, so it's just down to holding on with the gunfights and fire they have left in their canisters, because as far as pocket utilities go, nothing remains for Virtus.Pro. Nafe is trying to find a first fight, and Eminem do not want to risk this engagement going against them. They don't have grenades. They don't have a lot to be able to pull off maybe some less dangerous takes. They've got to try and strong-arm their way through onto the side of the site, and with 30 seconds, and Nello being the tip of that, but with not much health, and the first smoke being a bit misthrown, the movement's already come past the stairs itself. The smoke go for the cover. They're trying to rotate around the blind from a bit of range, doesn't quite get the connection, but they're going to go up close towards Pasha. He takes damage and he goes down. The 4 versus 2. Dan and Always, all that's left to keep Virtus.Pro fighting here in Copenhagen, but Eminem, after a long while of trying, from SI 2022 via Berlin, Jönköping and SI 23, they have always been a team from groups. And now, alongside Nello and the man that stands behind them, Julio, they can say with pride and honor, Eminem are a main stage team.
Managed to play it well in that last round. They took a gamble and it worked out. They finally managed to break that streak VP was about to go back up onto. But they qualify. And with that, we will throw you to a quick break.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Molotovs and marshmallows. Nello. You kick things off with a very, very swift 7-0 victory in our very first map of the day. Take me back to that veto. Did it take you by surprise?
Not really. We knew their map pool is not the greatest for best of 3. We just focused on our maps, and they had to ban 2 maps because we played them. So that's it. Chalet was open, so we just picked it.
So ultimately, how were you able to beat the VP paradox, as Fresh likes to call it, the incredibly slow play style of them? Did you manage to catch their game versus G2?
I mean, yeah, they pretty much always play like similar play style, similar strat, similar everything. So we just kind of knew what they're gonna do, and it didn't really change for our game a lot. So we just played our game.
And you're now one of the 2 EU teams making it through to the finals at the Forum in Copenhagen. That's got to be a good feeling, right?
It's a good feeling. I've been waiting to play on the stage again for like 3, almost like 4 years. So I honestly cannot wait.
So the real question is, do you think an EU team will win the major?
I think EU is a pretty strong region, but obviously like Siege, like it depends on the game day, it depends on so many stuff, so you never know.
And you had mentioned that, you know, it's been an exceptionally long time since you had played in front of a crowd on a stage. How about your teammates? How do you think they're going to be feeling performing in front of a crowd?
Oh, they're gonna love it. Last time I played was in Japan. They're gonna love it. They're gonna love it. It's the best thing ever. It's like why I do this for a living.
Is it going to be you and Julio kind of trying to keep them cool, calm, and collected, making sure nerves don't get the better of them?
Nah, there is no calm. Just scream, shout, have fun. That's basically it.
Well, on that note, I'm going to let you go. Scream, shout, have some fun, and celebrate with your teammates.
Thank you very much.
Boyos.
They did it.
They did.
The cute little
It's about
marshmallows.
time, eh?
It really is. We've been sat here for a long time on these desks wondering when Eminem is going to make it to a main stage, and they have finally done it against none other than VP. Didn't look like the cleanest game, honestly, at the start, I think. Like, we were thinking this was going to be potentially a 14-0 at one point, Jesse.
Yeah, it was 10-0, and then VP.
got close.
But VP had they battled back, you know, and then we got a 4-2 split. And Eminem, they started running away with it again. They got their second 3-round win streak in a row on this map. They went 3, dropped 2, won 3 again. They were feeling good, and then the TAC timeout came out from Virtus.Pro, and we really started to see the beast come out of this team. They did a great job of battling things back. Felt like they were doing a good job catching players out, playing a little bit more aggressive on their roam, finding those off-site positions and getting a lot of value out of them. Eminem tried some cheeky things, they tried some rush strats, and eventually the rush strats worked out for them. What else but a blitz sends glass push to end it out for
that
Eminem.
last round. I mean, it was scary to watch, wasn't it? It was kind of scrappy. I was thinking there's a good chance we go to overtime here. After the initial push had been repelled by VP, you were thinking, where did he go from here? Blitz has got 1 HP, you've lost your glass. What are you actually going to do to be able to pull this one out of the bag? And it turns out Eminem just took a step back, gave it a little bit of a moment to think, really evaluated. If you're a VP fan out there, you've got to be wondering why you took that timeout so late, because we saw what an impact it had on the game. It would have been nice to see that come out a little bit earlier in the fixture for them, because then they may have had a little bit more legs for the rest of it. But Eminem today, the better team.
Well, I know, gents, while we were talking about the map veto, it took us by surprise. But what do you make of the fact that Nello was like, you know what, we knew that their map pool wasn't necessarily the greatest, so we went into this looking pretty confident?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's obvious what VP's map pool is, right? And if you're studying this and you're coming into it, it's maybe not a surprise. I think the surprise is that a team at this level who won the EUL has such a bad map pool to begin with, right? I mean, everybody knows this, and Fresh has talked about it a ton up on the desk. You know, EUL's touched on it a lot, but it really is the main point of weakness for Virtus.Pro. I don't like to pin an entire best of 3 on the map ban phase, but this one just felt so difficult from the outset.
A couple of players for me that have really liked in performance in this series as well. On the side of VP, you've got to look at Joystick, you've got to look at Dan. Dan consistently one of the highest rated players in whatever tournament he's playing in, let alone on the team. Joystick as well has had a fantastic tournament so far. He was very highly rated in the first couple of play days, and they never really got activated here. On the flip side, who do we look to but Solo Solotov? Once again, top in the pops here. Had a great series, and particularly a good map there on Villa.
Solotov and Marshmallows, I think, is the name that we're going with now for the org. But coming on up, we're going to have Liquid versus Wolves. Jesse, give me your thoughts.
Well, right after that match ended, Julio, after celebrating with his team, went over to the Brazilians on the other side, gave each and every one of them a fist bump. I think there's a little BR solidarity, and I think they want to see all 4 Brazilian teams in the top 8. So I think Liquid, they're going to be pretty strong in this game.
Well, I'm super excited to dive into that one, but before we do, we'll be back after the break.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and Gorg. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fanatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, 2 big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the pro league circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, like, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will glitch it! Fanatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Diz God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fanatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I mean, I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was like mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew, like, if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon. And the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure. Like, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, you know, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking, oh my God, they did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fanatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that, they can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. Like, the crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, like, is this real? And then to have like all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans like chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again, or...?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive, the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are your world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion tiles fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Our final best of 3 for today is going to be Brazil taking on EU. Fresh, welcome to the desk,
Thank you very
homie.
much.
How's it going? You been watching the game?
Yeah, I've been watching the games. I was enjoying that last game with Eminem going up against VP, the VP Paradox. Thought this was so good, and then it's gone.
I'd just like to point out that you cursed the entire VP Paradox situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, most
I did.
definitely. All right, so let's focus in a little bit more on this Liquid versus Wolves matchup. Liquid having previously won 2-0 versus Dark Zero, and Wolves having lost 3-7 versus the side of Sonics. How do we think these two matchups are going to fare up?
I think although we're seeing teams come in on sort of polar opposite ends of results, we're seeing Liquid coming off the back of a win, we're seeing Wolves coming off the back of a loss, we've kind of got to put it into the context of look who they played. All right, we got DZ, we got DZ playing Liquid. Like, DZ played terribly last night, and we sat here and we said that. Wolves on the flip side, they played Sonics, who, for our money on the desk, they've played the best.
I think for Wolves, they've had a serious inconsistency issue through the last 2 or 3 games where, you know, they've got a 7-0 and then they got absolutely rinsed just there on a bad map. I think for them, it's definitely going to be about finding the consistency today in their performance because, you know, best of 3s, they can't be having these wild swings up and down.
They've been at both ends, haven't they? They've been 7-0'd, they've 7-0'd somebody, and then on the flip side, they've had a maximum overtime. There's no consistency in those results.
How do we think they're going to do when it comes to the best of 3s, though? Do you think a best of 3 is going to favour them with some more consistency?
It never used to, because their map pool, you know, previously through 2022, is a big criticism of them that the map pool didn't support it, but it has been one of the things that they've gone away and worked on in terms of those best of 3s. So, you know, I think they'll be feeling confident, you know, rather than being in best of 1s.
How about you? You agree on that?
In the huddle right now. They certainly look up for it, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
I think with the work that we've seen this team put in, obviously, for anyone that hasn't watched EU or is new to Wolves, they used to have a player on there called Rise, who was the IGL, and since the start of the year, they've been rebuilding and they've been trying this new philosophy, so bringing in new maps is something that they can do now. Obviously, it's only been a couple of months, so there isn't the world of time here that we're dealing with, but that map pool does need to increase. Fortunately, they're going up against Liquid, who, whilst they also do have a good map pool, there are a couple of maps that they don't really like too much.
All right, well, on the topic of their map pool, take me through the veto, gentlemen.
Yeah, so we're going to see Wolves pick straight into Oregon. Now, I think for Oregon, you know, in terms of the picks and the bans, both teams got rid of the maps that, you know, could be considered their perma bans that they don't really like. Wolves have then picked into Oregon, which is a very comfortable map for themselves, but Liquid are also comfortable on it. So
Liquid love it.
When you've got a best of 3, you kind of like, do you go for your opponent's neck or do you get on a map that you're comfortable with?
Yeah.
We've seen various strategies. Wolves have gone for that map that they're comfortable with. I think the curious one for me, actually, is the Clubhouse from Liquid, because it's a map that before this tournament was very low preference. It's one that they've been putting away and they've liked it at this tournament and they've picked it into Wolves, who, especially inside of EU, were very well known for their executes on Clubhouse.
And Clubhouse as a map really suits Wolves stylistically as well. It has a lot of the things that you're going to look toward for a team like Wolves to be able to pull off. You've got opportunity for players like Mowgli to get in there and be a little bit of a nuisance. You've got opportunity for more anchor play to come through because Wolves are still in that older meta of Siege.
I think, you know, the last best of 3 that we saw, the map ban made a massive difference to the outcome of the game. I feel like this one, it was fairly scripted, but it was very even as well. I don't think it's going to make a material difference to the outcome of the game. It's going to be more about these teams turning up in the server and putting right their wrongs that they've experienced over the last, you know, couple of days.
Well, I think it's about time, not only for the folks at home to give me their predictions over in the chat, but also my dear casters, Inter and Pengu. Take it away.
Thank you so very much. Nick's build on himself.
Is it spilling with his food? I guess it is.
Show them.
Can I show them? I'm gonna show you. I'm not just gonna show up on camera. I spilled chocolate all over myself.
No mercy whatsoever. He's sitting at the desk frantically trying to scrub it out. And
I messed up. I messed up.
I just want to expose
I was
you.
snacking while watching the VP Eminem game, and then I looked down. I was like, "Oh snap, that's bad."
You didn't scrub hard enough.
I didn't.
Team Liquid versus Wolves. It's our last match of the playoffs, technically, before we go to the phase 3, which is the live stage. Is that?
Which is technically the finals, but not the final day. Yeah. The way I looked at it was like play-ins, group stage, playoffs, but there's like different iterations of the system. Phase 2, phase 3.
You know that we invented every word.
Yeah.
And that we can change what they mean because we invented them.
The thing is that
all words. All words are invented.
Sure. What we know for a fact is that this is indeed phase 2, and the winner, of course, will go to phase 3, which will be that live event on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Of course, when you lose, you're out. from here on out. So both teams looking to stay in this. Liquid on Oregon will start on defense, Wolves on attack. And currently, the two teams are going through the operator band selection where nothing big surprise coming out yet. Nurk, Ying, and Kite so far. Nurk, of course, being one of the... I mean, it's not that commonly banned on Oregon, but in the grand scheme of things, map pool-wise, of course, Nurk, of course, is all bandits as well.
Solis or Azami? Malusi.
I was gonna say...
Neither.
Neither. That means both will be open. Now, Asami, of course, a big key operator on, I mean, let's be honest, every single map. Solis, most of those maps allows you to roam and play vertically. Oregon, not necessarily one of those maps where you're always going to be thinking, oh, Solis is open, great. Sure, some teams and sure, some players might play this particular operator, but in the general meta game of it, it's not like a key operator. We often look at the Warden on defense, the Smoke, the Goyo, the Wamai, currently right on the meta is very commonly picked. And we see, literally, there we can see all 5 meta defenders in the first round for Liquid, right? As I said, Goyo, Wamai, Smoke, Warden, and of course with Asami being open, they also bring the Asami on top. Now, this map of Oregon will often come down to those 5 versus 5 or 4 versus 4 executes on the bomb side. This happens to pretty much every single side itself. It's how Oregon typically plays out. Wolves, they love playing this style of siege in EUL, and they've been trying to do so as well here domestically, or internationally rather, at the Major, and they've had mixed success. I think what's important for Wolves right now is that Deadshot gets into the server, gets online, gets those kills early on, because when he goes 0-3, 0-4, he just seems to never really wake up before the map is over. Now, this is a best of 3, so you gotta play for the long game, but also without the map that you're playing on right now. So there is, of course, a time for Deadshot to come back in a second or a third map when Wolves they get there.
All right, well, obviously with this Malusi ban coming in, you won't see those Banshees down below. That's one less thing for the Flores to take care of, and with it being a laundry supply execute for Wolves, that Flores is going to be an integral part every single time, likely situated over towards blue. That'd be my guess. Wolves have gotten in very quickly, clearing out that main floor, Nick.
Oh yeah, good pace so far. Note there is no mirror from the side of Liquid in this round at least, so the bomb side can be attacked both from the front as well as the back side, but typically you don't really have much of a choice when you're attacking basement. Wolves, they brought out a ton of different utility. Now they are playing Buck with the flashbangs, not the secondary can opener. That's because Bibu is on the Hibana. You have plenty of pillars to go through to get open up all those hatches and the walls if you would need any. Mowgli, of course, the star player for Wolves, arguably on the entry duels, always finding battles and very often winning them as well, putting Wolves into a favorable position. But so far, no action has really happened in this round.
Well, that hard destruction going off on the security hatch, that's going to force Team Liquid out of their position inside of Freezer, except for Palu, who's got all the courage in the world. He'll hang on to that. X-Kairos, no problem. We'll take all those hatches. Front hatch goes, meeting hatch goes, security hatch is gone. Goyo canister already popped, and the Ana clone will sprint on in. Heavy emphasis from Team Liquid on blue as we come to expect on this bomb site. Still a good pace for Wolves. Mowgli looked all by his lonesome in this position over by blue. At some point, I suspect he will get someone to aid him. In the meantime, bait out as much utility as possible. There goes one gas canister. Shinka will force the smoke back inside of Elbow. A follow-up nade looked ready to go in. But they'll wait for now. Oh, Mowgli just sprints on in. Volp's going for the late reinforce. They managed to get away with it on the side of Team Liquid.
That could be smart, but look at this. Wolves, they're just going to keep on aggressing forward. They got full pillar control and E-box as well.
There go those Kiba barriers, and more damage being done to Team Liquid as both Nesk and Lagonas have taken a lot of damage. Resets from above will have hatch control over by Box, and Shink is the one who doesn't look in the right direction. No freezer control for Wolves. They notice Palu's in there far too late. They've been reduced to just Bibu, who gets swatted away at by Volps, who was playing that elbow position earlier, manages to find safe harbor. Well played by Liquid, even though the pace for Wolves was good, their execute just a bit sloppy.
That's what I was going to say. Very well played indeed. You can always kind of question Wolves there. Do you reinforce the elbow wall or not? But looking at the outcome of the round, it was a very smart thing to do because every single member from Wolves was attacking from the same side of the map, that back side, the meeting hatch, tower stairs, blue double door. So by reinforcing off the elbow wall where the shield is placed like we saw, it limits where Wolves can really be attacking from. And a very big gap was found in the attacking side. No one all was attack and laundry. Nobody came down freeze. There's a single member who fell very early on in that execute. So every single member of Liquid can look in the same direction. We see it there. The second last person to die was the freezer person. So when every single member on the backside primary execute is dead, that's when the flank comes through. In reality, you have to send down your flanker early on to force the defenders to turn their backs to the primary execute and then strike from both sides. So a bit of a missync there, or a desync for Wolves, and it led to their demise in that round. And Liquid will actually do something that we've seen a couple of times throughout this major so far. They will go primary bomb site downstairs, so that's very expected of you. But their second choice for a bomb site is actually going to be a tertiary location, typically. That is going to be, for this one, the dining and kitchen bomb site. Now, there's one other LATAM team that does the exact same thing. W7M had the same bomb site rotation. They, in fact, when they played Oregon early in this tournament, they went basement into tertiary before touching that dorms bomb site at some point later on. Liquid with that LATAM meta is gonna maybe do a similar thing.
This is Wolves' map pick for those of you that didn't see the map veto system before we got into the match. So at this point, with all the Oregon that's been played so far, I think that with it being Wolves' map pick, if Wolves are not able to take these first 2 rounds, pushing us to that tertiary bomb site, then that becomes the win condition. In terms of the rotation, if Wolves are not able to win dorms, that's not terrible. That's where a lot of teams find themselves on the losing side when they're on attack, but yeah, tertiary becomes the main focus, and as for Team Liquid, they can opt on either of those sites. Despite it being this dorms defense, got Team Liquid holding quite aggressively downstairs. 2 players, both Palu as well as Volps, still in this spot. They're just waiting so patiently. There was a logic bomb. Mowgli assassinating Palu. Volps goes as well. That's about as efficient as you can get for Wolves.
Yeah, it's a very hard decision to make if you're the attacking team, but they say, you know what, we know that these defenders are spread quite thin, we're gonna try and single them out. As I said earlier, Mowgli, so efficient on the intra kills. Sure, P4 on the Dokkaebi makes the phones ring, gives an audible prompt for Mowgli to work with, but he hits his shot beautifully. And of course, Deadshot at the same time also took a second member from Liquid. So now Wolves can slow things down again. Their pace is so good. 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. They're attacking tertiary bomb set, but they have so much time to work with, much more manpower, and they can now swarm this top floor hold and then get bomb site control.
That's a tough fight for Nesk to engage on, and he was caught a rock in a hard place on that dorm's window, losing his life. And this is very different from the previous round where Team Liquid beat Wolves on every engagement, but now it's the opposite. Wolves have left just resets alone down in meeting. Not too far off of that black mirror that was used in that spot. Deadshot has his attention. Waiting. No diffuser going down. There we go, in the hands of Shinka. Looks to be in the kitchen bomb site. Now we go to the dorm's tertiary bomb site. I assume so. They could go back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they can do whatever they want, but I don't
actually got psyched out. I thought that was a dorm defense with the way they were playing it.
Yeah. No, I mean, they can freely choose, but right now it looks like you are correct. They're currently hovering Kidstorm's bomb side, but the early picks here from Wolves just paid off massively. So, I mean, the collapsed basement was perfect. Mowgli walks down the laundry stairs, Deadshot on the back tower stairs, Dokkaebi phone call gave them the intel, they had a drone as well. No real chance for Liquid to fight back. And the issue with going into the basement as a defender is that as long as the attackers control 2 of the 3 staircases, you don't typically have any way back up because, you know, Pillar oversees the freezer rotation as well. Laundry sees the hallway too, and that's exactly what they did. They pinched them in that middle area, that awkward position where if you run, you're gonna die, and if you fight, you're probably gonna die as well. The only thing I could see from Liquid there is instead of swinging into those gunfights, if they hide in corners and like waste more time and utility from Wolves, maybe Wolves will then say, you know what, this is not worth the risk, we're not gonna chase these roamers, we're gonna put someone holding the flank or put a drone or something, and then try and hit the bomb site instead with that 5 versus 3 because we know there are 2 roamers. But when you take the fight to the entries of the attack inside, it just comes down to who wins out in those engagements, and that, as you saw, was definitely Wolves.
T3 hold now for Team Liquid to start off round number 3. Got a couple ways to take out any operator playing up on T3. The 2 that we tend to see the most are Ying and Amaru.
Yeah.
Ying is banned out. There's no Amaru present right now for Wolves. Instead, they could potentially get one of those Argus cams from Zero, an operator we don't actually see all that often, but is being used in the very adept hands of Bibu. with the secondary hard breach as well. So my speculation is that we're probably going to see this back tower clear, be in the hands of Bibu, get that can opener onto the wall in Attic, providing that they're able to clear out resets, which they do. There was a bit of a sloppy engagement. I'm actually amazed that P4 didn't make a single point of damage there.
Yeah, bit of a potato first, but I think you're absolutely correct. They're gonna go for a split take here. Thermite goes master bedroom balcony, Zero with a secondary can opener to go tower. And it's gonna be a very classic old school style of Oregon where you are indeed going to be applying pressure from two separate sides. And usually, you're not expected to get this kill big tower that easily. Normally, maybe you trade 1-for-1, it's a 4v4. So Wolves to get a both side pressure attack, they get the opening kill again, and now Liquid, they're kind of scrambling trying to find a pick back, and Ness goes for a swing, does a bit of damage, almost dies himself as well, but it's like Liquid strategically right now don't actually have a good way back into this round unless they can start finding some kills on the board here. Ness is playing master bedroom, he's got a shield and ADSs, whatever, but lobby control is Wolves'. They could do some vertical damage, whether it's the Ash or grenades rotating downstairs. Mowgli just spent his last one, but so far looking good for Wolves.
Split up both sides of the map now. The Wolves confront the Kiba barrier on the bedroom and make sure that there's nothing inside of Attic that could potentially surprise them. They know there's a player in that position. And again, these changes to the Argus cams, which are somewhat recent, give a lot more power to Zero in this position because the Argus cam is not going to be immediately visible to whatever defender is playing in that spot. Wolves right now looking for a pinch on big window, master bedroom, Attic, dorms windows. They've got pretty much every single part of this covered. We'll soon discover that Attic is relatively free. P4's second kill. Wolves fires back, taking out Deadshot, but there's P4, who's blind, losing out on the engagement. Nesk is there by the dorms, and by the big bunks, doing serious damage, but long range. Wolves able to take him down. Lagonis now on white stairs, last player up for Team Liquid as the diffuser goes down, and it's a big final part of that round for Mowgli. 2 kills as he just walks in with tons of confidence. And Wolves grab their second round.
And it's very important in that round that Wolves, they play both the Zero and they play the Valkyrie, or sorry, the IQ rather, to combat the Valkyrie, denying information because Liquid, they are so strong at making the right decisions as long as they have cameras to work with. And we see when Liquid are playing in the dark and don't we know exactly what's going on, that's where they struggle. Wolves, they rotated multiple times, master balcony, big tower, dorms repel, big window jump in, white stairs walk up, like they are absolutely everywhere, but at the same time, they were striking and falling back and then striking and falling back, so Liquid, they don't know exactly what's going on. And we see here when there's like 4 members left from Liquid, not a single person is watching cameras, most likely because Wolves, they quite literally shot every single one, at least the ones that gained them any sort of useful information. So info deny, big priority on the upstairs bomb sites. Basement, of course, as we saw in the first round, plays out very differently. You don't need a lot of intel, nor intel operators. You can only get attacked from big tower stairs, the hatch, basically the staircase or hatch drop. That's really it, and blue double door. So this plays out, this bomb site, dynamically very different from the rest of Oregon. And it's why we see the defender win rate being so much higher on basement than that of the previous bomb sites. Oryx being brought by Lagonis. He's gonna jump up the hatch from meeting to attic, make a rotate, and play a soft roam here. Maybe they figure out that Wolves did in fact not drone out the entirety of the map. They can pretty much try and find a weakness here. If that drone network does not connect correctly and do not find the Lagonis, he can absolutely go for a flank later on this round.
You need to make sure that Wolves are doing bare minimum when it comes to drone work. I mean, most teams are going to endeavor to drone out this map. It shouldn't surprise anybody.
No.
Liquid not really extending that far off the site just yet. Resets expecting an encounter on back stairs, and that's exactly where he's positioned up. There's a drone sent his way. Here's the door break, and he goes somewhere else. Doesn't want that smoke, I suppose.
Now they're on a risk losing the early pick again, and I'm pretty sure that Resets was playing like a bit of a bait game there for Lagonis, killing a couple of drones, applying a bit of pressure, slow them down, and so far Wolves have not droned out attic, where Lagonis is hiding. He is Oryx, he can storm into that big tower tier 2 through the soft wall. He can, of course, to try and breach the meeting hatch open, he can swing the attic hatch to meeting. The hatch is open, which if Wolves, they really start questioning, why is the hatch opened up? You see here, the buck rotates, they know. The gig is up, the other ping is out. Beautiful catch again by Wolves. I don't know if it was a drone or a sound cue or just like really good game sense, but they read that situation perfectly, and now the one secret weapon for Liquid is gone.
It's a rough start to this map for Wolves, but they seem to have pivoted quite well. Now it's Wolves taking some damage. His gun's continuing to go. Mowgli had that huge final moments of the previous round. He's going to be a significant factor on blue in a very familiar position that he was in before. Help drone out blue, and eventually we'll get the Flores into position. I think that's the first Rotero drone as well that we're seeing in action. Pillar's gonna be a little bit tougher to hold, same with bottom of the back stairs as Bibu opens that up with the X-Kairos from the hatch and meeting.
Doing good work.
Very aggressive, Nick.
I mean, again, when you lose the opening pick, you have to try and swing it back, right? So Toxic Babes got early, they have to go with canisters, they can pick up the shield, reinforce the wall, Liquid have options, and Wolves are slowly running out of time, but Neski's the hero, and so is Paolo.
Yeah, well, this might just not be the bomb site for Wolves, as now they've lost 2 and surrendered an advantage they had, and it gets worse and worse and worse. Shinka doesn't go for the confirmation. It's all up to Bibu. Not all our bullets that type 89 at all. Wolves being retrieved, and there's Palu to eliminate Bibu. Laundry Supply played twice by Liquid on defense. They win it both times. It's not available any longer. It really is their domain.
This seems to be a very, very common kind of Oregon game where defenders, they're just locked in downstairs, but they are struggling anywhere else, and then often gets us to a, 2-4 side or a 3-3. If Liquid can crack the code now and figure out one other bomb side than the basement, we can expect an even round, which of course both teams can be happy with. But right now, so far, Wolves, they have been one step ahead in what seems to be the prep work for this match. Always having a good answer, always reading into Liquid's secret weapons or one-off strats in those rounds, like catching the Oryx of Lagonis and roaming in that round. Now, there is one benefit to when your first member of your team dies, whether it's on attack or whether it's on defense. That is that you have a permanent cameraman. No, not the former FaZe Clan member, but you have a permanent person sitting on cams, grounding your information, sharing which default cams are being shot, what area of the map that you're losing control of, where the dark zones are, etc. And when it's someone like Lagonis, who's your IGL, your captain of your team, who dies early in the round, like last round on Oryx, he can actually get a lot of value from the grave, whether it's on the camera, so spitting his teammates, setting up those coordinated pushes, or just saying, guys, this is what's happening right now, this is what you have to be attentive towards. That can get you very far, but if you're an injured player, let's say, could be any injured player in the world, who's not a very vocal player perhaps, if he dies first, he might not get that same kind of value. And we have actually tend to see more and more IGLs on defense play a more front forward role across every single team, so that if you do die early, you get value elsewhere.
I mean, for us in the NAL, you see Troy doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Canadian has been one of the standouts in that particular role, and when I say standouts, I don't mean in terms of ability or success, I mean in terms of who jumps to top of mind when you think about
I mean, we saw Super play Jaeger shotgun on Bank, and if he dies early, same story, they can coordinate how to deny the plant, etc. Merc, when he played for TSM, he became an entry IGL for their Magical Invitationals run. This has historically, the last year and a half or so, been done more and more commonly across pretty much every single region. Lagonis now will go from that IGLing entry on the defense to the complete opposite. He's gonna sit very far back on the Echo with those yokai drones, and he's trying to deny the plan, to gain a bit of intel, but Doug could be here. Big counter, throws you off your cams, whether you're dead or alive, and whether you're Echo or any other operator.
Lots of information from Mowgli. Very briefly spots the player at the top of Freezer stairs. They marched on over the security. This kitchen and dining bomb site showing up yet again as the secondary site of choice for Team Liquid. Not particularly a good decision to go here in round number 2. Wolves made it look easy. Look at that, all 10 players still up. Shinka's getting the diffuser down.
They don't know?
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, but hang on a second. Team Liquid manages to catch Wolves right in the transition period between diffuser plant and post plant. Deadshot has to scramble to get back into sight. Diffuser's down, unguarded, vulnerable. Waiting for somebody's hands from Team Liquid to shut it off.
Defenders have eyes on them.
Push up. Deadshot just missing the opportunity. Bibu can pop up at a moment's notice. Reset hops on it. There goes Bibu to the rescue. But no, somebody's looking the other direction. Deadshot is just too far. I would say not the best post plant for Wolves, but they barely even got to that point as Liquid narrowed the numbers down from 5 to 2 in short order. The execute for Wolves goes off without a hitch, and then Team Liquid slaps back.
Very puzzling round for both teams because, as you mentioned, Liquid should have never allowed that plan to go down because Wolves didn't take top floor, Nesk was there, they had the soft on server where they can see the guy defusing when they went for the impact grenade. They even had the yellow-pink information, so very confusing there. Wolves then get the bomb down despite that, but no one goes upstairs. Bebo and Sledge proing is that meeting, doing basically nothing. Deadshot tried to go upstairs and recognize, damn, the attic door isn't open up, the windows aren't open up either, I can't do anything. But guess what? Bebo on the Sledge could have easily gone upstairs and done something about that way earlier in the round and set himself and his team up for a stronger post-plant position. I don't know what Wolves are thinking. No one can see the diffuser from the backside of meeting near the big tower. There's no angle, there's no line of sight. The wall isn't open up that way, the map isn't constructed in that fashion. So they lose out in that round. Liquid, they take the quote-unquote 5 versus 5 retake successfully, and now they break into a worst case 3-3 half, which is exactly what Liquid wanted and desperately needed after those previous bomb sites of Dining and Kid Storms not working out for them.
Similar lineup to the Dorms execute last time around. Not surprising to see it pop up yet again. Very final defense for Team Liquid. You said the win conditions for Wolves were to win at least one of those tertiary sites and then ideally grab one of the main bomb sites. They've already done that by taking out the Dorms bomb site, the Dining. Second time was not a charm. Liquid could go out to a strong lead to start off this matchup, providing they prevail on Dorms.
This comes down to adaptation, because if Wolves gonna run back the same strat as last time, it's all up to Liquid as a defending team to, okay, what were the issue, what were the weaknesses, how do we fix them? One big key difference already is that they don't play tier 3 in Big Tower, they just surrender that area of the map, so Wolves have more time to work with, but they don't get the opening kill as of yet. But then we see Bebo finding great value with that Sam cam, or the Argus cam from Zero, denying the mirror window, leading into a trophy. So all of a sudden, things are about equal once more for both sides. All we need now from Wolves is for Shinka to get open that master bedroom generator wall to then have a bomb set presence. That's gonna happen now. Jammer gets spotted out before it goes below. Okay.
Mowgli's just sitting there. Just sitting there on the Gemini. Getting lots of information, knows the attic is clear. Look at how quickly Wolves have been able to get towards the site and also gain so much information in the process. Gotta make sure it's not done at the expense of the players down below. I don't know if Wolves' wherewithal in that spot has been particularly strong. It's not the Gemini this time, it's actually Mowgli. He made some serious noise on this bomb site all the way back in round number 3, and he's doing it again! 3 picks!
D4.
There goes the planter, though. Down goes Shinka. Lagonis and Volps there. P4 denying the ace from his own teammate. Lagonis in a 1v4, a very similar prospect. He was in all the way back in round number 3. He's got a nitro cell to try out and bail himself out, but it is nowhere near the target. A lot of spots where you can plant. Lagonis runs right into Mowgli. No ace, but a 4K. I suppose that'll do. Wolves will be happy with the way that they recovered the second part on that bomb site. 3-3 the first half. No team any closer to finishing this match.
It's spectacular watching how much damage a single member can do in that previous round. That is Mowgli I'm referring to here. And if you go back in time, just a couple of years, that would be Nesk doing the exact same thing to the opponent on Ash with ACOX go way back in the day. You just walk in, you find one pick, you get the second, you chase for the third, and you find the fourth. Now, the one big difference is Mowgli does this off individual play the entire way through. However, he was enabled to begin the killing spree by his teammates. The ass charge downstairs is why Paolo sprinted to top wide. Paolo was sure that the ass breach that he heard right next to him was going to destroy the floor of the Kid Storm's door where he was standing, denying him the angle towards the trophy door he was holding. So he sprints it towards top wide to reposition. Mowgli was there, holding the cross, gets the kill. That's teamwork from Wolves starting things off. And then, with a bit of momentum, that's when Mowgli just takes it upon himself and finds those following third kills. No one can stop him right now, at least on the attacking side. But that's the first half in the books. They get that equal 3-3 round count, and now things will change. Mowgli, of course, we know he's gonna play a 1.5 scope. He's gonna play the Wamai, the Warden, etc., and get very comfortable on this map. Liquid now have to problem solve everything that Wolves put in their way. And for this opening round, they're gonna go downstairs basement with the mirror, with the smoke. I think this is very expected if you're Team Liquid. We know that the European, as well as the North American meta, is all about playing mirror on basement bomb site whenever it's open. Whereas Latam, a bit more flexible, like we saw from Liquid, and they brought the right tools. They brought the Flores, the Twitch, the Capitao. Liquid have both the smokes, the fires, and the Twitch tasers to all deal with P4's mirror when they get to that bomb site area of the map.
Yeah, no shortage of drones being brought by Liquid. Twitch has become a staple for a lot of teams on Oregon.
Yeah, but not the FAMAS. It's gone.
Some leaky pipes right there. Saw that. Got to call maintenance. Got to run it up the chain. Get somebody in to fix it. It's a long-range Rotero drone all the way over. Takes out a deployable shield. Looks like it might have also taken out an ADS. That's great value, as we tend to see.
Yeah.
Again, you see clusters of utility employed by the defense down in blue. That's where Flores usually goes, but there's never a shortage of things to get in the middle of the bomb sites as well. Freezer as well can be a very important part to stack up those Rotero drones. No Izami on the board right now, so you don't need to worry about the Kiba barriers being blown up by the Rotero drones.
No, you don't. No electric cameras either, so Twitch drones were just trying to deny utility rather than information. Shinga yet to find its first kills here in 5 so far. He's taking a crucial position and operator on this defense of Oregon. Of course, being that smoke player on basement, a lot is on your shoulders on that elbow position. And then that's goes the Liquid slowly creeping up the bomb site areas.
Oh, Nesk, you're usually better than that. Liquid certainly is, though. 3 kills very fast on. Shinka engaged with the Kappa Tower, resets, trying to reposition. Gets his very first kill of this match. It's not long, though. As Volps takes him down, and it just seemed like Wolves were not ready. Liquid trampling Wolves. They take their very first attack.
And there's one thing that Latam as a region is good at, that especially W7M and Liquid, who are both here, are very, very strong, are probably the best teams in the world. It's playing together in those executes 5 versus 5. The moment one member of Liquid was in danger or took a fight, all 4 other members of the same team are there with them. So even if they lose their gunfights, the trades will happen. But Liquid, they don't even lose their fights. You see, Paolo walks in from the backside, leading hatch. Then we have Nesk hit the freezer side. Then he goes into the hallway, in towards the side itself. We had Legonis follow up behind Paolo. No one from Liquid is actually alone in that round, and they don't lose any of their engagements. Now, winning a basement attack is the absolute best position you can put yourself in on Oregon, because you're not expected to win it ever, basically. And they did it against utility, which by most people's standards is the hardest version to play against as an attacking team. Wolves, they recognize, okay, Liquid, they're experienced, they dealt with that way too quickly, way too easily. We're gonna change up our entire lineup besides the smoke and go for an extended roam. And look at Liquid's response. 5 attacker repicks. They're gonna fight the roam now. How? They're gonna bring the Dokkaebi, they're gonna bring the line, they're gonna bring the finger. Those are your 3 primary key operators to deal with the roam. The finger to boost your gunfights. If you take damage, heal you right back up. You can flash and deny the flash on your teammates, etc. Then you get the line Dokkaebi. That's to isolate the roamers, make them stand still, make their phones ring to again figure out where they are and take them down. But they still bring the utility they need later on in the round. They bring the Rotero drones from the Flores. The only thing Liquid don't have anything of is the Heartbreach gadgets, because the hatches are likely open for them. At least 1 or 2, freezer or meeting. That should be enough if they can get a couple of kills. But they need those kills. That's not how they want to start things off.
P4 is good enough for 1 before being immediately shut down by Legonis. We are 45 seconds into this round, and well, they're coming to blows. 4 players in the grave. And there's more to come. Resets, trying not to breathe in some of that gas as Liquid's numbers grow and grow and grow. Shinka, beautiful shot. Relatively same position. He's picked up both of his kills so far in this matchup. He's got 2 more. And Palu and Legonis standing in front of him. Legonis holding onto that diffuser as now Shinka repositions, but there might as well be a giant chasm between these 2 players and Shinka. Position given away by a logic bomb as the plant was attempted, fallen off. This is going to be a tough spot for Shinka to play off of. We're not even at the halfway point of the round yet, by the way. That's how fast all this went down. Lagona's trying again. A second opportunity to get the diffuser planted. Shinka will fire a bit prematurely, give his position away. As Palu scrambles farther back, and now Liquid will assume the position in the post plant.
Defenders have located
Shinka is totally blind on this engagement. We'll have to check an abundance of corners. The moment he moves past Pillar, that's where Palu will be looking. And just as I say it, I speak it into existence. Can't help but feel like Wolves will pop a timeout now as Liquid go up 5-3.
Yeah, I think that'll make a lot of sense if they did. And again, Liquid just playing so tight together. I mean, Nesk watching big tower, and it's like, that's not supposed to happen, Nesk. But then, guess what? The trade is immediately there, back to a 4v4. They go 3v3, but then they hit the bomb side with the roam clear because they got the line and the Dokkaebi. And this is also why Wolves are winning their initial duels that could be a 50-50 either way scenario. Shinka did a great job in the 1v3 to get to the 1 versus 2, but then he starts playing it way too passive, right? He has one toxic bait, he knows he can buy 15 to 20 seconds of time with the plant deny. But the issue is, there is 1 minute and 50 seconds left in the round because of how quickly it went, so time is not on your side. The moment that last toxic bait goes out, he needs to proactively look for a 1 versus 1 engagement while the plant is going down to try and get it from a 1v2 down to a 1 versus 1. Instead, he plays very far back, very passive, bumps goes down, and then you play the 1 versus 2 post plant, which in that scenario, with those positions, with every single member from Liquid being basically full HP, is what we call unwinnable. So Shinka had a nice try at it, couldn't find himself in that position in the round. Liquid, they have shown an incredible adaptation from a very strong bomb set hold, which we call a turtle, versus then a full roam afterwards from Wolves. And it took them 4 seconds to just attack or repick every single thing, change their spawn points, and then pick it apart perfectly. Now Wolves, it's on them now. They've lost their momentum. They're down pretty bad right now, 3-5. I mean, they're defending Oregon, twice basement, loses out on both of them. They don't call the attack timeout, which is surprising. But they still got more things to come. They must be confident. It's their map pick after all. They've been preparing for this for a long time. 3 members in the big tower, takes down P4. They keep him guessing and he picks wrong.
Well, it's a very familiar spot that I believe it was Reset who's actually playing off.
It was.
And it was P4 in that same exact engagement, just the other way around.
Oh,
nice kill from Paulo as he reads Mowgli. And well, Wolves didn't call their timeout, but now if this round continues to go as poorly as it has for them, Liquid just playing with their food at the moment. I mean, can't help it, it's going to be called after this. Team Liquid, within the first minute, find themselves in a 5v3.
Look at how they played, right? They played a very slow, structured first attack round, a very quick second attack round. Now Liquid, they played that dynamic where, okay, they're kind of fast in big tower, but then while that happened, Paulo, like we saw inside a meeting, had set up to cut off the rotation. So they play the middle ground now. Liquid are playing all 3 styles, all 3 paces of Siege, variants of operators and positions as well. And now if they get 2 kills, they slow things down. They can just take it nice and easy, make sure they hit all their checkboxes, right? Get open the side wall, get attic control later on, then start applying this phantom pressure, open up the big window, the Kid Storm window, keep them guessing where we are. They know there's no Valkyrie, so Wolves are acting blindly off dry peek indoors. If they swing into a gun holding that position, that's when they die.
There goes a nade, takes out dead shots. Palu, the first person from Liquid to fall. Nesk not soon after. Reset's now in trouble too. This site working so well as Wolves have dug in their heels, refusing to give ground. Resets recoverable, but the focus for Liquid is to hunt down Shinka in this spot. Diffuser going down, and Shinka will hear this, and has Volps to seal the deal. Liquid moved to map point on Wolves' map.
I hate to analyze players, watch them in 1 versus 2s and 3s, but Shinka honestly looks scared. He is standing still, holding what we call a dead angle that no one's ever gonna swing because, again, they will just walk across Trophy from Generator and start planting inside of Kid Storms. He could have held the cross, maybe get a kill on the timing when the team members from Liquid were rotating, but instead, when he hears the plant, that's when he swings. But again, it's too late. They've already set up. Wolves need to stop Liquid from getting to their end goal in the round, because once Liquid, they get there, they have their teeth in your arm, in your leg, and they're not letting go. Need to catch them before that happens. You are correct, Parker. With this, Wolves will call their timeout because it's it's frankly now or never, because next round it might be over for this map.
Always split on whether it's a wise idea to call your timeout when there's only a single round left. You're almost at a runway at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot to talk about, but you can only talk one round in the future because that's all that matters right now. So you need short-term solutions, you need long-term solutions, and you gotta win 3 in a row to go OT. But then that's where it gets problematic because you've burned your attack timeout now, and then you gotta go from defense to attack and attack to defense because you play a best of 3 in round count in OT. I think it was Lilun herself actually who was quite vocal on social media about why you take attack timeout sometimes and why you don't. I believe it was her and Corey having a situation there on Twitter where she said sometimes you take attack timeout not because it's strategical or because of like you see something. It can just be kind of you see bad habits that you've been trying to get rid of occurring time and time again, and you just want to pinch it and like remove it. So this could be a strat timeout, this could be a mentality timeout, it can be a nerves thing. I think right now for Lilun it's very important if you take that timeout that you go, guys, this is a best of 3. We got a long series ahead of us, so this result what we see right now is 6-3. Don't be scared. We are the better team. We are going to win this series, etc. And as silly as that sounds, you have to actually believe that you're the better player and better team, because otherwise you will just stand still and hopefully wait for something to happen. But that's called playing to lose, not playing to win.
Talking about the philosophy of timeout so much that we just glazed over this lineup that Liquid is about to unleash on Wolves. Finka, Blitz, Capitao with an LMG. Goodness gracious. Oh boy. Blitz is just making it his mission. The hands of Wolves driven right into the site as quickly as possible, but maybe not. Like Freezer was the play.
Yeah.
P4 was playing it quite aggressively and has now fallen off. Most of Freezer is theirs to the taking. The wall's been carved open, both, in fact, not a single reinforcement there, so extra long line of sight for the defenders to be able to react to Liquid's presence.
Typically when we see a Blitz being played, even if you don't go for the immediate rush on construction double door, you normally still see Blitz rotate their late round because it's very hard for Blitz to attack Laundry or Freezer due to all the long range and crossfires established. Now, that's not to say you could use your smoke grenades to make it easier for yourself, but I wouldn't be surprised to see if Volps will rotate, help the roam clear, make it fast, then go big tower side, for example, with the finger resets with the global ability and do a 2-3 take. 3 guys front, 2 guys back, make it hard for Wolves to work against because they got Capitao, they have the finger, they have the blitz, they have so many tools again from Liquid to attack this however they please.
What looked to be that brisk pace now slowing down.
This is classic Liquid.
It suits Wolves a lot too, they don't need to do anything.
They are so good at just getting drones in that the defenders, it looks like nothing's happening, but there's a lot happening for Liquid right now. They're setting up, cars are coming in, they're stratting and plotting and scheming, and they're gonna go soon.
Flames going off will deny that area of the map.
They're in.
For Wolves, and now they go in, but Volps having to deal with the Wamai. Oh no, missing. Resets is down, 2 kills for Team Liquid. They trade back and forth. Shinka's managed to evade them all. Now he's got 2 players from Liquid not too far off.
What?
Lagonis is bleeding out. You're incredulous, Nick.
Yeah, I'm blown away. I mean, they're bringing on the Rosie here.
They managed to take down Palu. Volps in a 1v2. They're crawling to one another. Oh, Volps is gonna narrow it down. It's all up to Deadshot. These players could be retrievable, but no. Deadshot's positioned perfectly well. It was a gambit. Team Liquid tried, doesn't pay off. Wolves still in this. 2 more rounds to go to overtime. They're in jeopardy on their own map.
I mean, I was confused. I mean, Blitz, Volps runs in, thinks he injures the guy, doesn't injure the guy, goes to reload, Shinka falls to a window, there's a smoke grenade, ring out the rose from both players, and then Liquid members get injured inside a blue rotate. Blitz can't get to them. Very close round, all things considered, and that started off with Liquid losing 1.5 member in that early engagement against Wolves on the blue side of things. Shinka looking alive in that round, actively going for the play. Even though he died at the tail end there, he was actually trying to make something happen, which is a big improvement mentality-wise from what we saw from him earlier, and it paid off massively. He gets 1 shotgun kill, does a bit of damage, and he gets Volp's position by dying here to tell Deadshot where exactly he's going to be playing at. Then we see Jaeger just do Jaeger things. Blitz is 1 bullet. It's easier to take down.
When Volps got into that site, it looked like he was going to be the first to die.
Yeah,
he's the one who lived the longest. So managed to make it to the very bitter end.
He also walked around, I think, ADS the splits more than actually with the shield covering him, which we don't see very often. And I mean, it almost worked out. Now, the good thing if you're Liquid is that you have a couple of rounds to kind of figure out the pace now here, right? What you want to be doing. And we know they have a deep operator pool. We've seen both the Blitz now, the Capital, the Line, the Finca, etc. This time it'll be Lagonis on the Amaru and an upstairs attack. Woo! You like those, yeah?
Where's the Amaru gonna go?
Big question. Now,
probably tier 3 or on the dorms. And how do they get into dorms? Well, you've got the hatch inside a kitchen that's actually very convenient.
Oh, yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Not that you couldn't open it yourself.
Oh, there it is.
Or you go through the dorms window.
That's a frostbite. That's a bad idea.
Okay, don't do that.
You can go attic window. There's no frostbite, but the pit has one, so.
It's so nice of our observers to do this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Schreichel.
Oh, oops. Almost does the generator window. Trying to, again, cut the rotates in half like we see Liquid do so often. But this time, Wolves, great read. They see it or they hear it and they actually stay alive now with all members on full HP. And Wolves, for once, are just sitting still, not fighting for map territory because they want to try and stay alive for longer. And with Liquid playing a slower pace, this actually could very well pay off for them to get into that clock factor where Liquid, they're pressed for time later on.
Just saw 3 players on a single drone. Was that maybe 2 at worst? That's not bad. Match is still opened up. I don't know if Neska's droned that one out. You complimented the drone work from Liquid. It will need to be very good with the way that Wolves have this structured defense. There goes an E1D. First one expended. They didn't know there was a Lion. They certainly do now. Look at this on the window. Is this going to work? Oh, it looks like it might have hit the windowsill. Yeah. Not ideal. Down goes Deadshot. Bibu still in that spot inside of Armory. Need to live a little while longer. No ADS is in back pocket. P4 softened up by what was almost assuredly a nade. Nesk and Volps have taken some damage as well. Very slow mid-round. Now transitioning into the execute with a minute still left.
Oh, they hear this person proning. They know he's there. What can they do about it, though?
Oh, there they go. Nade from below finishes off the remainder of the Warden, and now it's Nesk to sprint up White Stairs at some point. Maybe catch somebody playing inside of the dorm site or over towards that foosball table. At this point, if you're Wolves, you need to go for these engagements. You've got to get those numbers right back down. Most importantly, you have to win those duels. Flashes go in. Mowgli getting everywhere as much as he can. Down goes Lagonis. Barrels into the bomb site. Top of White Stairs now. What can Nesk accomplish? He's wounded. Mowgli says no thank you. Now Resets is gone as well. It's tactical timeout for Wolves, working out so effectively. Down to a 2v2, but it's a 2v1. Shinka to clutch, but he drops. The diffuser must be retrieved. Volps gets it in time, and he can go for the plant. Is he visible? Will Shinka be able to get there? Only a couple seconds left, and it looks to be good for Shinka, who misses his opportunity, but gets it in the end. Breathe a sigh of relief, Wolves enjoyers. Your team's still in this one. One final round of regulation.
And Shinka, who's been in 3 1 versus 2s and lost them because he was being passive, not making decisions, looking like he was struck, like he was nervous. He was calm and collected in that round. He sought out the 1v1, or the 1v2 into the 1v1, and drops the hatch immediately. Again, playing for time. Like we mentioned, Liquid on slow pace, Wolves to stay alive, the clock might be a factor later on, and Shinka played so well into it. Mowgli and Bibu not expose themselves to any external angles, holding down both the Armory side, the White Stairs, the big window jump in, etc. The Frost match so crucial in that round for Intel as well. Shinka gets what he desperately needed. Wolves, they're still alive, and I truly think that tactical timeout was all about mentality and controlling emotions, because this is a do-or-die match. This is Wolves' map. When you're down 6-3 as they were, you cannot, play to lose. Where you sit still and you hope things they go back poorly for your opponent. No, you have to what we call play to win. Seek out the play, create the play, find the gap, expose the gap. That's what they did in that round. Wolves, they still have arguably the tallest task ahead of them. The territory bomb site, they have not been here yet in this match. and Liquid, you know, they haven't shown how they're going to attack us. So Wolves can be guessing. They did bring P4 on the Valkyrie to gain some intel to work with, which I think is very wise for them. Liquid did not bring an IQ. There's no counter there. But they did bring a Dokkaebi, which I guess you can call a soft counter.
Dokkaebi and Lion have been staples so far through this match. Not a ton of reliance on Azami. Not as much as you'd think. We've had a number of rounds without her so far.
We've had yeah, I mean, you know an operator is really strong when you go, we've seen a couple of rounds without her.
1 or 2 rounds have gone by without Azami.
Which
That's
is impressive.
kind of odd, isn't it?
Yeah, she is that strong. You're not wrong. It just sounds weird.
So what, when Lion had a whole 100% pick rate? Nesk!
Oh, that phone call.
He's in! Suddenly, Liquid strikes. 2 very fast kills, answered back by P4. P4 a sitting duck, though. Volps with diffuser in hand. Wolves, you gotta do something.
That's so easy.
You gotta do something. Not die. Mowgli is miles away from this bomb site, finally getting back in. Wins the duel. Mowgli has been the superstar so far from Wolves. He might be able to get it done, but resets, shuts the door on it. 7-5, a scoreline that Liquid might not be the most happy with, but they snipe Wolves' map away from them. And now they move to Clubhouse, potentially 7 rounds away from making the main stage on Friday.
Welcome to Hit for Six. We've got the Sonics, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a fully U team, on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today. How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Sonics, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best-of-3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the feed strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça.
Oh. He's so slow, bro. All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose. He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Sonics, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go, Gunnar. Go, top right. Oh, bottom right. Top left. Bottom right.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Sonics, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for Six. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more. Welcome to Hit for Six. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Foltz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go koi phase. Let's go koi phase.
Let's go phase.
Eminem have pulled off a heist, so let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea, so.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. We can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
Welcome back, everyone. And today I'm going to show you how to defend Oregon basement thanks to Team Liquid, one of the most methodical teams in Brazil. Right, let's start with a simple statement, right? This bomb site has 5 different entry points. The first one being freezer, the second one, the laundry hatch and laundry in general. The third one, meeting hatch, then tower stairs here, and then blue over here. It's showing 6 because I pressed it with my elbow, but that's it. There is 5. As you can see, one simple state here. Deadshot is on the freezer side, P4 is on the tower stairs, Mowgli is in blue, Bibu is playing on the meeting hatch, and then you've got Shinka on the laundry hatch. So 5 different players, they have man advantage, and 1 player per entry point. Now what really matters here is that they collapse together. Let's take a look at how defenders are set up now. As you can see, if we play around a little bit forward, let's look at the basement. Palu is here, Volps is here, Resets here, and Esk here. What are they covering, and how do you set up your defense properly when you're in a man disadvantage situation to hold the whole of this basement? Well, it's quite simple, actually. Every player is in a tradable position. Volps is holding the laundry side here, and Reset is holding the freezer side. Both of them can actually cover each other's angles, because if Volps is pushing the laundry side, then Reset can swing, and if Reset is swinging the freezer side, Volps can swing and trade him as well. And it's the same story for Palu and Nesk on the other side. They've got 3 angles they need to cover. The tower stairs, which Palu is doing. He's also able to react to a hatch trap. And Nesk is perfectly able to counter the blue double door. Now, if we watch the round play out, there is a first big problem in Wolf's attack. 1, 2 kills, 2 guys are dead. P4 and Mowgli in respective positions in blue and tower stairs. And now, if you followed everything, there is a big issue of coordination here. Let's take a look at the other players. Deadshot is still in freezer. Shinka is waiting on the washing machine in laundry. And Bibu is still on the hatch. What happened to the coordination? And this is the biggest problem with this setup, is that if you don't coordinate properly against a well-set-up defense that has good crossfires, you will die one by one without trade. Now, if we let the round play out, Deadshot dies alone in freezer, continues to go, Shinka drops in laundry, injures Volps but gets traded by the player in the laundry side, and then Bibu is alone and will die to the Goyo shield over here. That's it. That's how you play Oregon defense. Thanks to Team Liquid. Hopefully you can do the same thing in ranked. And I will throw it now to Yasmin and the rest of the analyst desk.
Thank you very much for that, Alfama. Very valid points being made as well, especially when we start to consider the attacking side, not only for the side of Wolves, but also Team Liquid as well. How did you feel like the attacking side for both teams went?
I think both teams attacked relatively averagely here for the map that we're dealing with. Obviously, Liquid had their own sort of initiative of how they wanted to approach it. They brought the Malusi ban. We saw the Wolves, they did struggle on their attacks. The basement was the stronghold, as it often is. They did see a bit of success elsewhere, upstairs inside of Kids, where the attackers did a little bit better, but you're expected to win a couple of those rounds. The mark of a good attacking team is a team that can attack the basement.
I think Alfama made a really good point there about coordination, about how, Wolves were struggling with that coordination when they were in the 5v4 and dropping. You're meant to all go at once, and because you all go at once, you find somebody, because they've got a 5v4, will find the gap. Yeah. They didn't go all at once, they got punished. And if you looked, when we get over to the highlights for Liquid, Ollie's just mentioned it there, the Malusi ban. Because they banned Malusi, that meant that Liquid could force the pace. And they had the coordination on their attacks. As soon as they got onto their attacking half, they pushed into blue, they pushed into laundry. That very first couple of rounds where they just took those laundry supplies, I think it really caught Wolves off guard, and Liquid came with a very solid game plan regarding their pace on their attacks, and it got them over the line, right? It's like attackers not been great for Liquid throughout this tournament. Coming into this, they were, very low in terms of their attack. They were below 50% on their attacks. Today, they were almost flawless on them.
Well, Volbs in particular had a standout performance for the side of Team Liquid as well. Is he typically one of those players that you kind of look to be the star player?
Volbs definitely can be. I mean, to be on Liquid and to stand head and shoulders above players like Parlu and Nesk is always going to be a difficult job. Nesk a little bit less so in recent history. Parlu has always been up at the top. I think Volbs has done a great job fitting into this squad. Resets maybe having a little bit of a quiet one for me. We sort of dubbed him Ratty Resets last night because he was pulling off worldies against Dark Zero left and right. A little bit of a quieter time here in the server, but they got the job done.
I was happy to see Volbs have a really good
didn't he?
There. He was actually, he's actually the lowest negative player on Liquid going into this match. He came with a big reputation coming across from W7M. We know he's got that star quality. He hasn't necessarily shown it in this tournament, but if he's working his way through the gears, that's a...
And he was shouting as well. He was getting vocal
Yeah.
in the studio here. We could see him. He was really getting amped up for the battle, and that's not always something that you see from Liquid. So it's nice to sort of see that level of energy.
Well, boys, now that we're heading over into Clubhouse, Team Liquid's map pick, they managed to win the map over on Wolves', but do we think Wolves will be able to claw back the rounds heading into this next map?
I think this one kind of comes back to what we were talking about when we found out the maps earlier on in the pre-show. We were sort of talking, saying, these are very strange sort of map picks to be bringing out here, because although Oregon was the Wolves pick, Wolves are known to be quite good at Clubhouse as well. Yeah. And on the flip side, Liquid are known to be very good at Oregon. Like, I think back to a couple of years ago, Liquid are unstoppable. You'd never even think to take them there. So the fact that we've seen it go so close here, I can only expect it to be fairly close again.
It's kind of a really generic thing that gets said at times about Oregon, Clubhouse and Chalet, about how they're best of one maps. And I think it really does represent the map ban phases that we've gone to 3 best of one maps where both of these teams are at their middle preference maps. Yeah. And they're just happy that it's nice, even playing ground. So, Wolves are going to be very disappointed, realistically, with that map 1, because they had a lot of opportunity to win it with their good attack half. But they will know that map 2, it isn't like they're going on a permaban or a map that's really bad for them. They're comfortable on the map, but so are obviously Liquid.
Now, I know we were talking about this concept of the team synergy, the team energy as well when heading into a best of 3 as well, being able to make a little bit of a comeback once you're knocked down on your feet. Do we think this comeback potential lies an awful lot in whether or not the side of Wolves can really get hyped up?
Yeah.
Because Team Liquid are bringing the energy.
I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because you look at Liquid, they're up, they're jovial, they're quite happy. Wolves on the flip side, I'm looking at some pretty sad faces over there. They know that they're going into what could be their last map here of the major. Do they have that fight to really bring it out? We've seen every single side of Wolves going into this so far. We've seen a great Wolves, we've seen a poor Wolves, we've seen a Wolves that had to fight tooth and nail for every round. I don't know if they're up for the fight today, Fresh.
I mean, it's, we say we've seen every side, but in, previous performance, we saw every side in the half. I thought they did very excellent in terms of getting a 3-3 attacking split, right? They got the 3-3 attacking split on Oregon, but then the defense just went so badly on what is the most defender-sided map in this tournament. So I think, for Wolves, it's about finding that stability. And like you say, the Liquid players, they're seeing the cameras, they're waving, they're doing whatever. The Wolves players are looking a little bit down at the moment, a little bit like, oh, this is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, well, I'm curious to see what Inter and Pengu have to say about this upcoming matchup. Is this going to be our final match?
Well, it certainly feels like it could be. I mean, Liquid 7-5 Wolves on Wolves map pick, and now they go to their favorite ground.
Yeah, I think if I had to like simplify this entire situation, I would say if...
Hold on. Pretend I'm an idiot.
Okay. If the...
You did that way too fast.
There's just something about you saying pretend I'm an idiot where I'm like, you know what, I'm ready for this.
Now dumb it down to me.
Dumb it down for you. So if the Wolves perform the way they did at the end of the first map to start the second map, this could be a banger of a game. If the Wolves start the way on this map they started on Oregon, the previous map, it's gonna be very one-sided, I imagine. Mentality, as Jack and X kind of spoke on the desk, not looking too happy and confident from the side of Wolves. They've had about 10 minutes now to kind of reset and figure things out. And operator bans are also going on the way. Let's see what teams they have in mind for this. Mowgli gets target banned on Ian. I think that's wise. He says, I'm Flex.
I was going to say, this is absolutely targeted towards him. I mean, with the way that Mowgli was playing in the previous map, I can see exactly why they would decide to take that operator out of his hands.
Yeah.
The question is what does Mowgli go on to now? Do we see maybe more Dokkaebi play? Does he take on the Lion? Is he going to go with Sledge or Buck by any chance?
I was going to say Nuke is also open. It's not banned. It was banned on Oregon previously, but because the thing is, if Mowgli doesn't go onto a grenade operator, you are going to be down one set of grenades. And of course, we saw on Oregon, both teams getting grenade kills or damage done on the attack and side. And Clubhouse is no different. You want to have utility to work with because the way Clubhouse works in a similar way to Oregon is that it's all about problem solving the setup that the defense presents to you, like on the basement hold, whether it's the deployable shields, the key barriers from Asami, the bandit batteries, the Goyo canisters. You can't just run through this map with your guns and be like, oh, this is easy. No, you need the flying springs, you need the grenades, you need the hot bridge destruction for the walls, the hatches, etc. That's very important, especially on Clubhouse. Now Mowgli is hovering Ash, so he does have soft destruction. Of course, can do the same exact gun at G36C, so maybe not a true flex player there, Mowgli, if you play the literal same gun and whatnot, but still, I'll give it to you. You can play something else.
Ash was an operator that I don't think either of us spoke about.
No.
Ash or Zofia as well? Zofia
No,
is an option?
I was expecting a different grenade operator, like Nuke or Sledge. That was kind of my expectation. But Mowgli is your entry player. You don't typically want to put him on a Sledge because he might die early on, and then your hammer gets no value, and you need that to destroy the floor and kitchen right now, for example, in this basement attack. We do see a bit of a soft roam from Liquid. They are playing on the staircases of both the blue and the main staircase. That's why Wolves are taking their time here. They're gonna pay their respect. Bach open the jacuzzi wall, kill the default camps. The injured drone already ahead of Mowgli instead of office gym. And then just, you know, not swinging too hard alone here, right? Just slow clearing things, wait for the drone perhaps, and then kind of make your way. If Wolves can get to the hatches about 1 minute 25 seconds, they're at a perfectly average pace for this map. So right now, actually looking like they're ahead of the curve, and it was a very quick entry for both teams in Oregon, and it's looking like the same story here. Effective drone work with the entries being confident behind them, and that secures Wolves the full map control with 1 minute and 50 left on the clock. They are in a prime position now to work the hatches, to break the floor apart, etc. But there is just one thing missing, like we mentioned earlier. There are no grenades or smoke grenades on the side of Wolves. So when it comes to the execute part later on, they have to go guns blazing and try and find these kills. Otherwise, I don't know how they're gonna get the bump down.
Exactly at the halfway point of this round. Hatches being opened up. Ace not banned, but no ace on the board. Ragonis playing with a nitro cell by that kitchen hatch. He might have pulled it a little bit too early on. This is where the juggling begins to try and take out whatever hard breach goes onto the kitchen hatch. Doesn't look like P4 is gonna have too much trouble with it. First 2x Kairos are successful. 4 needed to open up the hatch. Second round should be good as well. And it is.
Yep, and that confirms that Wolves are in a prime position. Now, they got the buck, they can do self-destruction, but I'm not sure where Bibu intends to plant their Pshinka in this position because you gotta fight against Toxic Babes. There's still a C4 pocket of resets. You got the Goyo, you know, canisters as well. It's going to be hard to try and get this done.
Oh. Nitro cell tossed out and down goes Mowgli. That was read from that church wall that you'd seen the lineup. Good patience from Liquid to just wait that one out. take Yana away from him, and that's fine. Now he's going to go with Ash instead, and, well, not for long. Final 20 seconds. There's the utility dump down into blue. Deadshot will drop. Also a drop through kitchen, and right now it's Wolves just meeting their demise at the hands of Liquid. Diffuser will need to go down. It's in Shinka's capable hands, but Palu ensures there's no more. Crossfire. You say goodbye to all the Wolves except for Bibu, who up on kitchen hatch might stay alive. A team kill comes in, it doesn't matter. That was essentially a flawless round, as Liquid didn't lose any players to Wolves at all. They start off strong, 1-0. An immediate concern on the looks of Wolves' faces. That's not ideal.
No, and again, it really boils down to the operator pick phase, where you have Wolves playing all on gun skill and trying to play for kills, and you have Liquid playing a very heavy utility game. I mean, almost as much as you could possibly bring. Banditize, Turtles being opened on up. You got, again, Toxic Bears, the C4s, the fire from the Vulcan shields. And of course, you got 5 members running at you. There's the team kill. Siege is a game where you can try and play for kills, you can try and play for utility, but either, no matter what you do, it's often about trying to counter your opponent. If they bring out a util, you gotta counter with util that destroys that piece for them. Otherwise, you make it harder for yourself than it has to be in those kinds of rounds. And Liquid, like we saw in Oregon, they're so good at playing together. If you give them the 5 versus 5 execute and you don't have like a way to break it apart, whether it's a Ying or a Glass or a Monty or grenades or something else and just simple gun skill, I just don't see you breaking apart Liquid. The same thing is said for teams like W7M. They have phenomenal team play. They play a tight defense and attack where if somebody's in a bad position, someone's nearby enough to trade it out and make it an even trade at worst case. And it's what we've seen time and time again, especially from the side of Liquid in this matchup. They'll just change things through. Basement, now CCTV, they play the Bandit, they play the Frost, again, playing around the utility and intel game. Now Wolves have to problem solve. They got Ace, they got Thermite, they got Thatcher. They can work their way through resets on the Bandit. It's a matter of how they choose to go about it. Currently, it seems like they want to frankly ignore him. They want to go for a master bedroom gym construction take to start things off and just ignore the CC side for now.
Start with Logi. As there goes the hatch. Boom. Sledge over top, and Jacuzzi wall breaks as well. Ugly looking for a follow-up, but a small drone going into logistics will let them know that it's completely empty. P4 making sure that he drones in Mowgli as best as he can. First impediment on this roam clear will come just by construction door. This is a CCTV and cache defense. And of course, the clear begins on the bedroom side of things.
See that cams, good intel there. We saw P4 when he was intro-joining for Mowgli. He was actually looking at all the corners of master bedroom and gym and whatnot. That's him looking for the Valkyrie cameras while doing the intro-joining as well. Then we see Mowgli, who is the intro player, walk to the main staircase, and he puts his camera as the flank drone. Very small important detail, because the intro player putting his drone for a flank means the support players can keep theirs to keep droning the rest of the map, droning the bomb side, and Mowgli, who's probably not going to be on his drones very often, he has allocated his to be stuck downstairs watching for that flank. We see the cameras being spotted out by the droners, so good job there from the supportive work of Wolves. And they've started clearing out the utilities, so Wolves have adapted their game now, but look at Palu.
Great read onto Mowgli down in stock. Deadshot looking for the follow-up, and he'll get it. It should be an easy secure, but you have to be concerned with that construction hatch. You have to be concerned as well with the stairs, but if you're not putting yourself in harm's way, then things get a lot better, and that's what Deadshot does. A bullet pen kill through the wall. Wolves were very quick to clear out the other side of the map. Now it's their turn to hit the bomb site. 40 seconds remaining. There goes an exothermic charge. Nothing to juggle, nothing to trick. Dwamaya Volps just getting out of danger.
Playing with fire. I mean, if you lose catwalk members here, it's bad for you because you gotta hold down the fort. And we see resets the mid of the bomb site to somehow not die into the breach member of Wolves.
Deadshot, who'd secured Palu in that same spot, will now march up the main stairs. P4 missing an opportunity onto the bandits, but Bibu doesn't. Look at her sitting ducks right now in the middle of this site, and a hungry wolf looking for as much duck as can be. They answer back into a 2v2 with time about to run out, and Liquid will be the beneficiaries of this. They get the final 2 kills. Clock be damned. Team Liquid up 2-0. Triumphant start. 2 of the better bomb sites on this map. What will the tertiary be?
It's a good start for Wolves, but a terrible end for them again. Resets was literally sprinting across the bomb site because there weren't enough safe positions left on the map for him to play in because of how good of a job Wolves did at opening up every wall, hard and soft wall imaginable. And they get the 1-for-1 trade equalization downstairs, so it looks great for the attack inside. Again, great collapse on people, but the time is running low. Diffuser dropped earlier in that round, and Wolves, they had the crosses, they had the capture, but they didn't have a way in. And if you can't get in the building, the bomb site, you can't plant down the diffuser, and that's not how you're going to win those shots because Liquid, they play far back, they play down the timer, they recognize that they got diffuser case control, they don't gotta do anything in that round.
All over to Jim they go. For this map in particular, all 4 bomb sites do get seen. That stage bomb site was actually seeing an increase in the amount of times it had been played as of late, but at least from the few times that you and I have casted Clubhouse, we really haven't seen it.
No, we actually haven't. It has been played by some teams that we have not casted this major, but you're correct. From the ones we've done, not that common.
Clubhouse, the most played map here, Copenhagen, just inching out Oregon by a single play. And Bar Stage is the least played site.
Yeah.
Only 7 times has it been played so far at this entire event. Compare that to Cash CCTV, which is the next least played, which is at 28, which is exactly 4 times that. So it's a stark contrast between the site rotation, where the main 3 that we've seen so far, Church, Cash, and Dim, which are the 3 that have been played by Team Liquid, tend to dominate the rotation on Clubhouse. I would be shocked if we see our 8th Bar Stage play in this matchup, but who knows? Desperate times can call for desperate measures.
It's crazy. If you go back just like 6 months, the CC and bar statistic was completely reversed. When nobody played CC, everybody seems to play bar. And that's the beautiful thing about Siege. The meta will just slowly change here and there, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly why the reason is. Ooh. Mowgli trades back onto Paolo. He said, I'm done dying first. I get the kill this time instead.
It's the first opening pick for Wolves. Resets in a bad position, and there's just no coverage because down goes the Kiba barrier. It's another freebie for Mowgli. Only question is, did those bandit batteries go down before he died, or did Jacuzzi wall get opened up? Wait to see. No, it got opened. So not only do you lose the batteries, but you also lose your life. That's a bad spot for resets to be in. Team Liquid finding themselves down 2 players, just a little bit under half of the round to go. As you lose more and more of this bomb site, you get stuck in unwinnable positions. The Wolves are already trying to narrow down these numbers and doing a mighty fine job, as now it's Nesk and Volps reduced to flashing HP bars. But Nesk says, you know what? If you're going to take me down, that's fine. I'll make you work for it. Mowgli a 3rd kill. Bibu in hot pursuit of Nesk. Nesk taken out by Bibu. It's all up to Lagonis. Wolves set and ready to get their first round on the board as P4 shoves Lagonis in a locker. First round for Wolves, they win the tertiary site.
Wolves have these rounds where they look formidable and like nothing can stop them, but that's like once every 3 or once every 4 rounds, and the other ones, it looks like they're making like relatively small mistakes that has a massive negative impact upon them, and they're struggling with pretty basic fundamentals of the game. And it's a shame because when Wolves are playing like this, I mean, they're taking Liquid by storm. It looks easy, but this is not really the case that often. I will say Liquid, big greedy in that round. Resets trying to go the bandit trick with like the Valkyrie member just swinging the window rather, to try and get the kill. They gambled it, didn't pay off. Mowgli again just is the individual player from Wolves who really can fight back. Always looking for those openings, always creating space for his team, but he can't do it all alone. That's Mowgli dropping down from the roof, getting 3 kills in the round, and Wolves to win it with ease. But you can't rely on Mowgli to do that every single time. No. Especially when, I mean, he's been target banned as well, but he's actually playing with a handicap in this team. He can't play Ayana. So the rest of Wolves, so that's better drone work, or what I think they need, someone to just follow Mowgli, and whenever he falls in battle, you're there right behind him to take over where he stopped. And I think the perfect person for this would actually be someone like Bibu in this roster. But when Wolves are playing Clubhouse, you see Bibu being put on the more supportive roles because you need 2 or 3 supportive flex players because of all the utility. Shinka has to play the IQ/flex. You need 2 Heartbreachers. That leaves his Deathshot and Mowgli as the front runners for the team, but we know Bibu can also play that prime position. He's known to play Sophia very aggressively on that second entry role.
That's 2 rounds on Ash and now 2 rounds on Sledge for Mowgli. He was the bar none best performer for Wolves on that Oregon loss that happened just an hour ago. I don't think that matchup goes to 7-5, the 5 in particular for Wolves without Mowgli's contributions.
No.
Liquid would have been able to put that one away far quicker. So yes, having him show up, incredibly important. It's funny because I remember the early days of there being huge consistency issues with the entry on Wolves back when Rise was IGLing on the team. Obviously, it's a very different look now. Adding Deadshot as that other entry slash flex player. You hope that you get more consistency out of that role as Rise had his struggles as well, so. Wolves are always this highly touted team, Nick, but they always seem to get so close and just not close enough. It's kind of similar with Liquid and winning the event, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean, Liquid can make the finals, they can make the Final Four, but they struggle to get the job done. For Wolves, it's obviously similar, but not as glamorous because they tend to struggle in groups and then getting to the stage.
Yeah, I was going to say, they always make the majors. They're always there. They made a big name for themselves, and they have done Europe proud in terms of qualifying and making top 8 at most. Usually, as you said, going home late in groups. But Wolves, they want to make top 8. They want to keep at least bringing it to the main stage, get that stage experience, whereas Liquid, they are expected to make the top 4, maybe even the grand final. So these two teams are fighting for very different things in terms of standings, but they're both right now fighting to stay in this tournament and to make it to that main stage. And the loser of this will be going home, and the winner will be joining the rest of the teams up on that main stage on Friday in front of a crowd. And it is every single team and player's goal and dream in their careers. While we've been talking about that, the entire round has flown by. There's 30 seconds left. We'll open up the hatches. They're setting up for the execute. In the next 5 or so seconds, they should be dropping down those hatches and trying to go for a plant.
It's going to be absolutely manic inside of the B-bomb site, as you can already see. Wolves anticipating a drop through that kitchen hatch, and Volps is being ever so patient, but it's a bit of sloppiness for somebody as veteran as Bibu. Volps has a good read on it, and man, oh man, Wolves, what happened in that round? 10 seconds to go. Shink is the only person alive. Volps having an absolute banger of a round. Team Liquid picking up where they left off back in round number 1, as it's a second successful defense of the bottom floor bomb site. They won't go there yet again. Cash and CCTV will likely be the playground for the next round, but man, Wolves just waiting until the final second and dropping in blind, losing every single engagement 1 by 1.
Yeah, and it's again, I don't think you want to go up against Liquid in a 5 versus 5 when you're the attack, when your goal is to get down that diffuser, because I think simply Liquid is the better team. It is difficult, to be fair, to get opening kills on a basement deck of Clubhouse if your enemy isn't roaming, because they're all sitting comfortably on the bomb side, but that's again the utility game. Where's the Monty? Where's the Capital? Where's the 2 sets of frag grenades? They're playing IQ, Thermite, Hibana, and they play with 10 seconds left in the round with no cover and everyone losing their gunfights. It's like, that's not enough. Wolves are trying to play a smart, stable round of Siege, but ultimately what they're ending up with is just playing from a disadvantageous position, and they don't have enough members that can fight back 1-to-1 against Liquid. Again, it's kind of Mowgli fighting back or trying to, and the rest is kind of falling by the wayside. So Wolves, I'm curious if they're going to change things up on their remaining attacking rounds, or if they'll just stick it out, pop off a defense. You know, when do you take your tag timeout? Because something has to change this to go differently. And it was after the tag timeout previously on Oregon where they started picking up success. They lost round number 9. It was 6-3. Then they take a timeout and they win the following 2. And it was then a relatively close round before Liquid. They found those 7-5. So, yeah. If you're Wolves right now, you get a small break. Well, so does Liquid. Because we'll just go for a quick rehost before we get back into the server.
Yeah, it looked like the lobby crashed, so we're just getting everybody right back in now, so bear with us here.
It's a wolf. The plushie's, it's not a bear.
As far as we're aware, teams not allowed to speak during technical timeouts.
No. Let's look at it. Are they speaking? No.
Let's watch them.
I don't think they are. They're being good boys.
Who would speak during a technical timeout? Ridiculous. You got some in your throat?
It's been like allergies. The season's changing all that stuff.
I've actually had terrible allergies.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like a little bit of a throat scratcher, a little bit of a runny nose maybe sometimes. I don't know. Feels bad, man. Now, the rule regarding talking while rehosting and whichever is something that's kind of changed throughout Siege. It used to be that you could talk, and then it changed very strictly about 6 to 8 months ago, where there was a global change in the competitive rulebook where doing a rehost that's like a technical timeout, you cannot talk as a team. And of course, this is also to prevent players from accidentally kicking their PCs and then getting a tech rehost, and they can talk about strats and whatever. So right now, we're just removing that from the equation. So okay, if anything happens, you cannot talk, you cannot, like, neither side can gain anything from this. There's no incentive to try and force issues, for example.
Everybody's back in the lobby as we're talking about that. Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to get into the nitty-gritty, but there have been times in the past where, you know, there have been technical issues that seem almost a little too convenient, and then teams would speak during it. It is funny because after they instituted that rule, the amount of technical timeouts actually did drop quite considerably.
Yeah, it definitely did.
So you have to wonder. It's about ethics, okay?
Yeah.
In esports competitions.
Let's go, boys.
I use that ironically, by the way.
Yeah.
But either way, we're back into the matchup. 7 teams have made their way to the main stage starting on Friday. For those of you that have not been following along, LATAM has been having an excellent go of it.
Yeah.
Every single Brazilian team, of course, like LATAM is an old holdover from days past. Now we have a region called Latin America, of which no Brazilian teams competed, because things change. Just as how APAC is not one region any longer, it's a bunch of sub-regions that all compete at a variety of different tiers in the Rainbow Six Global Esports program. W7M, FaZe Clan, and Ninjas in Pajamas have all made it on to the main stage. Those are 3 Brazilian teams. A 4th could be here in Team Liquid if this trend line that we're watching continues onwards. Joining them on the stage from Europe, Eminem Gaming and G2 Esports. From North America, Sonics, and from Japan, Scarz. APAC and NA having a relatively rough, and I say APAC, including all of the teams in the regions.
Good. As it should be.
Had a particularly rough go of it, as did the Latin America teams, the single MENA team in Falcons, though a very impressive showing.
Yes.
Without their IGL in particular, giving us a very exciting matchup yesterday. I think there's been a lot of focus on those APAC regions, by the way, and not enough emphasis on how poor NA has done.
I was gonna say
as well at this event.
Yeah, like going into this, given the roster change that's like SI and, you know, it's a new year, etc. A lot of people, myself included, was like, okay, how do we rank the various regions right now? Because normally it goes like EU, NA, or LATAM is number 1 and 2 and 3, and then APAC would be at the bottom. That's usually the case. But right now it's like, do you put NA first, EU first, LATAM first? Like, frankly, we had no idea. But as this major has progressed, we're slowly starting to build that picture of, okay, what are we expecting from the regions? And NA, in my opinion, came in with a lot of expectations with like M80 and with Sonics, with SSG, etc., Dark Zero. Like, they all look like incredible teams that have potential, but they've all kind of fallen short at this event. It's just Sonics remaining the entire region now. Wolves, of course, looking to join their fellow European teams in Eminem and G2. But they got a long game ahead of them to make it there in this best of 3.
I mean, if you look at the European teams that you'd think that would be almost certainties to get onto the main stage, Eminem was not in that conversation for a lot of people. Virtus.Pro obviously was there, and of course Wolves were there too. Now, Wolves' spot very much in jeopardy. We're at the halfway point now of round number 5. Everybody back in the server. Last time this site was defended by Liquid, they did a pretty good job of hanging on to it. Things got a little hairy there, and it was a 2v2 with only 5 seconds left on the clock, but Liquid ended up sticking the landing. They got the final 2 kills before the clock could give them the round, but it was a formality. They were going to win it either way.
Yep.
Timing for Wolves will need to be better this time around, isolating these players from Liquid. They've already expended some utility to open up this construction wall.
Ooh.
Resets. That is ugly. Botching the Nitro cell. Well, now retake construction completely blind, but the way that that lighting works is you can actually see them coming ahead of time. Resets is on drone, and oh, that's a blunder. Mowgli walks right in. Goodbye, Resets. Next one up is Lagonis inside of Cash. Down he goes to Mowgli yet again. Wolves doing so much work. Main breach, though, still closed and unlikely to get open, so this entire execute from Wolves is going to come from over on construction side.
And it's going to be very low on time as well. Power stance, can't do much on Oryx. No C4 from downstairs. Breach has been opened up as well.
Oh, I was wrong. Volps goes for a swing and a miss on the Bibu. Palu taking down Mowgli. The Oryx will want to get back on in. Volps has not been taken out of this position. Bibu now the only one alive to rush into the site. And there's a crossfire with Nesk claiming the trophy. Good Lord, the fire erupts from the benches of Team Liquid as they take 4 rounds in the first half. Wolves unable to win, but they can try to salvage this final round.
I don't remember Liquid ever being this loud.
No, not this. They are extremely emotive.
They're laughing a laugh about it as well. Pablo, of course, a very quiet player himself, very shy, but very humble person. But the rest of Liquid are giving it their all. Volps, well, first of all, Mo clearly started things off great for Wolves again, but then it's Volps with a wall bang, with a pre-fire, gets it back to a 2 versus 2 into a 2 versus 1. And then they got Liquid, they got the time on their side, they got the presence on their side. Nesk. Oh man, I mean Nesk he's a legend. He's been playing this game for so long. Like it's been what 7-8 years now, the highest level of play. He's been a legend like the entire way. First got to get a 1v5 base ever in Pro League against Black Dragon, or Pain Gaming rather, way back in the day. Like he's been phenomenal. He's had his ups and downs as a player, but usually he finds himself on top. Of course, to Liquid for, oh god, since the very beginning of Liquid, I believe. Way back in Atlantic City was in that roster as well.
That was a great finals.
It was a great finals.
I'm trying to remember who they beat.
It was a great finals if you were not a Penta fan or player.
I was a certified Penta hater.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were.
And at the time, I was very much cheering for Team Liquid to prevail, and prevail they did.
I mean, I gotta be honest, if there's a team that I've always wanted to win like a major trophy at Invitationals, it was Liquid, and it still probably is Liquid as well.
Well, to be fair, that wasn't a major.
No, like now, like since Atlantic City, like if there was a team that I would want to lose against as a player who would steal the trophy from me, so to speak, I think Liquid this year. I love the players, I like the org, I like what they've done in the scene. Very kind.
Nesk and Palu don't have a major championship. Nope. Like that's something that's sorely missing. No, P4, you might fly under the radar, but you'll walk right into that frost mat. Down he goes, but not before 2 players from Liquid have died as well. P4 is also recoverable, so not all hope is lost, but we swapped sides right now. Team Liquid has completely surrendered control of the bomb site. Wolves have it, but the diffuser is nowhere to be found. Wait, hold on. Actually, Shinka's getting it down. There goes P4 as Volps will retake from the main stairs. Gotta get past Bibu. He's on the right side, and you're just sitting ducks. This gym bomb site, not exactly the territory that Liquid wants. They lost it both times they went here. Wolves getting first blood, and then snowballing onwards. And the word I used in the previous round was salvage. They need to salvage that final round, and they do just that. Not before giving Team Liquid quite a lead, though.
Yeah, and this is a very classic Wolves gym attack because they've done this so many times both internationally and domestically. They go for a rush. One guy will run up the main stairs, one guy jumps off his hatch, one guy's on the windows, and 2 guys, they sprint in the Jacuzzi breach as the exothermic charge goes off. We've seen it happen at all times. Liquid caught off guard. I love to see Wolves with a bit of life on their side. P4 getting active on the nuke. Walked to the main stairs, got the opening kill, and sure enough, like he walked into a frost mat and made things a little bit more difficult for himself and his team. But Wolves were, as I said, they're playing to win. They're seeking the play. They're creating the space. Whereas on the previous rounds, the timer is 5 seconds left. They're not really doing much. So if they can bring that same power to the defending side, there is still life to be had here and some more rounds to be played.
5 seconds to insertion.
First half in the books. Both teams doing very well at drawing first blood, splitting it an even 3-3. Diffuser being played by Wolves to success, but not as much objective play as you would think. Every single bomb site on this map is defender favored. For Wolves, that is obviously a boon, as they will now ride out the remainder of this map on D, unless we go to overtime, and then the side swaps will come into play. So with that thinking, Wolves will have the benefit of the map working in their favor. If Team Liquid can win this very first round on attack, then they will set themselves up in a significantly better place than if they have some struggles on this gym and bedroom bomb site. And Wolves, of course, will go to the site where they won it, both times on attack, and they hope for the same fortunes on defense. The point I was making about Liquid striking early is the mental for Wolves has not looked great. You want them to burn that timeout. If you lose gym bedroom as Wolves, you break that mental. I think we would see a timeout popped early on. There's the first pick. 2 picks, in fact. Good Lord. Wolves just walking right into the crosshairs of Liquid, and with a minute off of the clock, it's a 5v3 for the Brazilian team.
That's just unfortunate, right? Deadshot dies first. When that happens, Mowgli, he falls back. He knows he can't play it alone, but then he gets caught the same second turning away from the gunfight. I like that Wolves are still playing front forward, trying to catch Liquid off guard, and P4 playing aggressive, but he gets thrown out as well. He does get the kill, however, and he gets away with full HP.
Reload!
Shouldn't happen, but it does.
No. Consolidate now inside of the bomb site. It's Nesk taken down. He's had a more human event than I think we're used to seeing from Nesk, but...
Yeah, I mean, I like to believe that Liquid is more like a team now, where everyone matters and everyone puts in the effort, where the Nesk and Paolo show is mostly over, but of course they still have their moments, and I think it's a more reliable way of playing the game, because let's look at Wolves. If Mowgli gets 3 kills around, they look like one of the best teams in the world. If Mowgli dies first, then they look like they have no teeth.
Yeah.
So, Wolves has been a great addition so far. Reese as well previously on, and of course the goal is to make those calls strategically in the server as the in-game leader. But Liquid are now not getting them all open up. The EMP doesn't get the bandit battery either, and Bibo is there to activate Trick. Liquid might have made a bit of a blunder here on the Jacuzzi wall.
Maybe not.
No, they get it.
Okay, Bibo had fallen off, as you saw. P4 isolated by Paulu, playing by construction window. Then there were 2 for Wolves. Frost mats will continue to persist. Bibo is an active gun right now on main stairs as Shinka is off elsewhere.
Reload!
Inside of construction. Droned out, and unfortunately forgets about the tactical reload. Back to Logi he goes. Liquid struggling with information. Lagonis is in, the diffuser could be planted down. They don't know where they are. Logi, here's Bibu on the case. 2 kills from Wolves. Bibu might have just saved the day. And yes, indeed, that's what happens. An exhale from the coach of Wolves. Lilu obviously happy with that first start, knocking some of the wind out of Team Liquid's sails. They're still in control, but the gap narrows.
It's so great seeing Bibo in one of those playmaking moments. He has so much experience, and it shows when he has to make those split-second decisions. He was playing main stairs and just avoiding all the members of Liquid, and when the time was right, he flanked up back through the hallway, and Liquid thought it was clear, but he catched the timing perfectly. And that was Wolves winning a 2 versus 4, which looked unwinnable for a brief moment, but look at this. Finds one, gets the diffuser, and then immediately again runs away. Because if Shinka had died to the gunfight, then Bibo would be next in line. So they run in opposite directions, they use the clock, and of course the fact that the diffuser is not planted, and they play strategically in that 2 versus 1 in their favor. And once they get that gym defense victory, they'll go downstairs instead of change things around. They keep bringing Valkyrie the intel, of course Warden to see through smokes and flashbangs, that is. And it bodes well because look at this from Liquid. Capital and Sense being brought from a basement attack. Bit of a new one with Sense.
Curious how it's before. I mean, blue is where Sense is going to go.
Yeah. It should be, very well might be. I would say there are multiple applications you can use if you want to. Whether it's main hall or in... We've actually seen, I think it was W7M, previous major, on the Moto door of church, actually. We can also... You can do a couple things.
Yeah.
There is no glass from Liquid, so if you do end up using a smoke wall, you can deny lines of sight, but you can't really act upon it in terms of getting kills through it unless you go for a blind spray. But of course, first we have to get there. Roam clear is step number 1 for the attacking team of Liquid. They gotta drone it out, figure out, are there any roamers? Well, we know because we have the silhouettes on. No, not really. They're all on the bomb site or nearby at least, so Liquid should make quick work of this. Just drone it out, walk in, kill default cams, and then sit up.
Smoke being brought without a glass is something we've seen before, but obviously aids you, especially with that Sens on the board. This will be likely a smoke execute underneath that kitchen hatch and getting a plant literally right on that first panel. That'd be my guess. It certainly seems that way, because you've got 2 operators carrying those smokes, quote unquote, because obviously Volps is Sens, they bring different types of smokes, they're different level of concealment. Put those on blue, put those in church, and then drop the smokes from the Capitao crossbow over by kitchen. Gotta get those players out first, though, and then somebody from Liquid will likely go for dirt tunnel, or maybe they'll just ignore it entirely and allow them to exist inside of dirt while somebody watches from hatch above. That's entirely possible.
Yeah, I mean, the main point here is that, look at this, they have so many options from Liquid. I mean, you can use your impact grenades to destroy the sense wall, which people did earlier on, to destroy some of it at least, and the last impact goes down on Church, but that means now Liquid, if they want to, they could try, actually no, I take it back. I mean, unless you're gonna use the Capitao can open on the wall, it's not gonna get opened up any further.
Well, two separate players from Wolves finding themselves in a bad spot. Both Mowgli and Shinka take damage. It's P4 to die, though, not anybody who seemed involved in that first fracas that happened. Down goes Mowgli to the fire, and now it's Deadshot's HP being chunked away at. Bibu on the board, but just like that, Liquid getting their licks in. Bibu, tremendous play from inside of Church. He's reduced this to a 2v2. Deadshot's hurt, but still upright. Bibu missing an opportunity on the cross. Lagonis is in. Last two players now will need to be watched by Volp. Sees the difference maker. Can't do enough damage to Bibu. Watching the same angle. A retake from above. He has an idea, but he can't get to the hand in time. Trying to play it out. Leaving Bibu for Deadshot to retake. Now it's all on the shoulders of Lagonis. And he can't get it done. A quad kill from the captain himself. Wolves will tie the game.
Experience is one of the most important aspects in those rounds, and again, it's the right man for the job who finds himself alive with 1 HP in a 1 versus 1. Again, Liquid actually making a mistake we would never see from them. They messed up the 2v2 post plant. They knew exactly where both members were. They had a red ping in kitchen, they saw the gun barrel from Asami inside a church, and they actually started running around in circles and didn't get anything done. It was such a beautiful utility game from Liquid. The sense wall for distractions, the fire clears out the blue member, etc. They actually cleaned out that entire bomb site without firing many bullets, but then here, people with the last bullet basically had 5 spare, but he stopped shooting.
Wow.
Big rounds for Wolves. I mean, they're winning in clutch moments, so they are winning rounds, but I have to say, Liquid, they already had won both of those previous rounds. Gym was a 4 versus 2 in favor of Liquid. Basement, a 4 or 5 versus 2 in favor of Liquid. And then Wolves clutch it out. At some point, the clutch factor is going to stop for Wolves. And before that happens, they have to figure out the 4v4 and the 5v5 because they cannot rely on that factor being there every single time. At some point, Bibu will fail his team. At some point, he will fall in the 1v1. For now, it's worked. But something has to change here. Liquid are now tied up 4-4. This is Liquid's map of Clubhouse.
Neither team used their timeout just yet. They're both in that same exact position. Now, that's what we talked about with defense being so strong on Clubhouse. Every single bomb site defender favored. It's conceivable that the defense goes 6-0. We've seen 6-0 halves before.
Yeah, of course anything is possible. We see if the bandit trick here is successful. There's nothing really stopping the bandit from actually going through, but people just run away, too risky. So wall gets opened.
Pulling off that bandit trick on Jacuzzi wall was it as well?
Yeah.
Defense and Jim.
I think he's just paying a lot of respect, thinking that there's probably gonna be a nade below or something like that. No one to risk anything. And again, if you're Bibu, you're 8-1, you just clutch 2 rounds in a row. I would also want to play for my life and play it safe and be like, you know what, maybe I can bandit trick this. Oh, that's a nade, I'm dead.
You find yourself in a tough position, right? Because you've got Bandit keeping the wall closed is arguably as important as getting some high-value picks on other players. Of course, it is dependent on the way that Liquid is going to attack this site. The one thing that Liquid has been very good at so far on all these attacks are getting in the first punch between these two teams. And you already see it now. Mowgli and Bibu basically dead, but still upright. It's forced them to get off of the position that they were holding inside of CCTV, and it puts them both on a single shot. Not a great spot to be in, especially for Bibu, whose 8-1 kills since coming back from the rehost is a mighty fine tally.
Of course, all eyes are on P4, the catwalk player. On the Asami, he has ADSs, but no Might Disc, so that last Captain Firebolt arrow could definitely take him out of his position. Liquid so far, again, just waiting around, not making any actionable plays right now. They want Wolves to be moving and then catch them with their net. So just holding on right now.
Oh, reset, seeing P4. They run in, but they don't expect a swing from the Malusi. Nesk is there for multiple. Shinka appears out of nowhere over from red, losing no HP in the process, blunting the momentum of Team Liquid, denying them more of the map than they wanted. Diffuser also needs to be picked up. Lagonis will do just that. On repel as that gas will linger in front of his eyes. Shinka still has 2 gas canisters in pocket for the final 30 seconds. That is an extremely strong spot to be in. Providing, of course, he doesn't get picked off. Oh my, that was close on red stairs. And now with the shotgun out, engaging on Lagonis, can't do it. Deadshot actually has a flank and could pull it off, but no, Volps is the hero. Wolves managed to storm back and tie the game, but Liquid only let them borrow those rounds. 5 on the board for Liquid. It's their first victory on attack. It comes on Wolves' tertiary site.
I really do like how Liquid chooses to play that 3 versus 2. A lot of teams, they will just kind of go for the plan, play it nice and safe. It's what you think that would be. But no, they try and go for the kills. Isaac members, beautiful entry by Nesk, by the way, to open things up. But you look at this, instead of planning and playing it safe, the guy carrying Diffuser turns around. Capital's running CCTV open wall as well. If they were going for a plant and somebody dies, you're back to a 2v2 for Liquid. One guy is planning, that's a 1 versus 2. All of a sudden, you lose yourself again in those rounds. So because of the clutch factor from Wolves on gym defense and on basement defense, Liquid recognize going for the quote-unquote safe play is actually not the right play. We have to try and take these guys out of the server entirely and win by kills. It pays off. Bieber wasn't there, couldn't be a hero. The rest of Wolves trying to fight it back without him, and it was close, but not close enough. CCTV is hard to defend, and it kind of boils down back to that, you know, the bandit trick. Let's say Bieber had actually tricked the wall, a lot of things could have gone differently because we saw from our perspective, Liquid had no way to deny him the bandit tricks. There was no an inch below, Captain was outside of garage, so couldn't fire the window behind him, etc. And in this scenario, if you want to trick walls, maybe just trade who plays bandit on defense. Give it to P4, give it to Shinka, give it to Deadshot. Honestly, terrible clubhouse so far, going 1-5 as one of those entry players, and then enable Bieber to do more things for his team instead.
Back upstairs to the same bomb site that Wolves are actually undefeated on in this matchup, both on attack and defense, which is always a fun statistic to reference when it ends up happening. A little bit of hard destruction will be immediately used to open up the wall into CCTV from garage.
It's a beautiful toss from the garage door.
It's a nice cam.
That too.
Right now, these cameras from Wolves are all off-site. They're all designed to gain information before Liquid can continue to amass more map control.
Oh my God.
Nade takes down P4. He's immobile in that position. They've got the ping, they got the red ping, they've got the yellow ping, but is there follow-up?
I mean, that was beautiful. They skyrocketed the wall to bait someone to shoot the pellets. At the same time, they cooked the grenade below. P4 went to counter, but immediately finds himself injured. Surprised not dead yet. Oh,
Palu gets it, but what's the cost? You secure the down, that's great, but now you've lost Palu, not ideal. Nesk lets one member of Wolves fly on by from that breach. They decide to take the engagement themselves, and Nesk doesn't want to do much more with that. He will find some security out on the roof.
At least from side Liquid, Paolo had spent both his grenades, and technically it's how they got P4, so it is a 1-for-1 even trade, Mode using C4, but this means that there's less keeper barriers on the defensive side, which means that there's not as many playable spots on the bomb side for when Liquid wants to strike. And they've changed their approach. They've actually baited the members of Wolves away from CC, and now they're gonna just flank take it free instead. It's smart.
Goes walking in.
Oh, they know.
Deadshot is there. No, but Deadshot can't buy a kill in this match. Mowgli has been terrific so far through these 2 maps, continuing that trend, swatting away at the Liquid players, and he's doing double duty, but luck might run out. Completely blind. Down goes Volps, so the advantage is actually in favor of Wolves at this point. Mowgli down for the count. Lagonis softening up multiple players. Now he seeks shelter himself. Does he know that there's one inside of the bathroom? It doesn't seem it. Shinka picking them all off. Lagonis cannot do enough. Wolves winning their 5th round. We are tied again.
Those keeper barriers so important. I mean, whether it's a deployable shield or a keeper barrier, if you have neither of those two, that round doesn't happen for Wolves. That is utility at its finest, and Shinka playing around that beautifully. Mowgli asserting that aggression early on, and the rest of Wolves playing around it. They're dancing back and forth, and Liquid, they're just trying so hard to catch those rabbits running around, but they get punished from it because Mowgli is, look at this, he's dancing back and forth, survives it as well for so long, and then Shinka just does the same thing on the barrier. That gym bomb site, they're not gonna lose it. And would you look at that? All 4 bombs have not been played out because Wolves, they actually take us that bar bomb set. So that's 8 times played this major total?
8 times played so far, and if you want the specific stats on it, it's been won just a bit above 50%.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
4 times of the 7, it was won by the defenders, 3 times by the attackers.
10 seconds left.
Very low sample size, though. So
yeah, of course.
Effectively a coin toss.
It does play out very differently, which means that Liquid will change their approach in the attack because this is all about having map control above the bomb site. Hold on to master bedroom, in office, and jacuzzi gym. This basically left-hand portion of the map. Of course, construction hatch is open. It's going to oversee the bar stage area of the bomb set as well, but you could go for a plant if you're an attacking team. So normally what teams will do for Liquid in this case is simply go above, take away what the defenders want to keep a hold of. So it's almost like a gym attack essentially, but there is one big difference. After you clear top floor, you can't plant because the bomb set is in fact downstairs. So you're working 2 different layers now on the attacking side, but you still only have 3 minutes to work with. So a lot more details to be ironed out for Liquid, and you can either buy your time in getting opening kills, of course getting map control. Nesk has sprinted into strip and taken a portion of the map, but there's going to be a castle barricade in front of him on that pool table double door that's going to stop him from seeing the bomb side, but it might maybe catch somebody up through that hatch at some point in this round.
Can't just open up the strip wall and go for a plant like you could on the day before. Clubhouse, where it was a single wall stopping you from getting that diffuser down.
The pool table plant.
Clubhouse plays out a lot differently, and you're absolutely right. The top floor is going to be the big focus for Team Liquid. Now, we've seen teams before just decide against tackling it. Go straight for the site, possibly get the main door open, go for a plant right on the stage, because there's only 2 ways to die at that particular spot. Number 1 is from the hatch above you inside a construction, or B, or number 2, it's getting swung from the main door. Oh my. That's an easy kill for Nesk. P4 looking the wrong way. Liquid, they want match point. They're 1 kill closer to it.
It is hard for Liquid to plan. They only have 2 smoke grenades, no Osa, no shields of any kind, no Monty, etc. So they are going to need a significant portion of the map in their control or get a couple of kills to work in their favor, because otherwise the members above, they'll see the plan with that bulletproof camera. It could be Volves flashing main stairs, gonna clear the barbed wire, but people falls back upstairs further to just hold top floor control.
It's got that M870 in the hands of Bibu as well. It can do some serious damage. And he's being toyed into this one. He comes ever closer. Flashes go the wrong way, but he's too far to do any damage. He's trying to coax them into the engagement. All the while, Shinka takes down Nesk. Diffuser in the hands of Lagonis. Mowgli attempting the flank, but he gets spotted out by the bathroom door. Run right into Volps, but Volps looks away at the last second, pulls out the primary instead of the sidearm. Take that engagement a little bit differently now, and Volps, you don't have the diffuser. You just missed out on the warden above as well. Sidearm in. This is a very sloppy set of engagements. Bibu looking to do some damage, missing out on it. Resets on a single point of HP. Palu down to Deadshot, only Deadshot's second kill. Lagonis gets the diffuser down successfully. Bibu has to retake with the pistol out because the shotgun will not get it done. And I think time might have run out on Wolves on this round. Deadshot on that hatch, dropping in, and Lagonis was waiting for it. Match point and phase point for Liquid as they would lock in the 8th and final spot with 1 more round.
Such an incredibly close round. The fact that it lasted for that long just goes to show how evenly these 2 teams are matched up against one another. That should have either been an immediate plant denial by Wolves and then win the round, or Liquid storming through the bomb side, just finding success. But both teams played it so well for so long, but there was so much confusion and so much chaos. Bibu playing shotgun main stairs, getting resets down to it, 1 single point of HP. There are so many small micro things that happened that just slightly favored Liquid, and the fact they got the bomb down was the main part due to them shutting down those cameras, the bulletproof, the Valkyries, and then the defenders simply not knowing where the plant was going down because Liquid did not have any top floor control. That was all on the side of Wolves, as we saw with Castle dying top floor at the very end of the round. And this is kind of a scary moment. Liquid have been formidable at attacking the bunker down bomb sites on Oregon and also on Clubhouse, and it's match point in favor of Liquid, and Wolves will go to a bomb site they have not really done the best on so far. Sure, people clutched the 1 versus 2, but other than that, they've been dominated on this basement hold, and they're gonna go there again. Operator lineup-wise, nothing's really changing. People granted a bit more freedom, playing Asami, not the Bandit, but outside of that, everything's the same as before.
It all comes down to this. I mean, gotta look at that stage hold for Wolves. It certainly was a bold move to do that.
Yeah.
On such a crucial round. Wolves win, they go to match point. Team Liquid will not lose in regulation. Overtime is the only way that they go out of this in the wrong direction. They've already won 2 rounds on attack, which is basically what you're looking at for a lot of these teams on Clubhouse. I like the Sens pick yet again. I don't know if it was necessarily super integral to the previous execute on the Church. Wolves ended up winning it in the post plan, if you recall.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe in the sense that it helps build into this, like, chaos effect where the defenders don't know what is going on, only Moki and Walking can actually see through the barrier. But I do agree, it was not integral to the success of the previous round. It just played a minor part in it. It was also paired with the Capitals. So they attacked Gym and Blue at the exact same time. So the fact that Capital is missing just kind of tells us that it's going to be a different approach now for Liquid. I like the Valkyrie cameras in Garage. They could try and go for a flank if nobody's going to be there, but they see the Claymore. But they also know now that Nesk has left that area of the map. Bibu has 2 impacts in pocket. They could try and make a play with this if the Wolves want to try and go for it.
Bibu tossing out a nade, getting rid of one of those Claymores from Nesk, as we'd spoken about, and now you have that highway to get back on a flank through Oil Pit. Nesk testing his luck, losing it. Palu takes down Mowgli. At least somebody pays for Nesk dying. ADS will eat one of those smoke screens tossed out by Sens. Another goes down as well. 2 of them there. Nobody being compelled to fight. They're gonna wear out.
Be a good nade.
Oh yeah. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Keep a barrier protecting dirt as well. You can hear bullets go through the smoke. Palu's been so good so far through this round, and the advantage for Team Liquid means you do not want to find yourself in that position. It'll be Shinka to test it, though. Providing there's still one there. Oh! Shinka's gonna get the secure with the gas after downing Palu, and now it's dead shot, but unfortunately, he can't land any of those shots at all, and he's dead. P4 finds the Sens and the pivot towards Lagonis. It's P4 in a 1v2, but Volps sends Wolves home. Liquid moves on. They will play on the main stage on Friday. All 8 teams locked in. Brazil, half of them.
Yeah, very dominant showcasing from Brazil as a region. Liquid, they had really great moments at both Oregon and Clubhouse. Wolf was trying to fight back so hard, but it mostly comes down to Bibu and Mowgli individually for Wolves to try and make that happen in that final round. P4 fighting for his life, but the trade is there, and Wolves, who didn't have the best tournament so far, showed up big in this series and in that final round.
Well, you had some hero plays from different players on Wolves, but ultimately the team just could not stack up. Far more consistency, member to member on Liquid, and that's what they assembled this roster for. They wanted the best of Brazil that they could put together on the roles that they have, and despite some early struggles, Liquid have bounced back. They made it at the very final moments. In the 12th round, again, all rounds needed in both map 1 and map 2. Ultimately, I think there's gonna be some questions here for Wolves. The big one is gonna be Oregon. If that goes their way, yeah, they lose Clubhouse, but then you go to Chalet as your map, and it's anybody's game Wolves always seem to get so close, but they just cannot get it done. Well, there's another opportunity in the fall, I suppose, from that major, but for now, we say goodbye to another European team. I guess the only upside is their flight home is nowhere near that long. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say it wasn't an exciting 2-0.
No, it was an exciting 2-0. It was a close one at that. I had to say, best of threes, of course, played a bit differently from best of ones, especially with map pools and the draft that comes with it. And Liquid, of course, being a vanilla best of 3 team, and it showed right here.
Well, that was our last matchup of the day, but we're not done just yet because you want to hear from the desk, because we've got an interview ready for you. Enjoy.
Well, 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 Lagonis, congratulations are in order for you and your team. I gotta ask, how does it feel after that game?
Yeah, it feels amazing. It was an intense game, like close rounds, very, very close. We throw a little bit some rounds that we should have won, but I'm very happy that we qualified for the playoffs.
Well, how does it feel being one of the 4 Brazilian teams that have made it to the major finals?
Yeah, I'm really, really happy about our region. Like all 4 did make it to the playoffs. So I am very happy. Like I was a little bit, we were a little bit in pressure because we were the only one team that was not qualified, but now we are qualified, so I'm pretty happy.
Well, congratulations. Now, I want to take things back to the operator ban phase. For the very first time, we saw Melusi being banned in the entire tournament. So what was the thought process and approach behind that? Because then we also saw an Iana ban coming out from you guys.
So about the Melusi ban, like we studied the Oregon that they play in the other days and other championships. They use it a lot. Melusi, it's too much, like in 2 of the 3 rounds. 2 of the 3 bomb sites that they defend. So, and I think like in overall, they love playing Melusi, like not only in Oregon and other maps, they love to. So it was a good ban for us, like we don't play that much. So yeah, it fits.
Amazing. And I got to ask, why do you think all of the Brazilian teams have been so strong coming into this event? Are there any key differences you've noticed in the Brazilian play style?
I don't know about like the play style. I don't think that's the big difference. I think the energy that the Brazilian teams like are bringing, like not me that much. I'm a little bit more focused when I'm playing, but like the team and the other Brazilian teams like are very hyped. And yeah, I think this is the most different thing about our region at this time.
Yeah, honestly, the Brazilian teams have been making some noise over here in the studio. And my final question for you is if you have anything you want to say to the fans at home or anybody that's been supporting your journey.
Okay, so for everyone that was cheering for us, I'm very happy. Thanks a lot. Yeah, and we are still getting better and better. And I hope to see everyone in the arena on playoffs.
Amazing, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brazil have gone and done it again, boys.
They have. There's a bit of a habit this though, isn't it? You've been here before, Fresh.
The more things change, the more they stay the same when it comes to Brazilian Siege, and particularly, you know, Team Liquid, FaZe, Nip. They keep doing it.
They're dominating right now. The real question is, though, do we think they are going to be the team to look out for heading into finals?
Oh, I think, you know, before the tournament started, I think Liquid would have been, and they always are, every single tournament, one of the favourites. I think a couple of the other Brazilian teams have, you know, come into the fold, particularly W7M, as probably the favourites, you know, going into the bracket on Friday, but Liquid have done themselves no harm there. It was another very good performance coming out of them, getting it done in 2 maps they'll be very happy with.
A good performance, getting it done in 2 maps, but scrappy all the way, Fresh.
Yeah.
Even down to that last round, it was one of those situations where you kind of watch it and you're like, you need to wait for the defenders won the round, attackers won the round to pop up at the end, because everything is happening within a split second. Your heart has got to go out to Wolves, and especially BB, because I feel like he played his absolute heart out there.
Yeah.
Gave it his all, left nothing on the table, but ultimately it wasn't good enough. Nesk rolled back the years in a couple of those Ash rounds. How good was it to see him just stormtroopering his way into sight, as we've seen him done so many times?
You asked a question to Lagonis about what makes the Brazilians different, and he said energy, but I've got a theory on top of just the energy. I think they know when to get aggressive. It's not just balls to the wall. You know, we've seen some teams where it's aggression. We don't see that, you know, with Liquid. They know when they need to pop up. The fact that they string these multi-kills together, and it's because of the timing. They know, right, now is when we need to get aggressive. Now is our opportunity, and they don't hesitate. They just do it with conviction.
It's something that Liquid never lost either. They had that back in 21, they've had it in 22. Thinking back, you know, 2, 3, 4 years ago, we can see this ability to temper that aggression, knowing when to just send Neskin, knowing when they need to really just go and drop blue hatch like Vulps is doing right now on the screen. It's timed and it's calculated. We often used to sort of chalk it all up to the Latam play style, you know, bring that flair, but it's calculated. And that's what we've seen so far be consistent throughout all of the regions qualifying. It's no surprise and it's no secret that 4 teams have qualified from that region. Half of the teams that have gone through.
An incredibly dominant region, if I do say so myself. I think a lot of these teams are going to be looking towards perhaps the Brazilian playstyle to try and get as much intel as possible, figure out how to counter the kind of aggression that they've continued to show us as well. But I really do want to harp on about this whole energy concept, because we spoke about it with the previous matchup as well. As soon as a team has that hype, has that energy, it's almost like you see a whole brand new version of them as well. But I think we should revisit our phase 2 thus far, because I'm really sad now, because my part of phase 2 is over, boys. This is it. We're down to our teams that will be joining you all at the forum on the 5th of May across 4 regions. We've got Brazil, EU, NA, and Japan. 8 teams going head-to-head in the finals. Best of 3s all the way through, and closing things out with a best of 5 grand final. Worth mentioning, of course, that there is one heck of a prize pool on the line as well. That doesn't go amiss, does it?
Absolutely not. The prize pool's there, the bragging rights there. There's a couple of teams in there that have won a major before that are going to be looking to make it that back-to-back. We've got some previous SI winners thrown in for good measure. We've really sifted out the best teams there.
I feel like we had a bit of a mix-up with what teams we thought would be in the finals versus the teams that we actually have in the finals. Who are some of the teams that you would have hedged your bets on definitely being in the finals that didn't make it?
Ooh. I mean, you would have said VP a couple of days ago.
Yeah, but 2 days before that, I wouldn't have said
exactly.
Who knows? Yeah, I think, you know, obviously the European teams, I think it's disappointing that, you know, as a region for Europe, we're only sending 2 teams through to the, you know,
could
the
be worse,
finals.
though.
It could be worse, but it also could be better, because the whole of 2022, realistically, we was the most dominant region.
Yeah.
And I think you've got to look towards North America and look towards, like, you know, there's a lot of people, I've had Des and Pengu both say it about SSG, that they thought they was going to get to the final, and they're out in phase 2. So it's so hard when you've got to narrow 24 teams down to just 8.
Yeah, well, especially if Brazil take half the spots, right?
Especially if Brazil, all of the teams they send just, straight through, no problem.
Props to them though, but taking a look at this prize pool, hefty sum of money on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, me and Ollie, just a bit of an anecdote here. Me and Ollie actually got a video call from some European League players last night who were on holiday. You won $200,000 as a team. I'd be going on a very nice holiday. That's all I'm saying.
No,
their holiday didn't look that good.
No, it didn't look that good.
Do you guys feel like the prize pool at all factors into these players' minds? Because I know, like, so for the side of Eminem, we heard Nello say that many of his teammates haven't actually played in front of a crowd on a stage. Have many of his teammates actually played for such a big prize pool as well? Is this going to be something that also factors into, you know, playing on their minds?
I mean, money is obviously money. Money's great. We love money. But I think for the teams, the big desire is 2 things. It's wanting to win. It's wanting to be the best and have that whole ego of, or that whole kind of bravado of, I am the best player, I am in the best team in the world at this moment in time. But then it is also, like you say, playing in front of the fans and the absolute, like, thrill and adrenaline they'll get from being on the main stage on Friday.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's only time will tell whether or not some of these teams will be a little bit shaky in front of the folks over at the forum. But without further ado, let's take a look at our official bracket here for playoffs, boys. Boys, oh boys.
Do you know what? I'm going to say it now. The fact that the 4 Brazilian teams are all in separate quarters is excellent.
Oh, it's excellent if you're a Brazilian fan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're careering right to a Brazilian final.
We really are.
Oh, I mean...
This is SI21 all over again. G2 Liquid looks like a scary one. Sonic's NIP.
W7M, oh...
Who do we think is going to be in grand finals?
Based on, I mean, this is the first time we've seen this, by the way.
Yeah,
Like, we didn't
I
get to see this before we came on, so Go on, your point in Fresh.
That bottom half of the bracket is stacked.
It's horrible, isn't it?
No.
I'm going to go real quick and I'm going to say I think FaZe will do quite well. You look at the game that they've got against Scarz. We saw Scarz today. Whilst they put in a good performance against SSG, there's a good chance for FaZe in that game, especially when you start taking the crowd and stuff into consideration. We know that FaZe are a very experienced team at playing in front of a live audience. So I think the FaZe will do quite well in the top half of the bracket.
Okay.
Say something for the bottom half, I don't know. Putting you between a rock and a hard place here.
I keep doing this to me, Ollie, every single day. I think, you know, Sonic's looked, to be fair, Sonic's looked incredible. As North America's only hope, I would have a lot of hope in that team to go far. But if they win their game against, you know, it's NIP, right? And then they've got to play G2.
All liquid.
All liquid. So it's not, there's no easy games in this, you know, in this part of the bracket. That bottom half especially is absolutely stacked.
Do you think we'll see a Brazil v Brazil showdown?
Well,
I mean, mathematically, it makes the most sense to say yes, right?
Well, I mean, you mentioned Sonics. I personally, I don't see Sonics making it to grand finals.
Okay.
Jasmine.
All right, Jasmine.
Sorry, I know Jesse's gonna have my life after that.
The thing is like if you're looking at, if you didn't want, let's say you didn't want a Brazil versus Brazil grand final, right? You probably wanted EU's best hope, which is G2, and then NA's best hope, which is Sonics, on different sides of the bracket. But if they're on the same, I would say we're going to have at least one Brazil team in the final.
Okay, all right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for Friday's games. Boys, as I did mention, best of threes all the way through now, with a best of 5 grand final. Taking into consideration the best of threes, do we think there's going to be any team that is going to find this incredibly easy? Because obviously some of our teams here have only experienced the best of ones.
At least there's no 10 a.m. game. For Eminem. There's no 10 a.m. game for anyone there. It's a 12:30 start. Eminem usually struggle with that early game. They've still got a tough one, though, against W7M. Obviously, Liquid, they're getting a little bit of a longer break, given that they've just played today, is, I guess, a good thing. Someone that you could maybe look toward as a bit of a question mark here. We've bigged the Sonics up a little bit. NIP obviously qualified what feels like ages ago now. They've had a lot of time off. And is anyone going to want to scrim them? Realistically, like, are they going to be?
Oh, if you had an expectation of going through.
If you had an expectation of going through, you're going to want to scrim NIP. You know, maybe you wouldn't, and teams go home quite quickly after they've exited the tournament. So we know that the quality of scrim is good in Europe, but NIP have had a long time there to essentially come off the boil, and maybe the same with some of the other teams in there, like FaZe as well. So I think there's that to consider going into Friday.
They definitely wouldn't want to be pulling an Eminem now, would they? Scrimming versus your opponent without actually realising it. How are you feeling about the matchups though, Fresh? Because I feel like you're a little bit distressed right now. You're like, why?
I'm so excited. I just...
He wants to time travel to Friday now.
I do. Can we
click
just
your fingers?
Thursday, just in. Friday, 10, whatever time it was. Get me in.
I'm looking forward to the matchups. Honestly, I'm going to be watching from the comfort of my home. But gents, I've had loads of fun this major. My very first Rainbow Six major, nonetheless. And you guys have been fantastic joining me along this journey. So thank you very much. But I just want to ask you a few questions from the chat, if that's okay, with our sub-only mode Q&A. So, okay.
It's not going to be good, is it? It's not going to be good. Already it's not going to be good.
No, okay. First Brazilian team to get eliminated.
Ooh.
See, now you know why I did the ooh.
I'm going to say, you know, I'm going to say it.
Go on.
W7M. I believe in Eminem.
Wow.
It's a huge shout.
I'm going to say NIP.
You're not going to say Liquid? You think that G2 are going to lose?
Well, actually, who's playing first on the schedule?
NIP play last.
Oh, okay, not NIP. Yeah, Liquid then.
Okay,
Liquid,
all right,
yeah,
all right.
G2 is going to beat Liquid. We've got the European
Well,
bias here.
let us know in the chat whether or not you agree or disagree with the answers that the boys have just given us as well. Can we hydrate Fresh on the main stage?
I hope there was 1,000 bits done, 1,000 channel points done for that.
There's a big backstory to that.
We haven't actually got any water down there either.
My Twitch community love keeping me hydrated.
Okay.
Like, they spam the hydrates.
I would give you a bottle of water, but I don't have one right now. But make it happen.
On the main stage, I guess it's got to happen.
Yeah,
for the folks at the major, make it happen at the finals. What player has surprised you the most and the least this major?
Ooh. I've got one for the most, actually.
Go on.
And we've just seen him play, which is Lagonis, because I think when we see Liquid play, and when we have seen Lagonis, he's been across a few teams now, you know, in terms of the Team 1 days, and, you know, now he's on Liquid. I think the one thing Lagonis always had was he was a great IGL, but he never really put up the numbers. We're actually seeing him put up the numbers this tournament, you know, to the point that he was their second best, quote unquote, for kills in terms of KD coming into this game today. So I think that has actually surprised me the most, is that he's improved that aspect of his game significantly coming into this.
I enjoy that it's not the easy one. I've got a difficult one now. Who's surprised us the least?
Just easy.
What would you say?
Well, just any of the top players at this tournament.
Well, I was going to say Spoit, because I was expecting more out of him, and he didn't surprise me. You know, you start thinking about the game that they played against Eminem.
Really?
I don't think they
gone in on Spoit.
I don't think that there was that great clutch, but I don't think that there was that full-rounded performance from the whole team, and that is a small element of it. So yeah, I'll say it.
Okay, all right. So which of the eliminated teams would you have liked to see in the finals?
I'm going to piggyback off that. I'd have loved to have seen M80.
Yeah,
I think for the hype. I think
yeah.
for the hype and, you know, iconic, Spoit obviously being a European within that team as well, and just the whole ethos of the team, you know, and the content they do. I think they would have been excellent for the finals.
Who else? I would have kind of liked to see VP.
Yeah.
Like, as much as it pains me to almost say that, because the play style is really Marmite, you either love it or you hate it. I'm not saying which side of the camp I fall on there.
Depends which way of the week it is for me.
It really depends which day it is, honestly, for the team. But I think I would have liked to have seen it, because it would have been like the full story completion.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been the full story arc there, from going to playing on LAN to having all the trials and tribulations, getting back in the team, getting together, and then getting back to LAN. That would have been nice to see.
I know this isn't a question, but I just want to make a point that I absolutely adore the fact that we've got Japan in the finals. That as a region, I'm so incredibly excited for them. Obviously, we did mention the very first time that a Japanese team has made it into the top 8 of a major. So I know the boys are going to be absolutely buzzing about that. But anyways, I digress. Which operator would you like to see buffed? This person has said, mine is Sense.
Ooh, saw a bit of Sense in the last game, actually.
We did, yeah.
It doesn't always happen, that. Who's not been played in the bingo? Probably Grim.
Grim to
Yeah,
Chanka.
Grim could do with a bit of a buff.
Do you want to argue for Grim and I'll argue to Chanka, or do you want to argue to Chanka?
I'd leave Tachanka alone, to be fair. I think that we need to, yeah.
Don't think Tachanka needs a buff?
I just don't think he needs to be played. Oh. I think we can have one that we don't play. I think Grim needs a buff, though.
All right, yeah, Grim. And I'll argue why he needs a buff. Because the whole idea of Grim's gadgetry is that actually it gives you information on where a place is. But because you've got to peek to send the launcher and to place it, you, more often than not, will have drawn that place first, making the gadgetry redundant. So what I want, if you're listening, is a bounce mechanic. So you can just get the Grim launcher out, bounce it into a room.
We play a bit of pinball.
And then just boom, boom, clear an area.
Or a Zero-style gadget where it can go through the wall.
Yes.
That'd
be cool as well.
Ubisoft, if you're listening, these guys know a thing or two.
No, because the last thing that I proposed to them regarding operators was that I wanted them to put Capcan traps on the top of doorways, and they said no.
Okay, boys, final question. What teams have the potential of redeeming themselves for next major?
Ooh. I mean, we could just list all of NA, right?
I think M80.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think particularly M80, you know, we've described them on this desk as too big to fail.
Yeah.
And they did fail. And they are too big. So
SSG, Dark Zero, you know, all teams that we know have it and haven't really shown up and shown it in a big way. And we can poke a little bit of fun at Europe as well. You know, we can look at some teams that didn't make it to the major. We've got teams like BDS sat at home watching this. You know, we've got teams like Hoy. There's teams out there that potentially could hang in this sort of an environment, and we don't see them here, so.
The next major is crucial as well, just to add on to that.
For SI points.
For SI points, you know, if you're a team, and every team's goal, you start a competitive year, your goal is, I want to be going to SI, and eventually your goal is then to win SI to be the world champions, right? The regional leagues and then the majors are the two kind of conduits to do that.
Yeah.
One of them is now over. You've got one regional league and one potential major. So it's got to start with your regionals and then go for it.
I'm going to ask a question of my own that isn't from the chat.
Ooh.
Do we see any roster shuffles happening?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, yes. There has to be. The off-season is too long.
What do you know, Fred?
What do I know? No, I don't know much. I don't know much.
Do you see roster shuffles happening, though?
Yes, absolutely. Probably already have happened.
Damn, okay. Rainbow Six Team savages out here. No, but guys, honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to be joined alongside not only you folks, but also the rest of the R6 talent team. Make sure you remember to drop a follow at R6 Esports over on Twitter. Let us know which matchups you're looking forward to as well. And remember to use the hashtag BlastR6 Major. From myself, and I guess from you guys, thank you and good night.
Welcome to Hit for Six. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Foltz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go koi phase then. Let's go koi phase.
Let's go phase.
Eminem have pulled off a heist, so let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea, so.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. We can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time. Welcome to Hit for 6. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, Eminem from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
To you, bro.
I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have Eminem, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so. Just
Think so? Reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and Eminem, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So, Foltz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzus, about 10 seconds. Forrest about to jump in. You think he's gonna do better or worse? 'Cause he's doing okay right now.
I think he's doing worse than Fultz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice, little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me. Think so? Oh, is he gonna get to 40? Got 2 seconds. 1, time. Time out. Thanks to Foltz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds, you guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping, all right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. Eminem, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top.